Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. This is the sixth part of What If Naruto was in Maken and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like and subscribe and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto sat on the floor holding the floating sand ball in his hands as he stared at it. I'm sure that's bad for your eyes. Azuki said with her arms crossed. I just don't get it. It's been days since I took down Bishamon and this egg thing won't hatch. Naruto said. I'm sure it takes time. If it really is like an egg, then its time to hatch will come, but it's still unpredictable. Azuki said. Yeah. Naruto said as he then sat in a moment of silence. You wanna go out? Naruto asked, tuning to her. What? Azuki questioned with a blush. Yeah, come on, let's do something, just you and me. Naruto said, standing up from the floor. Well, what about Cha-Cha and Kimi? Azuki quickly asked. I can hang out with them anytime. Today, I want to hang out with you. Naruto said with a bashful smile as he looked to the side and rubbed his neck with his free hand. Oh. Azuki said as she looked to the side as well. The two stood there blushing without daring to look into the other's eyes. So. So. Is it a yes? Naruto asked with a hopeful smile. Azuki stayed silent for a moment as she thought it over. No. The two heard someone whisper, making them turn to see Cha-Cha with her head sticking out of her door before quickly going back in after being discovered. I fucking love Cha-Cha. Well, Azuki started as she turned to Naruto. Naruto, Suddenly there was a knock at the door, making the two turn to it. It's open. Naruto said. Suddenly the door opened to reveal Yuka. Oh hey Yuka, this a surprise. Naruto said. Lately Kengo and Yuka have been inseparable after hours, making out and God knows what else. She and Kengo are made for each other. Naruto thought as he thought of those two doing the dirty deeds. So how may we help you? Naruto asked. I came to inform that Principal Minori had called for Azuki. Yuka said. Got it, I'm coming. Azuki said. I'll see you later. Azuki said to Naruto as she headed straight towards the door, but before she was about to leave, she turned to Naruto with narrowed eyes and said. If you do anything with Cha-Cha and Kimi while I'm gone, I'll bury you. Azuki warned. You understood. Naruto said as he sweated a bit. Azuki then left with Yuka, leaving the blonde to let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly Cha-Cha appeared as she wrapped her arm around Naruto's neck as she brought the side of his face to her boob. Hey Naruto-kun, since the party pooper's gone, how about you and I go out on a date? Cha-Cha suggested with a grin. Sorry Cha-Cha, not today. Naruto said with sorrow. Cha-Cha frowned as she made the lip, but then she noticed the sad look on her boyfriend's face. What's wrong? Cha-Cha asked, pulling her arm away. It's just I feel that me and Azuki aren't getting along like we used to. She seems to be a little more hostile to me. Naruto said, feeling melancholic. Well, what did you expect? You went out on a date with her worst enemy. Cha-Cha said with a shrug. You mean Yan. But I didn't find out she was my secret admirer until I saw her at the mall. Naruto said. But you didn't turn her down when you did. Cha-Cha countered. Alright, I'll admit that. When did you become so good in these kinds of subjects? Always have. You just don't know me as well as you think you do. Cha-Cha said with a confident smile as she crossed her arms. Guys. The two turned to notice Kimi at the fridge with the door opened as she looked inside. Did you notice her there? Naruto whispered to Cha-Cha. Nope. Cha-Cha whispered back. We're out of food. Kimi said, turning to them. Code Red. Naruto shouted as he placed the floating sand sphere over the table as he ran to the door. I'll be back as fast as I can. Until then, salvage properly until I get back. Naruto said before opening the door and running straight to the grocery store. He loves us too much to let us starve. Cha-Cha said with a smile. What could make us think he doesn't? Kimi said with her own smile. Did you find everything you were looking for, sir? The female cashier asked. Naruto looked at the many bags filled with food and ingredients for his future dishes. I think it's safe to say that I did. Naruto said, taking out the correct amount of money and paying for the food as he then created shadow clones, shocking the cashier and everybody else around as the clones grabbed the bags. Let's move out. Naruto ordered as the clones all left. Watching the scene, two young teenage males saw the whole thing with one of them holding a manga of Naruto. The two looked into the book and saw a panel where Naruto used his Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Have I been drinking? The spectacled one holding the book wondered. We don't drink, his slim friend said. Then I must be watching too much anime. The spectacled teen said. I saw the whole thing along with everybody else. If that's your theory, then everybody's been watching a hell of a lot anime. The slim friend said. As Naruto and his clones were now crossing the street. Think we should try to cook a Jamaican dinner tonight, boss? One of the clones asked the original. Maybe, I was more thinking about desert right now. Original Naruto said. Boss, watch out. A clone shouted as a motorcycle came straight at them. They all jumped in the air as they avoided the speeding motorcycle that slowed down and parked a little away. Hey, watch it, jerk. Original Naruto shouted. Maybe you and your many twins should watch both sides of the street before crossing. The man said in a Spanish-like accent, getting off his bike with his helmet still over his head. I had the signal to go. You clearly didn't see the red. It should have been obvious to you from the look of your pants. Naruto argued. The man was dressed in red pants with a black cross down the right leg, a black skin-tight leather jacket with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows and black shoes and of course a black motorcycle helmet. On the back of the jacket was an insignia of clouds with rays of light coming from them, all drawn in white outlines while the rest was black and surrounded in a white circle. Just go back to your mommy, little boy. It seems she still needs help to ease the pain from pushing all of you out. The man said. What? All the Narutos yelled with anger. No one insults my mother, especially since she's so fucking awesome, Datbayo. The original shouted. Suddenly another clone appeared as Naruto gave him his bags. All of you go home. I'm going to teach this punk some manners. Naruto said. All the clones as they then shushined back home. You teach me manners? The man questioned as he took off his helmet to reveal his face. It was a thin face with a medium skin tone, violet eyes and violet hair that was in the same style as Kengo's, only the hair that was layered back at his neck was spiked back instead of to the sides. I find that hard to believe. The man said. Try me. Naruto said. If you wish. The man said, placing his helmet on the handlebar of his motorcycle. Once Naruto got into his fighting position, which looked like a boxing position, when the man dashed at him and sent a punch, who had to block it with his forearms since he was very fast, but then the man unclenched his fist and grabbed Naruto's arm as he then sent him to the floor and placed his arm in a tight lock. Are you familiar with the Japanese fighting style known as judo? The man asked rhetorically. I've heard of it, but have you heard of energy fists? Naruto responded as he summoned an energy fist from his back. The man jumped away in time and flipped in the air and then landed gracefully onto the earth below. Naruto then released his summoned fist and dashed at the guy as he started sending punches and kicks to him, but the man just batted them away with one hand while the other was behind his back, all the while he had an uninterested look on his face. Damn it, I can't land a solid hit on this guy. Naruto thought with anger. He then sent a left hook that looked like it landed, but the man served around and slammed the back of his arm against the back on Naruto's head. The man then grabbed Naruto from behind and then did a somersault throw, that move Ryu and Ken do with their foot as they throw their opponents behind them. Naruto rolled until he skidded back into a crouching position. As he stood up, the man dashed at him and sent a palm strike that sent Naruto flying back straight into a store window. And interesting. The man said. Suddenly Naruto rocketed towards the man with his fist cocked back. He then thrust his fist forward, but the man blocked it with his forearm, then grabbed Naruto's arm, twisted it and then slammed Naruto down onto the ground and held him in a lock, but then suddenly he noticed another Naruto flying at him, ready to kick him, but he blocked it with his forearm, but he felt the pain in his arm. The Naruto that was on the floor wrapped his legs around one of the man's legs and gripped the other with his free arm, allowing the other Naruto to send another kick at the man, but suddenly the man turned into rose petals and flew away, confusing the two. As the rose petals flew back, they came together and reformed into the man who had a smirk on his face, but then he brought up his fist to the size of his head, blocking a roundhouse kick from Naruto who was behind him. Neat trick. Naruto said as he took his foot away. The man smirked as the other two Narutos walking towards them, but then rose petals came right through their chests, making them disappear into clouds of smoke. Naruto stared as the petals moved towards the man and landed on his skin as it then became a part of his skin. It's not a trick, it's my power. The Spanish accent man spoke. My apologies, but I have somewhere to be, so I'll have to end this quick. The man said as he then disappeared. Once he disappeared, Naruto's eyes widened as he felt his skin sliced and pierced as the man was behind him with a smirk as he was in a crouching position with his arms out as some blood came from his new wounds. The man was sure he had defeated Naruto, but then he was shocked when Naruto grabbed his throat and quickly slammed him down onto the ground hard, but the man quickly turned into rose petals right before the impact. Naruto panted a bit as he turned around to see the man staring at him with a hand in his pocket and his other hand on his leg. You're tougher than I anticipated. The man said as he saw Naruto's wounds start to heal a bit. Oh well, guess I have to bless you with my Maken. The man said, making Naruto's eyes widen in shock. Maken. Of course, how could I have been so stupid not to notice? But this guy doesn't come from Tenbi and I don't see a Mayanaka Moon Shikai symbol on him, but I can't rule it out, but then again he could be from Kamigari. Who is this guy? Naruto thought. The man then put one foot forward as he then extended his arm downward and placed his hand on his shoulder as his hands glowed red-violet and as the glow dissipated they revealed gold-armored arm guards with red-violet orbs on the back hands and armor on his index fingers with a gold claw extended from the tip. Petal Choro. The man said as rose petals started to come from behind him and swarm all around him and Naruto. Naruto observed as the petals danced around him, but then some cut his arm making him grunt in pain. Damn it. Naruto cursed as he gripped his arm. Suddenly Naruto saw Rose Petal dash straight at him so he moved back saving him from a deadly attack, but he did get some cuts at his collarbone. Naruto was then cut it from his back making him groan in pain. He then noticed rose petals coming down on him so he rolled away multiple times to dodge the multiple rains of rose petals. Naruto then looked up from his crouching position to see a stream of rose petals coming straight at him, so he surrounded his fist with chakra and then thrust his fist forward against the rose petals, but the petals danced around his fist and danced against the skin of his fist, arm, shoulder and face, leaving cuts and blood to leak from them. As the rose petals flew away from Naruto, he gripped his arm as he gritted his teeth in pain. Damn, these petals are like that Shibanzakura from Bleach. Naruto thought as he glared at the man, but then he noticed a vast amount of petals above him that were in the shape of a giant fat serpent-like creature ready to drop on him. As the petals dance, the man uttered as the petals rushed towards Naruto. Oh shit. Naruto cursed. The petals then came closer. All Naruto could do was watch since there were too many to avoid. As they came closer, all Naruto could do was put up a brave face as he glared at the petals, but as they were inches from his face, they stopped, confusing him. Suddenly as they started to fall towards the floor, Naruto was delivered a kick into his torso, with part of his chest cavity being harmed. Naruto's eyes were wide from the pain as saliva shot from his mouth. As the man retracted his leg, Naruto held his gut as his face was still twisted in pain. You were an interesting opponent, but I can't stay here and dance with you any longer. The man said as the rose vanished along with his gold arm guards. Naruto bent over as he continued to hold his gut. As he then fell to his knees, Naruto looked up at the man as he glared at him with his right eye as his left was closed from the pain. The man stared at him for a moment before smirking and then with a wink he said, Adios. And then he kicked Naruto across the face, sending him falling onto his side. The man continued to stare at him as he tilted his head to the side. He then bent down and checked his pulse, but just to make sure, he then placed his ear against the floor and sensed his heartbeat. He then stood up straight as he stared at Naruto for a moment. If it wasn't for the fact that I could sense his heartbeat, I'd say I murdered him, considering he looks to be in the position of a murder victim. The man said. And with that sentence, the man turned and left, leaving Naruto unconscious, cut, bruised and bleeding onto the cold, hard ground. A little away from the aftermath, a man leaned against a wall. He wore a classy black suit with pale yellow undershirt and black tie, with a silver chain coming from his left pocket. He had red hair that was brushed down and violet eyes. He stared at Naruto's body with a smirk. Kid's not bad, but it's far from over, I know it. The man thought as he then disappeared and reappeared in front of Naruto's unconscious body. Just put them right there. Yuruchi said as she pointed towards the corner of the security committee room as Takaru and Kengo were carrying heavy boxes towards the corner. What's in these boxes? Takaru asked. Forms, letters and folders that the club needs to deal with later. Yuruchi said as Takaru and Kengo placed the boxes in the corner. Great, more work. Kengo said sarcastically as he stretched his back. Geez, suck it up like a man. Yuruchi said with annoyance. Oh, I'm more of a man than you think. Kengo said with pride, making Takaru's jaw almost drop. Dude, you mean you and Yuka did it? Takaru whispered in his best friend's ear. Not yet, but I feel like me and her are close to going all the way. Kengo whispered back with enthusiasm. The two then grinned perversely, which made Yuruchi adopt an annoyed expression as he eyebrow twitch. Why did I have to be stuck with you two and not Naruto? Yuruchi said aloud. What? Are you one of those girls who are crushing on him? Kengo teased with a grin, but then Yuruchi slammed her palm against Kengo's face, leaving an imprint as he fell back against the floor. As if. I see him more like a brother. Yuruchi exclaimed as she crossed her arms. Besides, he's the only boy in this school that I actually respect. He doesn't do perverted acts like you guys and he doesn't hassle Haruko-senpai. He's okay in my book. Suddenly the three heard scream coming from outside. What the hell was that? Kengo wondered as he stood up. The three then quickly head to the window and looked outside, only to gasp in horror as they saw Anaho frozen in fear in front of an injured and bleeding Naruto. Naruto ni sama. Anaho said with extreme fear and worry as she stared at his injured and bleeding form. Oh crap. We got to, but before Yuruchi could finish, Kengo and Takaru opened the window and jumped out of them and then landed onto the ground on their feet as they then rushed to Naruto, leaving Yuruchi to gape at their impressive action. Damn, we got to get him to Aki, stat. Kengo said as he and Takaru lifted Naruto up and placed both his arms around their shoulders. They, along with Anaho, rushed into the school as they hurried to Aki's office. Anaho, did you see what happened? Takaru asked. No. I only left to go home and feed Manji, but then I saw Naruto ni-san lying in front of me all injured. Anaho said with worry. What happened? The three looked up to see Haruko run up to them. We don't know. Anaho just said he was like this in front of the school. Kengo said. Haruko looked at Naruto's seemingly lifeless face with worry. I can get him there faster. Haruko said as she took Naruto from them and put him on her back as she then dashed at an incredible speed towards Aki's office. As she ran, she turned her head slightly to see Naruto's unconscious face. Naruto, please hang on Otuto. Lying in one of Aki's office's beds, Naruto was all bandaged up as he slept with Haruko, Takaru, Kengo, Anaho, Yuruchi and Aki by his side. So did you figure out what caused this, Aki-sensei? Yuruchi asked. It's difficult to say. Naruto-kun definitely was in the midst of a hand-to-hand combat battle, but it also seemed like he was cut by several little small blades, but from the cut wounds themselves, I could not determine what they are from. All I could deduce was that it wasn't from any regular blade. Aki explained. Will Naruto ni be alright? Anaho asked with teary anime-style eyes as she felt like bursting to tears any second from the sight of her older brother's condition. Those are mine, Ba-chan, get your own bottles of sake. Naruto mumbled in his sleep as he held his pillow. From that mumbling I can determine that he'll be fine, besides he's taken worse beatings. Kengo said. But who beat him this time is what I want to know. Takaru said. A better question is, who left him here? It couldn't be Mayanaka Moon Shikai. They would have either taken him away or killed him after he was defeated. Haruko said. I'm sure he'll tell us, but for now we must let him rest. Aki said, earning a nod from the others. Once the four students were out, there was a small moment of silence. So who's going to tell Cha-Cha, Kimi and Azuki about what happened? Takaru said. Not it. Kengo quickly said. Not it. Takaru quickly said after Kengo spoke. Haruko sighed at their behavior. I'll tell them. Haruko said. I'll join you, Haruko ne. Anaho said. Thank you, Anaho. Haruko thanked her friend as the two left to find Naruto's roommates. So what do we do now? Takaru asked. Well, I do have this. Kengo said, taking out a swimsuit magazine. Sold. Takaru said as he and Kengo started to see all the sexy girls in bikinis while guarding the nurse's office for any intruders. After reading the magazine, Kengo was ready to take out another one. Seriously, where does he get this stuff? But then they heard a rumbling noise making them turn to see Cha-Cha and Kimi charging their way towards Aki's office. Don't worry Naruto-kun. Kimi shouted with determination. We're coming. Cha-Cha shouted with as much determination. Oh shit. Takaru shouted right before the two were sent flying across the hall after being pushed away by Cha-Cha and Kimi. Cha-Cha and Kimi then burst through the doors and rushed to Naruto's side. Aki looked at the two from her chair with a surprised look on her face from the sudden intrusion of the two. Oh, hello. Aki greeted the two, still in surprise. Where is he? Cha-Cha quickly asked with complete worry and anime-style tears going down her eyes. Where is our Naruto-kun? Kimi pleaded answers as she had the same expression as her best friend. Suddenly they heard some mumbling making the turn to see Naruto sleeping while he hugged a pillow. Naruto-kun. The two cried with joy as they jumped into his bed and hugged him tightly, with Cha-Cha's boobs smooshing Naruto's face, of course. Haruko and Anaho came to see Cha-Cha and Kimi hugging Naruto tightly, probably to death, which worried them. Cha-Cha, Kimi, please calm down, I think you're hurting Naruto-kun. Haruko said with worry. Cha-Cha and Kimi then pulled away from Naruto to see him look like he was in a daze with a tint of pink on his cheeks. Naruto then blinked a few times before he got out of his daze and realized he was in Aki's office with Cha-Cha, Kimi, Haruko, Anaho and Aki staring at him. Yo. Naruto said. Damn, that hurt. Kengo said as he and Takaru made it to the door to see Naruto awake. Oh, you're awake. Kengo said. Yeah. How I woke up felt different from the usual, but I kind of want to wake up like that more often. Naruto said. That could be arranged tilde. Cha-Cha said with a grin as she wrapped her arms under her breasts and pushed them up a bit making them bounce while Kimi just gave Naruto a smile and a pair of eye smiles as she blushed and cupped her cheeks with her hands. Naruto gained a nosebleed from this. You feeling okay? Takaru asked as he and Kengo entered the room. Yeah, I do. Naruto said. Good, then I'm off to find. Kengo tried thinking of an excuse so he could go make out with Yuka without getting scolded by the women. Girl to grope. Kengo said getting looks from everyone. No, I mean. Oh quit making excuses and just go make out with Yuka already. Naruto exclaimed making Kengo blush as all the women looked at him with shock. Later. Kengo quickly ran off to find Yuka so he could spend some quality time with her. Wait, where's Azuki-chan? Naruto asked noticing she wasn't in the room. We're not sure. Cha-Cha said with a shrug. She never came back. Kimi said. Never came. Naruto's eyes widened with worry as he suddenly jumped out of bed and ran for the door. I got to find her. Naruto cried as he ran out the door. Naruto wait. You're only in your underwear. Haruko called out. Naruto stopped when he heard Haruko's words making him look down to see that she was correct. Ah crap. Naruto thought. He then heard an eep, making him look up to see Garrett and her friends Ai and Akemi with blushes on all their faces with Akemi having hearts in her eyes and Ai having her hands over her mouth. Naruto had a red blush as he then ran back inside Aki's office. The three girls stood there thinking about Naruto's impressive muscular physique, even if some parts of it were covered by bandages. Damn. I thought as her photographic memory remembered his whole physique. He's so hot tilde I want him tilde, Akemi thought with lust. I chose wisely. Garrett thought with a smirk. Once Naruto made it inside Aki's office, Haruko immediately pinched his ear and stretched it making Naruto yelp in pain. Why do you always have to be so reckless? Can't you just stop and think for 1 minute? Haruko scolded Naruto with a tone of annoyance and a bit of a tick mark. I'm sorry Haruko-ne-chan, I'm just worried about Azuki-chan. Naruto said with anime tears going down his eyes. Haruko then released his ear, allowing Naruto to rub it, and then rested her hand on his shoulder as she smiled at him. I understand, but you have to be patient sometimes. Besides, Azuki's a strong girl so there's no need to worry. I mean she did get the name, the Violent Eagle, for a reason. Haruko said with a smile. That's true. Naruto said, looking bashfully at the floor with an embarrassed blush on his cheeks. Just be patient, we'll find her together, I promise, but first, put on some clothes. Haruko said with a smile which widened a bit when Naruto nodded. The others stared at the two with small smiles. The two had a sweet older sister-younger brother relationship. Where exactly are my clothes? Naruto wondered as he looked around the room. I'm afraid they were shredded from your previous fight, Naruto-kun. Aki said. Damn it. Naruto cursed. Language. Haruko scolded Naruto as she pulled on his ear. Don't worry. Kimi and I brought you one of your spare uniforms. Cha-Cha said with a smile as she pulled out Naruto's coat, dress shirt and tie that were on a hanger, while a smiling Kimi pulled out his pants and dress shoes. Alright. You girls rule. Naruto cheered with a grin, making Cha-Cha grin, and Kimi's smile widen as the petite manga enthusiast blushed. He said I rule. Kimi thought with joy. Naruto then took his clothing and in record time, got fully dressed. That was quick. Takaru said. Now let's go find Azuki-chan. Naruto shouted with much vigor as he ran out the room, opened the window across from Aki's office, then jumped out. Naruto. Haruko shouted his name with worry. Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto shouted as over 100 Narutos appeared. Once they landed, they all ran off in search of Azuki. Doesn't he ever listen? I told him not to be reckless. Haruko said with annoyance as she pinched the bridge of her nose. What are you going to do? He's Naruto after all. Takaru said with a shrug. Yeah, but he doesn't have the faintest idea where Azuki may be. Uruchi said. Actually, I think I do. Everyone turned to see Naruto at the door with an embarrassed look on his face as he scratched his cheek. I just remembered that Principal Minori-chan called for her earlier today. Naruto said with an embarrassed blush. Everyone then fell on their heads comedically because now Naruto wasted his energy creating an army of clones. What do you mean you won't tell me? Naruto shouted after hearing Minori's response. Like I said before, I'm not telling you. Minori said. Why not? Naruto shouted. Because I'm the boss around here and what I say goes. Minori said with pride as she stood up from her chair and pressed her thumb against her chest. But. Look. Don't worry about it, Azuki's fine. Trust me. Minori said sitting down in her chair. Alright. Naruto said as he turned around, but then he quickly tried to go for Minori's files, but Minori delivered him an uppercut, sending him slamming against the ceiling and then crashing into the ground. The others, minus Aki, were making their way to Minori's office. Naruto got a head start than the others since he was a ninja, that meant he was faster than them. When they made it to Minori's office, they saw Naruto get tossed out. Now leave. Minori-chan has spoken. Minori proclaimed with superiority as she then closed the doors. I'm guessing she wasn't any help. Uruchi said. No, she kind of was. Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. She said Azuki-chan's fine. Naruto said as he stood up. Well then I guess we've got no choice but to trust her. Haruko said. I guess. Naruto said, still not liking the idea of not knowing where Azuki was. Naruto then created a ram sign and release all of his clones, and once he did he then started to fall to the floor. Naruto. Haruko shouted the blonde's name, but Cha-Cha managed to catch him before he hit the ground. What happened to Ni-san? Anaho asked with worry. Oh, it's nothing, he's just really tired after releasing all those clones. Cha-Cha said. Huh? Uruchi asked, not getting the picture. Naruto-kun's jutsu, the Kage Bushin, was originally designed to gather information. Whenever the clones dispel, whatever they have heard or seen is sent back to their creator, but if a grand number of clones are all dispelled at once, the caster becomes fatigued. Kimi explained. All Naru-kun needs is a little rest and he'll be good as new. Cha-Cha exclaimed as she lifted Naruto over her shoulder. No need to worry. Cha-Cha said with a grin. Haruko sighed with relief as she and Anaho calmed down. Well, we better head home. Let's go, Kimi. Cha-Cha said as she and Kimi then headed back home with Naruto being carried by Cha-Cha. Once the three were gone, a thought came to Takaru's mind. Hey, I just remembered, we forgot to ask Naruto who beat him. Takaru said. We'll worry about it another time. Haruko said. Naruto was busy cooking a Jamaican pepper steak with fried rice on the side and butter chicken. Naruto's mind was still occupied on Azuki's safety. He knew she was a big girl, but he couldn't help but worry. He wondered if Minori was lying to him. He knew he shouldn't think like that, but he couldn't help but think of what might have happened to her. She could have gotten jumped, injured, hit with a fatal attack, maybe even No, I shouldn't think like that. Azuki-chan is strong. One of the strongest women I've ever known. She'll come back soon enough. Naruto thought as he continued to cook, but then his thought went back to the bad stuff, like what if Mayanaka Moon Shikai had her. Naruto gritted his teeth at this thought. If any one of them, even that bastard Wabisuke, if they harm my Azuki-chan then they're history. Naruto thought, but then he stopped cooking when he realized what he had just thought. Did I just think, my Azuki-chan? Naruto thought with shock, but then he thought of Azuki and the times he spent with her. The memories made him smile, but not as much as remembering her smile. Suddenly the door opened making him turn to see Azuki. I'm home. Azuki said. Azuki-chan. Naruto shouted with joy as dashed towards Azuki with a huge smile, but once he was close to her she effortlessly slammed her knuckles against his face making him fall to the ground. Hey, you're back. Cha-Cha said as she and Kimi exited their rooms. And just in time too. I'm about to finish dinner. Naruto said as he shot up from the ground with a grin. Actually I already ate. Azuki said. Time suddenly stopped. Cha-Cha and Kimi's jaws dropped after hearing this, but then they adopted worried looks as their eyes turned to Naruto. Naruto's grin fell as he had a blank expression with his eyes covered by shadows and his bangs. You already ate? Naruto asked hoping he heard her wrong. Yeah, I just said that. Azuki said with a raised eyebrow, but then she adopted a look of surprise worry when a purple aura surrounded Naruto. You ate something that I didn't cook for you. Naruto said as the aura had gotten larger scaring the three. Was all Azuki could say. You think that my cooking is a joke, is that it, Azuki-chan? Naruto asked with a blank tone as the aura had gotten heavier. No, it's not that, it's. I slave over making you a meal, worry for you when you disappeared without a trace, earned an uppercut from Principal Minori-chan just to find out what had happened to you, and you come here and say you ate something, brushing off the fact that I cooked for you, as if it were nothing. Naruto said as the aura grew with what looked like lifeless sad eyes with no pupil or sclera over Naruto's head. It was official, Azuki was now frightened of Naruto, she didn't even think it was possible. Suddenly Cha-Cha and Kimi quickly hugged Naruto. Naruto-kun, please don't be sad. Kimi said. Yeah, we don't like seeing you this way. And besides, we love your cooking. Cha-Cha said as Kimi nodded in agreement. Naruto stayed silent for a few minutes, but then he suddenly wrapped his arms around Kimi and Cha-Cha's waists and hugged them as the aura instantly vanished and was replaced with a new, bright, happy aura. Thanks, girls. This really means a lot to me. Naruto said with a happy grin making Cha-Cha and Kimi smile with joy while Azuki looked at the scene with shock as a bead of sweat came down her head. Sit down, I'm almost done. Naruto said as he returned to cooking dinner. Kimi and Cha-Cha sat down while Azuki stood up still shocked by what had happened. I could eat a little bit. Azuki said trying to make Naruto happy. Don't say things you don't mean. Remember I dislike that. Naruto said making Azuki deflate a little. But if you got room later on, then you can have some dessert. I was going to make Jamaican spiced pumpkin pie after Kimi-chan, Cha-Cha-chan and I are done with dinner. Naruto said as he gave Azuki a small smile. Azuki looked for a moment before smiling at him. That sounds nice. Azuki said. She then headed towards her room and opened the door. Once she closed it she went to her bed landed onto her back against it. Azuki then gently palmed her forehead and sighed. Stupid mission. Naruto woke up from his mat and stretched. After that he jumped down from the loft and did some push-ups, then sit-ups, crunches and then handstand push-ups, before he went to make breakfast. After making steamed rice mixed with natto, broiled salmon and umeboshi. Azuki then came out and headed towards the bathroom with a towel. Naruto remained silent as he continued to cook, but he was curious as to why she was going to take a shower before breakfast since she does it the other way. After taking a quick shower, Azuki headed to her room and then later came out wearing casual clothing of a white shirt, blue jeans and white with black sneakers. Later, Azuki said as she headed for the door. Wait, aren't you going to have breakfast? Naruto asked. I have to do something for someone, so I'll see you later. Azuki said as she quickly left the house. Naruto had a sad face that Azuki wasn't going to have breakfast. Suddenly Cha-Cha and Kimi quickly ran out of their rooms dressed in gym bloomers and white gym shirts. Where are you two going? Naruto asked. We have to go to the track. Cha-Cha said. We've been lagging behind our usual workout so we're off to be in top shape. Kimi said as she and Cha-Cha took some apples. What about breakfast then? Naruto asked. Oh, we're going to have to skip breakfast and have these apples on the go. Kimi said feeling sad and uncomfortable with her words. Sorry Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha feeling as sad and uncomfortable as Kimi. Oh, well, it's alright. I understand. Naruto said. Kimi and Cha-Cha then pulled him into hugs, with Cha-Cha's boobs being squished against his face. You're so sweet to us Naruto-kun. Kimi said as anime-style tears came down her eyes. We love you. Remember that. Cha-Cha said with the same kind of tears. It's okay girls, I said I understand. Naruto said as they separated from him, but then he hugged the both of them surprising them. But thanks anyway. Naruto said, not noticing the happy open-mouth grin on Cha-Cha's face and, mouth on Kimi's as they both had hearts for eyes. Naruto-kun is hugging us. Kimi thought dreamily. What a morning. Cha-Cha thought dreamily as well. The two then left leaving Naruto alone. Naruto sighed as he continued to cook. Once he was done, he then faced the empty table with sad eyes. He looked around the empty home. It's been so long since I've been alone at home. Naruto thought. He remained in place for a moment before his shoulders slumped down as his head hung with sorrow. I hate it. Naruto then felt something rub up against his leg making him look down to see Matabi rubbing up against his leg. The fire kitten looked up at him with a cat smile as she meowed cutely. Naruto smiled as he then picked her up as she then rubbed her cheek against his own. At least you're still here. Naruto said with a smile as Matabi licked his cheek. Haruko left her room and was about going to head into the kitchen when there was a knock at the door. Haruko answered the door to see Naruto all dressed up in his all black and red dress shirt school uniform. Hey Haruko ne. Naruto greeted his elder sister figure with a wave. Oh Naruto, hello. I'm surprised you're all dressed. Haruko said. Well Azuki-chan left to do something for someone and Cha-Cha-chan and Kimi-chan left to run the track, so I got dressed and came down here to see if you'd like the breakfast I made. Naruto said showing a few bentos in his hands. Oh Naruto, you don't have to do that. I know, but I want to, besides I don't want all this food to go to waste. Naruto said. Well. Please Tilda, Naruto pleaded with a puppy dog look. Haruko could never resist that face and it got even worse when she noticed that Matabi was at his feet with a salmon fish in her mouth with the kitten letting out a cute meow that made Haruko want to go, kawaii. Alright, come in. Haruko said letting Naruto in. Naruto noticed Haruko was still in her pajamas. Oh, did I come early? Naruto said noticing Haruko's nightwear. Oh don't worry about it. I know, you're not like that Naruto-kun. Haruko said. Suddenly Takaru came out of the bathroom dressed in his school pants and a black undershirt with a towel wrapped over his neck and resting on his shoulders. Taki on the other hand is a different story. Haruko said pointing her thumb at Takaru. Oh hey Naruto, what's up? Takaru greeted his best friend. I came to drop off some breakfast for you guys. Naruto said with a grin and a pair of eye smiles. Sweet. I love your cooking. Takaru exclaimed with grin. Who's cooking? Anaho asked curiously with a cat-like smile as she popped her head out of the bedroom. Taki, you had Naruto's cooking before. Haruko asked as an anime-styled uncaring expression Heimgami popped her head out of the bedroom as well. Yeah, he cooked grilled chicken with steamed rice mixed with soy sauce with a side of teriyaki noodles to eat after we trained once and it tasted incredible. Takaru said with an excited grin and his fist pumped up to his chest. I remember that session. Apparently you loved my cooking so much you tried stealing from my plate. Naruto said with a smirk with his arms crossed. Tacky. Stealing. Are you nuts? Haruko scolded Takaru. Sorry, but it was so good. Takaru said with an embarrassed smile as he twiddled his index fingers. So good that it makes even Takaru-sama want to steal. I want to try. I want to try. Anaho said as she jumped up and down. Naruto placed the bentos on the table as the four took one for themselves. How come there's one more? Haruko asked. Oh, that one's for Manji. Naruto said, opening it up to reveal cut pieces of salmon. Ah tilde Naruto ni, you're so generous. Anaho said with her cat-like smile. That reminds me, do you think I can borrow you utensils? I need to cut up Matabi's salmon. Go right ahead. Haruko said. Thanks. Naruto said as he took off his jacket and placing it on a chair before heading for the kitchen. Naruto then rolled up his sleeves, reached into his pocket to take out a red bandana and wrapped it around his head to cover his hair before washing his hands. Naruto then grabbed a cutting board and Matabi's salmon as he then took a knife, placed the salmon on the board and then started cutting it to pieces. As he was doing this, Haruko, Takaru, Anaho and Himegami opened their bento boxes to see the delicious and surprisingly still warm meal and grabbed their eating utensils as they then took a bite from their meals only to have their eyes widen from the taste. Oh my gosh. This is the best thing I've ever tasted. Anaho cheered as anime-style tears of joy came down her eyes. Yeah, I'll say. Haruko agreed with amazement. Told you so. Takaru said with a grin. I don't believe it. How can anything taste this good? Himegami said with disbelief at how good Naruto's cooking is. Ah tilde guys, you're going to make me blush. Naruto said with a modest one as he did what he said they were going to do and then placed a plate of chopped salmon next to Manji's bowl which also had chopped salmon, allowing the two felines to eat their food. Naruto ni you have to make more of this stuff. Anaho exclaimed with joy as she continued to eat her breakfast at a fast pace. You know I'd welcome that. I could cook for everyone in Maken Key. Man, I could only imagine the satisfied looks on everyone's faces. Naruto said with a warm smile as he thought about how happy everyone would be if they tried his cooking. I think Anaho means is that maybe you should find a job as a chef. Haruko said, but Anaho looked at her with a question mark symbol appearing over her head for a moment as she continued chewing. Cha-cha and Kimi keep saying that, but I'm not sure. I mean I love to cook, which is something I never expected to be into, but I'm worried if people might not like it. Naruto said. Himegami likes it, and if she does then I'm sure anyone would. Takaru said which earned him an electric attack from the petite blonde. He's right. Himegami said as she continued to eat Naruto's cooking. Naruto thought about it and started to think that Takaru had point. You know what? You're right, but what place should I work at? I mean I don't want to work just anywhere. Naruto said. How about the maid cafe? Himegami suggested. But that's where Azuki-chan works. Wouldn't she kill me if I decided to work there? Naruto said with a now fearful look. I'm sure it'll be fine. Haruko said. Besides, this way you two can spend more time together. Takaru said. Naruto had a surprised look on his face, before he developed his trademark grin. Yeah, that's true. Naruto exclaimed with pure enthusiasm. After school I'm signing up to be a chef at the Macaroon Mansion. Sweet. Takaru said with a smile. Looks like now I have a better reason to eat there now. Himegami said. Why's that? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. The thought that you'd have to serve me brings a smile to my face. Himegami said with her eyes closed and a smile as she ate some rice and natto as Naruto glared at her. Oh, Naruto ni, can you bake cakes? Anaho asked with hope. Cakes, cookies, milkshakes, pies, even soufflés. Yeah, sweets are pretty easy for me. Naruto said nonchalantly. Can you make me some? Anaho asked with excitement. I'd be honored. Naruto said with a genuine smile. Anaho then suddenly jumped from her seat and hugged Naruto making him blush from the sudden action. I love you ni-san. Anaho exclaimed with a genuine smile that looked like that a cat's. Naruto's eyes widened at this proclamation, but then smiled with genuine happiness as he hugged Anaho. Haruko, Takaru and even Himegami smiled at the little interaction, happy that Anaho admitted that she loved Naruto like a real brother. Come on you slackers. It's only been 20 laps. Only 80 more to go. Minori shouted as she raised her fan in the air as the students ran around the track tired, except for two who running side by side. Feels great to actually not feel like your lungs are going to collapse, huh Takaru? Naruto said to his best friend with a grin. Yeah, I mean don't get me wrong, Minori-sensei is still a slave driver when it comes to this though. Takaru said. Yeah, that's true, but so was Tsunade-ba-chan. One time when I went to enjoy a hot spring bath, apparently it was mixed bathing day and Ba-chan was there. She made me wash her back and give her a massage. That day was anything but relaxing. Naruto said, remembering the day with a glare. So you got to see her naked, huh? Lucky bastard. Takaru said with a perverted grin. I actually see that woman as a grandma. You know, I understand the perverted curiosity, but sometimes you and Kengo disgust me when you don't know about how I see some women. Naruto said. Sorry, it's just how we are. Takaru said with a shrug as he and Naruto continued to run. So how were they? Takaru asked. If you're talking about those chest globes of hers, well even though I see her as a grandma and we're technically of same blood being from the same clan, even I have to admit, they were excellent. Naruto said remembering he managed to take a few peeks at Tsunade's giant melons. Nice Takaru said with a huge perverted smile. Over at the side of the track, Minori was keeping her eyes on Naruto and Takaru, proud of their progress, but then she noticed the muscles Naruto developed, and how his now sweaty hair made him look very attractive as it was a bit down, but then she spotted his strong toned glutes that fit him so perfectly. Minori couldn't help but stare at his butt as she wondered what it was like to hold the pair in her hands. Suddenly a pair of hands clapped right in front of Minori's line of sight making her blink as she turned her head to see a smiling Gen. Checking out your boyfriend. General said with a smirk. Shut up. Minori said looking away with an annoyed look and a blush on her cheeks. What do you want? Well I came to say I think I found the perfect partner. General said. What? You finally build a woman who would want to date you and your huge ego. Minori teased with a smirk. Very funny. General said sarcastically. Stick to being a slave driver. General said earning an annoyed glare from Minori. I'm talking about that Kenway guy Naruto told me to look up. Apparently the guy's a genius when it comes to building the development of human body. He's even skilled in numerous fighting styles, one of them being capoeira, and that style ain't easy. General said. Does this fascinating story have a point? Minori asked. I think Kenway and I finally found a way to gauge Naruto's power and strength, but it could take a while. General said. Why didn't you say that in the first place? Minori asked. It seems Takaru is also coming along nicely. General said noticing Takaru's progress. Naruto's been a good influence on the kid. He's actually been taking training seriously now. Minori said. I've noticed. He's actually keeping up with him, plus I see he's developing some muscle himself. General said. Anyway, I was thinking that maybe Kenway should teach some of the student hand-to-hand combat and help in their development. I guess that's fine, but it's going to be pretty difficult to match an excellent trainer like myself. Minori said with an overly confident smile. And she says I have a huge ego. Jen thought with a dull anime-style look. Anyway, Kenway said that he'd agree to but only on one condition. Alright, I saw this coming. How much does he want? Minori asked. Actually he doesn't want money. He just wants a few students who would willingly work at his store so whenever he comes here to teach the students his store will be in good hands. General said. Won't that mean that they'd miss school themselves? Minori asked. He thought of that. He said that the students who volunteer, they can get school credit, they'd get paid and he'd teach them a few things here and there that could further their knowledge, especially when it comes to building advanced training equipment. He's actually willing to donate some equipment too. Jen explained. I like this guy's way of thinking. Minori said with a smirk as she cupped her chin with her index finger and thumb. Now should I go for it or should I say screw it? Minori said to herself. I say go for it. Naruto shouted as he and Takaru ran past her. I heard Kenway's a cool dude, so I agree. Takaru shouted as well. Oi! Naruto, Takeshi. Mind your own business. Minori shouted sternly. Tell Kenway I said, deal. Minori said to Jen, who smirked. Your real name is Takeshi. Naruto questioned Takaru. Yeah, but I prefer Takaru. Takaru said. Good call. I read some fanfiction lately and one of the authors I read about goes by the name Takeshi, but adds some numbers at the end of his name. I think it was 1225 or something like that, kind of weird to put numbers after your name. Naruto said. Really? Did he write anything good? Takaru asked. Pretty good I guess. It seems he's most proud of this story where he scarred me and made me a member of the Akatsuki who are now a bunch of good guys. Although he seems a little off and strikes me as a pervert. In fact one of his stories makes me look like a huge pervert who has the powers of the Raikudo Sennin and only cares about harems and getting as much women as possible. He's also a huge Narusaku fan and has a thing for making Sasuke and Hinata a couple, which sounds gross. I think the guy's a weirdo. Hey, screw you too. And don't worry I'm not going to put Sasahina in this story. After school, Naruto made his way into the mall until he stopped in front of Macaroon Mansion. Naruto looked up at the store's sign as he then sighed. Well here goes nothing. Naruto said as he then entered the restaurant. Welcome master. The maids welcomed him. Table for one. A maid asked. Actually I wanted to speak to your manager about taking up a job here as a chef. Naruto said. Oh well that sounds wonderful. A maid said with a smile. Right this way master. The maid said as she led Naruto to where the cross-dressing manager was. Mistress Catherine, this young master would like to have a word with you. The maid said to the manager. Well as I live and breathe, Naruto Uzumaki, it's nice to see you again. Catherine said with a smile. You know my full name? Naruto asked with some surprise. Of course. Azuki talks about you all the time. Catherine said. Azuki-chan, talks about me. Naruto questioned with surprise earning a nod from Catherine. Good things too. Catherine said. Wow, Azuki-chan said good things about me. Naruto thought with a smile and blush. Now what can this little hoe do for you today? Catherine asked with a kind smile. Oh, I actually came because I was wondering if you were hiring for a chef. Naruto said. A chef, huh? Tilda. Well the maids usually cook, but it would help to have someone back there cooking while they serviced the customers. Catherine said. Show me what you got. A while later, Naruto had cooked chicken with a honey-glazed coating with a side of mashed potatoes with gravy and steamed rice mixed with chopped vegetables and soy sauce on top of it. Hope you like it. Naruto said. Catherine then took a bite of the chicken only to have his eyes widen. Naruto was then fearful that he might have done horribly but then Catherine suddenly moved her hips side to side as he moaned with pure delight at the taste of the meat. This is so good Tilda. You're one hell of a chef. Catherine said with delight. Arigato, Catherine-sama. Naruto thanked him with a bow. Honey, you got the job. Catherine said with a smile. Naruto's eyes widened before he then grinned and then suddenly hugged Catherine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This means so much to me. Naruto said with complete genuine joy. Anytime darling, but please be more gentle with my fragile body. Catherine said as he patted Naruto's head. Naruto then released Catherine as he then noticed Azuki coming into the restaurant. Hey Azuki-chan. Naruto shouted her name as she noticed him waving at her. I'm not making you ramen. Azuki said figuring he was here to eat. Oh don't worry about that my little princess, he's the one who's going to be cooking the ramen around here. Catherine said. What? Azuki asked with shock. Azuki meet our new chef. Catherine said gesturing to a grinning Naruto. New chef. Azuki said with shock. Looks like we'll be spending more time together, huh? Naruto said with a joyful grin. Azuki shook in place as she now felt some despair. Kami why? Please don't let him embarrass me. Azuki prayed to God. The next day at school, Naruto was so happy that he got the job as the chef of Macaroon Mansion that he had a little surprise for the security committee and Venus. No, wait, Yuruchi said as she and the rest of the members of Maken stared at the large banquet of food. So much food. Furan said with shock. Meat. Takaru, Kengo and Cha-Cha said as they drooled at the sight. Cakes, pies and sweets. I'm in love. Anaho said with a cat-like smile as her starry eyes stared at the deserts. Salads, fish, grain, it's like every kind of food is here. Yen said with shock. Sugoi. Awesome, Syria shouted with amazement as a big heart appeared above her head. In honor of my new job I decided to cook for all of you guys. Naruto said with a grin. I love you Ni-san. Anaho exclaimed with stars in her eyes. Can we eat it now? Takaru asked as his stomach growled. Bon appetite. Naruto said with a grin as everyone started to dig in. Once everyone grabbed some food, they all then took a bite, all of their eyes widened before saying anything. Sugoi. They all shouted with amazement and pure and utter delight at how delicious the food was. Everyone then started digging in as they enjoyed every bite. Naruto grinned at how much people loved his cooking, but then he noticed that Haruko was trying to lay back on the food she was eating. Oi, Haruko-ne, what's up? Why are you holding back? Naruto asked the vice president. It's not that this doesn't look delicious at all, it's just that I'm trying to watch my weight. Haruko said. Naruto then scanned Haruko's body making her blush. What are you doing? I don't get it. You look great Haruko-ne, why be so worried? Naruto questioned. Oh, well. Here. Naruto said putting a well-cooked fish whose skin was tanned to perfection. Fish is great in protein and it doesn't contain any fat like pork and beef does, so it's perfect for you. Naruto. Just enjoy. Naruto said resting his hand on her shoulder with a grin. Haruko couldn't help but smile at Naruto thinking of how sweet he was. You're so sweet Otuto. Haruko thought still smiling. Whoa. Naruto turned to see Azuki at the door staring at the banquet. Didn't expect this. Azuki-chan. Naruto exclaimed the redhead's name as he made his way to her. I'm so glad you're here. What the hell is this? Azuki asked. Naruto made a huge feast in honor of his new job career. Kengo said as he ate some cooked meat. And I made this special for you. Naruto said as he pulled out a dish with fried fish chopped up vertically, with Cajun red beans and rice with sausages and a small salad on the side. But that's not all. I also made you this for dessert. Naruto then took out another dish that contained many botamochi. I figured it fit considering they're made with Azuki beans. Naruto said with a small blush as he looked to the side, a bit embarrassed to look Azuki in the eye. Oh, that's really sweet. Azuki said blushing at how sweet Naruto is and how sweet his gesture was. Come on Azuki, join us. Cha-Cha chimed with a grin. Actually I can't stay. Azuki said bringing new attention to the members of Maken. I have a date. Azuki said shocking everyone. Naruto stared at Azuki with an utter shocked look on his face as his eyes widened with his iris and pupil becoming smaller. Whoa. Uruchi said. Last thing anyone expected was Azuki to go out on a date, with someone other than Naruto. You have a date? Haruko questioned with shock. Yeah, I do. Azuki said with a blush with her eyes closed and her arms crossed. With who? Naruto asked as he stood up straight with a serious demeanor. Why does it matter? Azuki asked with a raised eyebrow. Because lately, I don't trust anyone who isn't from Tenbi. Naruto said. That's kind of rude, don't you think Fox Baka? Himegami said with her usual expression. After what's been happening to me ever since I came here, I can't help but feel skeptical. Naruto said. Well how do you know it's not a guy from Tenbi? Kengo asked with a raised eyebrow. Because Azuki-chan doesn't like any of the guys from Tenbi. Naruto said like it was obvious. Oh yeah. Kengo and Takaru said realizing the blonde manga star was right. Hey. I'm not that much of a bitch. Azuki shouted with a pissed-off anime-styled look and her fist raised with anger. Keep telling yourself that. Yen said with a smirk, pissing Azuki off even more. Although, Naruto's right, he isn't from Tenbi. Azuki said. Who is he? Naruto asked again. None of your business. Azuki said. Tell us. Cha-Cha exclaimed. Tell us, 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 tell us. All right. He's this new guy who just came to the city. He's some Spanish guy with purple eye and hair. Azuki said, making Naruto's eye widen. Wait, does this guy's hair look like Kengo's, only the hair that was layered at the neck was spiked back instead of to the sides, and does he wear red pants with a black cross down the right leg and a leather jacket rolled up to the elbows? Wait, how'd you know? Azuki asked her blonde roommate. That fucker almost ran me over. Naruto shouted with new anger. Azuki, don't date him, he's a total ass. First off, you don't tell me what to do. Second, I can date anyone I want. It's not like you're my boyfriend. Azuki said. That last part really hurt Naruto. Anyway, I came to inform that I wasn't going to be here for whatever meeting is going on. Later. Azuki said before leaving. Everyone stared at the door in silence. Well, that was rude. Himegami said. Kind of was, even when it was from Azuki. Yuruchi said. I was talking about Fox Baka. Azuki was right, he shouldn't. Suddenly everyone looked to see that the dish that Naruto prepared for Azuki was on the floor. Everyone stared at Naruto to see that he continued to stare at the door. What's with you? Himegami questioned. She then noticed that Cha-Cha, Kimi, Takaru and Kengo were cowering behind some furniture with fearful expressions on their faces. What's with you four? Yuruchi asked. You all better hide behind something, or at least be prepared. Kengo said, eliciting questioning looks. Suddenly the air around everyone felt thin as the gravity of the room fell stronger. What the hell? Yan questioned. Naruto ni. The others saw that Anaho was looking worried as she stared at Naruto as a bluish-green aura was dancing against his form. What the? Yuruchi said with shock. Suddenly Naruto's hair started to rise as the aura and gravity had gotten stronger. Such power. Demetra thought with shock and wide eyes. Naruto glared at the floor with his eyes becoming completely green as his teeth were gritting tightly. Naruto, please calm down. Haruko told the blonde. After a few moments, the power started to decrease as Naruto closed his eyes and exhaled air that he was holding in his lungs. As his hair returned to normal, Naruto opened the door and left the room, closing the door behind him. Everyone stayed silent as they continued to stare at the door. Whoa, talk about intense. Yuruchi said. I know it's not possible from where he comes from, but I honestly thought the guy was gonna turn Super Saiyan. Kengo said, coming out from his hiding spot with Takaru, Cha-Cha and Kimi. Where's Naruto ni going? Anaho asked, worried about the blonde. Elementary, my dear Anaho. He's off to go spy on Azuki and her date and probably kick this guy's ass. Kengo said. Has anyone ever thought at times that Naruto and Azuki are meant for each other? Takaru asked. Yep. Kengo, Haruko, Yuruchi, Himegami and Yuka said. That didn't sit well with Cha-Cha, Kimi, Furin and Yan. Naruto was atop of a building as he watched Azuki from the roof, keeping his power low so she wouldn't spot him. Ever since she left, he's been spying on her to see where she would meet the violet-haired jackass. After following her a bit more, he found that she stopped at the mall. After a few moments, Naruto heard the engine of the motorcycle, making him narrow his eyes as he saw the violet-haired young man stop in front of Azuki. He could see the smug smirk on his face from the roof. He bet his eyes reflected the same thing, but he couldn't tell because he was wearing sunglasses. Naruto added chakra to his ears to increase his impressive hearing even further. Right on time, Azuki said with her arms crossed. Of course. The violet-haired motorcyclist said as he took off his sunglasses to reveal his violet eyes. I'd never keep una hermosa rosa waiting. The young man said with charm. That bastard. I'm the one who's supposed to call Azuki a beautiful rose. When I'm brave enough to compliment her. Naruto thought. Shall we enter? The violet-haired male said as he got off of his bike. Yeah, sure. Azuki said with a smile. Naruto stared at Azuki, but then he noticed something up with her smile. Wait, that's a forced smile. Naruto noticed with wide eyes as he saw the young man offer Azuki his arm, which she took. That son of a bitch is forcing Azuki-chan to date him. Naruto thought with fury as he watched Azuki and the young man enter the mall. Naruto's hair started to rise as his eyes became entirely white. I'm going to make him pay. Naruto thought with venom in his thoughts. Naruto had been spying on Azuki and her date, and he loathed every second of it. They had went into numerous stores, enjoyed smoothies, sat and talked at the Wish Fountain, and now they were sitting in a nice new restaurant that was a Latin restaurant. Naruto marveled at the place. It was huge. Beautiful decor, round tables with white cloth covering them, wood-carved seats with unique designs on them, white gold utensils, a stage where bands, Spanish and Latin ones mainly, perform with a spacious dance floor and a bar. It's glorious. Naruto thought with admiring eyes, amazed tears and a quivering lip, with his fist shaking with passionate emotion, but then it became one shaking of fury with his face reflecting it with anime-style angry eyes and gritting teeth. And I couldn't have been the one to bring Azuki-chan to this place. Naruto thought with anger. Naruto watched as the two talked and laughed at a table. Luckily he was well hidden, all thanks to his shinobi training. He loathed watching the two having fun. Every second he watched, his blood was boiling and his mind told him to kill this purple-haired guy, but also his heart was breaking piece by piece. He then noticed the young man standing up and offering Azuki his hand. Wait, he's not going to care for a dance? The young man offered with a charming smile. I don't know, Azuki said, looking to the side. There's nothing to be ashamed about when it comes to dancing, the young man said. I know, it's just, Azuki said as she blushed. Don't do it, Azuki-chan. Naruto begged within his mind. You know what, never mind. I'd love to dance, Azuki said with a smile as she took his hand. Naruto's eyes widened at what his intense hearing had heard. The two made their way to the dance floor and started to dance, and with every step they took, Naruto's heart broke even more. I thought dancing was our thing, Naruto thought as he started to shed tears as his lip quivered. You are fantastic at this, the young man said. I've had some practice, Azuki said. And yet you move so naturally. I'm impressed, Rosa. In fact, I could dance with you for all of eternity, the young man said, making Azuki blush. Unknown to them, Naruto's eyes became completely white as his hair started to rise. That's it, Naruto thought. The young man then spun Azuki and released her, letting her spin, allowing Naruto to summon his energy claws and grab the young man as he then threw him out of the restaurant to settle things. On the bottom level of the mall, the violet-haired young man landed from the height he was thrown from. He looked ahead to see Naruto land in front of him with an angry glare directed at him. I see that you were spying on us, the young man said. I don't know what you did to make Azuki date you, but I am going to beat the living shit out of you, Naruto said as his teeth gritted. The young man sighed as he moved his hand against his hair. Fine. Let us fight then, the young man said. Naruto then dashed at the guy at a quick pace and sent a horizontal kick, but the young man ducked under it. However, Naruto sent an energy fist to him, sending him skidding back. Naruto then appeared in front of the man and went for a forward punch, but it was grabbed by the young man's hand as the violet-haired person sent a chop to Naruto's neck, making him cough, before he gripped the neck and slammed him down to the ground, only for Naruto to disperse into a cloud of smoke. Suddenly Naruto was about to kick him in the face, but the violet-haired male ducked and sent a palm strike to Naruto's stomach, sending him flying straight through the display window of a flower store. Naruto groaned as he was covered with potting soil and was ignoring the pain from being slammed against a window and ceramic pots. He then suddenly rocketed out of the store and charged at the man as the two then started to send blow for blow to each other. The two gritted their teeth as they felt the force and power behind the other's attack. Naruto was then sent back from a leg uppercut. Time to end it, the violet-haired young man said as his arm glowed red-violet and then dissipated to reveal his golden armlet with the orbs on the back hand glowing red-violet. Petal Choro, he said as red rose petals surround him and Naruto. As Naruto looked around, he noticed some of the petals were charging at him. Shibo Tatsumaki, Naruto shouted as he quickly spun in place, becoming a bluish-green tornado. No way will these petals harm me so long as I am in this tornado. The intense velocity of my technique will be too much for it that the petals will either be shredded or follow the direction the tornado is spinning before dissipating, Naruto thought, but then he suddenly felt a scratch on his cheek, making him develop a look of shock. Nani? Naruto exclaimed with shock. These petals are stronger than steel. As much as how smart your idea to counter my technique was, it was all for naught, the violet-haired person said. Naruto gritted his teeth as he was getting cut up again. He felt that he was going to lose again, lose to this man. He then suddenly felt that if he couldn't beat this guy then he definitely couldn't defeat Wabisuke. Suddenly an image of Wabisuke flashed in Naruto's head making him develop a look of fury as his hair started to rise, his eyes becoming completely white and his teeth elongating into fangs. Naruto then roared, canceling his technique and sending the deadly rose petals away from him, surprising the man. Naruto then suddenly disappeared from the violet-haired young man's sight, before the petal controller was decked in the face, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a small crater. Naruto stared at the crater as his hair continued to float in the air with a strong aura surrounding him as the petals dissipated. Suddenly coming out of the crater was the young man. Blood came down the side of his lip as his cheek was swollen. He wiped away the blood with his thumb as he glared at Naruto. Nice attack, but now you've angered the lion. The young man said glaring at Naruto. Bring it on. Naruto said as he glared back and waved for the young man to charge at him. The two then charged at each other with their fists blazing with their Maken energy, one bluish-green and one red-violet, but then suddenly something cashed down in front of them, grabbing their wrists and bringing their fists down to the floor, creating a pair of holes in it. Their eyes widened, with Naruto's eyes and hair returning to normal, as they saw it was Azuki, who was clearly annoyed. Azuki-chan. Senorita. You too. Azuki then released their wrists and then clocked them in the back of their head. Or a pair of idiots. Azuki shouted as their faces hit the floor. Suddenly Azuki grabbed the back of Naruto's head and rose him up to her eye level. What the hell are you doing here? Azuki shouted with annoyance. To make sure this guy doesn't try anything, and apparently he did. Naruto said with angry eyes as he pointed at the purple-hair young man who was getting up. So dancing is considered an evil act, is it? My, how strange you are. The purple-haired young man said with a smirk. Shut it, Leandre. Azuki said to the purple-haired young man now known as Leandre. I saw it. Naruto whispered to Azuki making her raise an eyebrow. I saw that forced smile you gave him earlier. Naruto whispered shocking Azuki. You don't have to date him. Whatever he did to make you date him, I'll pound him for it. Naruto said. Excuse me, but I didn't ask her out, it's the other way around. Leandre said. You're lying. Naruto shouted as he gritted his teeth. No, he's not. Azuki said releasing a now shocked Naruto. What? You asked him out. Why? Naruto questioned not believing it to be true. Because I wanted to. Azuki said. But I thought. Truth be told, I believe she could do better than you, a man who can't decide who to date solely. Leandre said. You stay out of this. Naruto shouted. He's right. Azuki said shocking Naruto. I should stick with someone else. Azuki said looking to the side. But Azuki-chan. Go home, Naruto. Azuki said with a stern face. Naruto stared at her with shock. He tried to hold her hand, but she turned and left with Leandre, with the violet-haired male smirking victoriously. Naruto stared at the pair's retreating form as he started to shed tears. Naruto then looked down to the ground with a melancholic expression. It happened again. Naruto thought as he turned around and headed towards the exit. Unbeknownst to the blonde Leandre, Azuki felt her heart break for what she did to Naruto. I hate being forced to do this crap. Naruto was at a bar where he had been drinking numerous bottles of sake. He was doing what Tsunade usually did and drown his pain with alcohol. It was the wrong thing to do and his mother would be disappointed in him, but he didn't care. He lost Azuki, just like how he lost Sakura. Stupid, lion person. What kind of name is Leandre anyway? Naruto mumbled to himself with an annoyed tone. A powerful one. A voice spoke. Naruto looked up to the side to notice a young man with brushed down red hair and violet eyes smirking at him and leaning against the bar counter. The guy actually kind of looked like Azuki, but he was of course a male, and wore a suit with a pale yellow undershirt and silver chain coming from his pocket that was tied to his belt. You know, a young man like you shouldn't drink your sorrows away, it hurts your chances at a long life. The person said. You wouldn't be saying that if you knew what I was. Naruto said looking ahead. And why do you care? Call it, an act of a man who wishes to be a good Samaritan. The young man said. Well, you don't have to be with me. Naruto said. The two then remained silent for a few moments before a word was uttered. Women are something else, aren't they? The young man said, earning Naruto's attention. But the best part about them is that there's a countless number of them, so a man could never be alone forever. The person said with a smile. Huh. Naruto said with confusion. Girl trouble. That's what's got you here, right? It's what usually brings men to a bar, becoming sad sacks. The red-haired guy said. Naruto looked down at the wooden counter with sad eyes. I thought that. You don't have to finish that cliché line. I understand, but are you really going to let something like this keep you down? Real men don't give up their lives to petty crap. The red-haired guy said. Wow, he even sounds a bit like Azuki-chan, and he's right too. Naruto thought. You think I shouldn't give up? My thoughts are different from yours. I may give you encouragement, but it wouldn't really mean anything if you don't take it to heart. The guy said with a smirk and closed eyes. But yes, I do, because when I saw you, you look like the type to me who doesn't belong here looking like this. The young man said with a smile. You're one strange Samaritan. Naruto said, earning a smirk from the guy. But, your words are food for thought. I just wish I had some advice. Naruto said. Well, that I feel I can't give you. After all, we're not friends, so it wouldn't mean that much to you. The red-haired young man said. Good point. Naruto admitted. You should leave. That is, if you were looking for advice from a friend. The person said before getting off the counter and was preparing to leave. It was nice talking to you. Naruto. Naruto introduced himself with his hand extended to the red-haired young man who grabbed it. Tiensen. The young man now known as Tiensen introduced himself as he shook Naruto's hand. The young man then released Naruto's hand as he started to walk away. Hey! Naruto called out to him, making him stop. Thanks, Tiensen. Naruto thanked the red-haired young man. Anytime. Tiensen said, turning his head to him with a smile before leaving, letting Naruto get back to his drinking. I can see why you like him so much, Azuki. Such a powerful young man with a heart of gold. It may be hidden now, but I can see it. As clear as how much I love you. Naruto was making his way towards a certain dorm. He was wobbling a bit with a bottle of sake in his hand that he took a sip from now and again. Naruto stopped at a building and looked up at it. He then took a sip of his sake before heading for the stairs. There's only one person who can help me when it comes to advice about dealing with the female sex. A drunk Naruto thought as he climbed the stairs. In his dorm, Kengo was laying back on his couch with Yuka on top of him as they both made out on the furniture. Yuka had her hands explore Kengo's hair while Kengo felt up Yuka's legs and felt her perfect cheeks. The two were so in sync that it looked like they had been doing this for years. The two then separated their lips from one another as to catch their breath. The two were actually really skilled at holding their breaths, so they made out for many minutes. You weren't kidding, you really have been practicing holding your breath. Yuka said with her usual smile, but then her eyes opened as she saw Kengo staring at her like he was in a daze. Still craving more. You sure are anxious, aren't you? Yuka said with her trademark smile. Actually, I was thinking about how beautiful you are. Kengo said with a smile. Well, this is new. Yuka said. I figured being a little romantic was fitting. Kengo said, still smiling. Yuka smiled a bit wider as she then started unbuttoning her shirt, surprising Kengo, and when she was finished with the last button, Kengo saw her breasts, held together by a lacy bra. Kengo's nose bled perversely as he had a joyous smile on his face. I'd say that you deserve this along with round 2. Yuka said with a seductive smile and half-lidded eyes. I'm in love. Kengo thought as Yuka's lips came closer to his own. Suddenly the entrance door was kicked in. Kengo. I got a problem and I need an advice. A drunk Naruto called out, but then he developed a stoic expression with half-lidded eyes as he noticed Kengo and Yuka on the couch with Yuka half-naked and on top of Kengo, but then his drunk mind messed with his head again. Kengo, there's something on your couch. Naruto called out as he looked around for Kengo. Ah crap, he's drunk again. Kengo said, pinching the bridge of his nose. This has happened before. Yuka questioned as she got off of Kengo. Who said that? Naruto questioned, turning to the two. Oh hey Kengo. Who's that next to you? What are you doing here? Kengo asked. Suddenly Naruto started to cry with his hand covering his eyes, worrying Kengo greatly. Oh no, not sad drunk. Kengo said, not liking what was happening. Azuki-chan broke my heart. Naruto said with much sadness. Huh? When did Yuka get here? Naruto asked. After a lengthy and drunk explanation, Naruto told Kengo, and unintentionally Yuka, since he forgot she was there, about what had happened today. So Azuki went for the Spaniard type, huh? Honestly, I didn't see it coming. Kengo said. I believe I've heard of this guy's Maken somewhere before. Yuka said with her finger to her chin. Holy shit. When did Yuka get here? She's been here, you idiot. Kengo said with annoyance that his girlfriend was being ignored, even though it wasn't on purpose. Are you a kunoichi? Naruto asked Yuka, getting close to her face as Yuka blinked in surprise at his accusation. That would be really sexy. Kengo whispered to himself with a big smile and rubbing his chin. So you came for advice from the love master, huh? Kengo said with a smug smirk. There's a love master. Then what the hell am I doing here? Naruto questioned. I'm the love master, you baka. Kengo shouted with a pissed-off anime-style face. Oh, when did God promote you? Naruto asked, making Kengo glare at him while Yuka giggled slightly. Look, my advice is just let her be. Kengo said with closed eyes and his arms crossed, but then suddenly Naruto wrapped his arms around Kengo's ankles and cried. But I love her. Naruto whined with anime-style tears going down his eyes. Then set her free, and stop crying on my shoes. I know this has to be heartbreaking for you, Naruto, but that doesn't mean you won't be able to find love, especially when it's still surrounding you. Yuka said, trying to comfort the blonde. Mother of fuck. When did Yuka get here? Naruto shouted with shock as he quickly stood up with Kengo groaning at Naruto's behavior. You know, Yuka scares me. Naruto whispered to Yuka, surprising her. You just whispered that to her, you asshole. Kengo yelled with a pissed anime look, angry that Naruto whispered that to his girlfriend. Kengo. How the hell did you get behind me? You were just in front of me. Naruto said to Kengo, but then he turned to Yuka and narrowed her eyes at her. Oh, hey Yuka, when did you get here? And what were you saying about love surrounding me? Naruto asked. At least we're getting somewhere, but he's still annoying the fuck out of me, and I was hoping to save that in me for Yuka. Kengo thought, glaring at Naruto. If I recall correctly, your other two roommates have feelings for you as well. Yuka said. That's true. Naruto said, looking to the side, remembering how good the two were to him and how much he loved them. And of course someone else as well, someone special, Yuka chimed with a smile. Minori-chan. Naruto exclaimed with pure excitement, with his face reflecting his emotion. No, Yuka said with her usual smile and closed eyes. Aki-chan. Yan. Naruto questioned with shock. Nope. Garrett. Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. No. That Demetra chick. She hasn't even shown you any affection. Kengo shouted. I got nothing. Naruto said with slumped shoulders, but then he blinked a couple of times before he perked up with wide eye as realization struck him. Furin. That's correct. Yuka said as she gently clapped her hands together. Of course, Furin's always been good to me, she's helped me with my IQ. And helped make me into a better man as well. Naruto said as he then developed a smile. I should take her out on a date to show her my gratitude, and of course because I have a bit of a crush on her. Naruto said with a blush as he scratched the back of his head. Good plan. Kengo said with a smile, but he was really hoping that Naruto would leave right now so he and Yuka could continue on with their activity. Just do me a favor. Yuka said, placing her hand on Naruto's shoulder, but then suddenly she held a kunai to Naruto's throat, shocking Naruto and Kengo, with the former becoming frightened as he sweated a bit. Don't hurt her, or I'll have to deal with teaching you a lesson that I save for all bad boys, okay? Yuka said with her usual smile. Why yeah, of course. Naruto said with a forced smile and fearful anime-style eyes. I am so turned on right now. Kengo thought as he stared at Yuka with attraction and lust in his eyes. I better go, I probably annoyed you guys long enough. Naruto said, getting away from Yuka and standing up. Oh Naruto, you can never annoy us. Yuka said as if she had not threatened the blonde. Well, maybe not you, Yuka-chan. Kengo thought. Anyway, thanks for the advice, Yuka, male Yuka. Naruto said, causing Kengo to go, "Oi," as he left. "Well, now I'm pissed," Kengo said with his arms crossed and an annoyed look on his face. "Ah tilde don't be like that Kengo-kun tilde," Yuka said, resting her hands and head on Kengo's shoulder. "You know, we can finish what we started, say, in the bedroom," Yuka said, making Kengo's eyes widen before he developed an extremely happy smile. "I love this girl," Kengo thought with much joy as he picked up Yuka bridal style and took her to his bedroom. Naruto made it home, opened the door and went to cook dinner. As he took off his coat and quickly threw out the sake and put on cologne he had in his pocket that he prepared to avoid being caught of drinking, he then rolled his sleeves up, put on his bandana and went to start cooking some Italian food. As he cooked he started to think about Azuki and her new status with Leandre. "I never thought that I'd be going through all this again," Naruto thought as he thought about Sakura. After shaking his head of the negative thoughts, he started to think about the positives. "I still have Kimi and Cha-Cha. Furin likes me. And I get to work at Macaroon Mansion where I can cook delicious meals and create smiles of joy upon people's faces." And with those thoughts, Naruto continued to make dinner with a new small smile on his face. Once he was done, he placed a pair of plates on the table which contained rigatoni pasta with covered in tomato marinara sauce, mixed with meatballs, sausage and pieces of steak, with baked potatoes on the side and a fruit salad that contained peaches, strawberries, kiwis and melon slices. "Dinner," Naruto called out as he went back to the kitchen counter and prepared Matabi's meal. Cha-Cha and Kimi quickly came out of their rooms and went to the table to have their delicious dinner. "Naruto-kun, when did you get back?" Kimi asked. "A while ago," Naruto said with a shrug. "You're really sneaky today," Cha-Cha said with a grin as she took a bite of a meatball, but then she looked around to see that Azuki was nowhere to be found. "Where's Azuki?" Cha-Cha asked as Naruto placed pasta mixed with salmon in Matabi's bowl, getting a cute meow of appreciation from the fire kitten. "Out," Naruto said as he placed whipped cream on the table which Cha-Cha used on her fruit salad. "She's not eating out again, is she?" Kimi asked with worry as Cha-Cha choked a bit on her fruits. "I don't know," Naruto lied as he patted Cha-Cha's back to help her with her little situation. As Cha-Cha swallowed her fruit she then looked at Naruto suspiciously. Naruto didn't like it when Cha-Cha gets suspicious, it was never a good sign. Naruto decided to do the only thing he could think of to get her to let it go. Naruto grabbed Cha-Cha by the waist, lifted her up, locked lips with her and started making out with her with his tongue inside her mouth and dancing with her own tongue. After a few moments, he released her back onto her seat. "I love you Cha-Cha-chan," Naruto said. Cha-Cha now had a dreamy look on her face with a huge smile plastered on it. Kimi looked at the two with shock, but then Naruto appeared next to her, grabbed her by the waist, lifted her up and started making out with her, and after a few moments, he placed her back on her seat and said, "I love you too Kimi-chan," Naruto said. Now Kimi had the same dreamy look on her face with a huge smile plaster on it. "Best dinner ever," Cha-Cha said with a dreamy tone that reflected her still dreamy expression as she ate a rigatoni. "Yeah tilde," Kimi said with the same dreamy tone that reflected her still dreamy expression. Now Naruto felt calm, glad that he won't have to tell the two what he saw today. Suddenly the door opened to reveal Azuki. "I'm back," Azuki said, but then she noticed the dreamy looks on Kimi and Cha-Cha's faces as they ate their dinner. "What did you do?" Azuki asked, narrowing her eyes at Naruto who just grabbed an apple from a fruit bowl on the kitchen counter. "Nothing," Naruto said as he bit the apple. "So how was your day?" Naruto asked casually. "Oh, Azuki looked to the side for a moment before looking at Naruto's casual expression. "It was good," Azuki said. "That's good," Naruto said as he continued to eat the apple. Azuki smelled the cologne scent on Naruto. Cologne, Azuki thought as she developed a hunch why he wore some. She checked the garbage to see a bottle of sake in it. Azuki's eyes reflected sadness for the fact that Naruto probably tried drinking away his misery of her and Leandre. She hated what she was doing, but she had to do it for reasons unknown to the rest of the security committee. Naruto and Takaru were sitting at their usual desks in homeroom. Since Takaru was Naruto's best friend, he considered sharing the details about yesterday. And now all I can think about is caving that Spaniard's face in. Naruto said to Takaru, filled with annoyance as he thought about beating Leandre. Wow, that's rough buddy. Truth be told I feel Izuki should forget this guy, he sounds like a total douche. Takaru said. Thank you. Naruto said, happy that Takaru agreed. So are you going to face him again? Takaru asked. I want to, but what's the point if he has Izuki on his side at the moment? Naruto said with some depression. I'm sure everything will work out for you buddy. Takaru said patting Naruto's back. He then noticed that class was about to start and Kengo still wasn't around. Where's Kengo anyway? Probably still with, you know who. Naruto said with a smirk. Of course. He's become addicted to her. Takaru said with a smirk. Tomiko then gently clapped her hands together. Alright everyone, take your seats, we are about to begin. Tomiko said with her usual smile. Makes me wonder though how Tomiko would take it if she learned Kengo hooked up with her little sister. Takaru whispered to Naruto. Either A, she wouldn't mind or B, if she's anything like her younger sister then she'd probably threaten Kengo, scaring the living shit out of him. Naruto whispered back. Now does anyone remember what we discussed yesterday? Tomiko asked her students. Suddenly the door opened making everyone turn to see Kengo who had a huge smile on his face, but his hair was messed up, along with his clothes with his shirt being a bit unbuttoned to reveal some of his chest and he had hickey marks everywhere. Safe to say, everyone was shocked, but Naruto and Takaru who were busy holding in their laughter at the sight of their friend. Holy shit dude. Takaru whispered as he tried not to burst out laughing. Damn, Yuka's an animal. Naruto whispered as he held in his laughter. Oh my, Kengo, are you alright? Tomiko asked the smiling student. Yeah sorry I was late Tomiko-sensei. Kengo said still smiling with his eyes closed as he scratched the back of his head. It's quite alright. Why don't you take your seat? Tomiko said. You're the boss Nei-chan tilde, Kengo said with a smile as he walked towards his seat leaving a confused Tomiko as to why he called her his older sister. Naruto and Takaru almost burst out laughing, luckily they covered their mouths with both their hands to contain their laughter. Kengo then sat down and turned to the two. Sup guys? Kengo said with a smile, but then he noticed their efforts to contain their laughter. What's so funny? Kengo asked narrowing his eyes. Nothing. Naruto said innocently. Nothing at all. Takaru said following Naruto's lead. Kengo kept his narrowed eyes on them for a second before shrugging it off and paying attention to Tomiko. So since you called Tomiko-sensei your Nei-chan, does that mean that you proposed to Yuka? Naruto joked with a grin causing Kengo to glare at him, and Takaru to giggle, all the while Inaho tilted her head as she looked at the three with a question mark appearing above her head. Naruto and Takaru laughed after they left class, all the while Kengo had an annoyed on his face with his arms crossed. Jesus man, I thought I was going to bust a gut after you called Tomiko-sensei Nei-chan. Takaru said as he continued to laugh his ass off. I wonder how she would take it if she knew Kengo was getting lucky with her younger sister. Naruto said with a grin. You better never tell her at all bastard. Kengo warned Naruto with a glare. Okay, I won't, Tomiko-sensei. Kengo quickly placed his hand on Naruto's mouth. You son of a bitch. How dare you? Kengo yelled with anger as Naruto slapped his hand away. Ew, don't do that again, I don't know where your hand has been, or what it's touched. Naruto said crossing his arms. So, you going off to meet Yuka now for more action? Takaru asked with a smirk. That's none of your business. Kengo shouted making Takaru giggle while Naruto grinned. Anyway, I have somewhere to be. Off for another booty call. Naruto said with a smirk. I will punch you in the face. Kengo shouted. I'm sorry. Naruto said still smiling as he placed his hand on Kengo's shoulder. But Kengo, let's all be honest I know, and you know, and of course Takaru knows the cold hard truth. That you and Yuka, were meant to fuck. Naruto said making Kengo narrow his eyes angrily at Naruto. I'm done. Kengo said as he wiped away Naruto's hand and started to leave. You can't run from the truth Kengo. Naruto called out. Fuck you Uzumaki. Kengo said flipping Naruto off before leaving. Naruto and Takaru just grinned as they watched their friend disappear. $20 says they're meeting in the supply closet. Naruto said with his arms crossed and still smiling. Mine's for the roof. Takaru said. After school, Naruto and Takaru were following Kengo into the security committee room and sat on both sides of him, which annoyed him greatly. What do you idiots want now? Kengo questioned as his eyebrow twitched. Where'd you two meet? Naruto asked. I'm not. Come on Tilda, we're not asking for details, just where you two met. Takaru said. Kengo glared at the two, but then sighed, deciding there was no harm in it. Well, we met, Kengo started as Naruto and Takaru leaned in to listen closely. On the roof. Yes. Takaru cheered as he stood up and thrust his fist in the air. Damn it. Naruto growled as he slammed his fists down onto the table. Kengo looked at the two with confusion evident on his face. You owe me $20, fox boy. Takaru exclaimed with a grin as he pointed at Naruto. Damn the shittier side of my luck. Naruto said as he took out a wad of cash and took out $20 from the wad. Wait, you guys made a bet on me and Yuka meeting up. Kengo shouted as he watched an annoyed Naruto giving a grinning Takaru money. You guys are assholes. Oh no, what did they do now? The three turned to see Haruko with Himegami and Anaho. Well Haruko, these pair of jackasses made a bet over my love life. Kengo exclaimed with annoyance. No we didn't, we made a bet where you'd meet Yuka for your makeout sessions. Technically, we did not bet on your love life. Naruto said, earning a glare from Kengo. Naruto, that is horrible. Haruko scolded her, little brother. It's not that bad Haruko, nay, I didn't bet on Kengo's love life. Naruto said with a shrug. Could we back up a bit, because I think my ears deceived me for a moment, because I thought I heard that the pervert in this room who was supposed to possess zero chances with any woman in Tenbi meets with Yuka to make out with her. Himegami said with complete shock. It's true. Kengo and Yuka hooked up since that Shukaku guy attacked. Takaru said. Shut up. It's bad enough that you guys made a bet on me and Yuka-chan's relationship. You mean where you two would make out in the school? Naruto said. You what? Naruto turned only to develop wide anime eyes of fear as he saw Azuki and Furin glare at him with Cha-Cha, Kimi and Yuruchi looking at the scene with confusion. We didn't mean any harm by it, in fact there was no harm. Naruto said, standing up from his seat. Besides, I don't get why you would want to keep it a secret. A few of us already know of your relationship and you two seem really happy, so why not make it known? Naruto said nonchalantly. Then would you like me to explain it? Naruto turned his head only to develop a look of complete fear as he saw a smiling Yuka right in front of him. Naruto flinched as he screamed a bit with fear. You see, some people think a woman like me can get distracted, one of them being my sister, and in my line of work that's not good at all. Yuka then started walking closer to Naruto, who started walking back away from her out of fear. I wanted to wait it out a bit until I knew the right time to tell people, but because of your big mouth, along with Takaru. She then threw a kunai that sped past Takaru's head, scaring the crap out of him as he shook with fear. Mine and Kengo's relationship could be in jeopardy. Naruto's back then hit a table, but he leaned back as Yuka stood right in front of him with his face still stricken with major fear and Yuka still possessing her trademark look. I'll forgive you this time, but remember Tilda. Suddenly Yuka held a kunai up to Naruto's throat as some strands of his hair fell to the floor, which scared him even more because Yuka cut them off faster than the eye could see. Next time I won't be so forgiving. Yuka said with a smile before putting away the kunai and walking back next to Furin with the others looking at her with shock and new fear and respect. Anyway, it's time to start the meeting Tilda. Yuka chimed. Q question, are we going to have this meeting while Naruto's, like that? Takaru asked as he pointed to Naruto, who was all pale white as he shook constantly in a fetal position on the floor with an anime-style look of fear on his face. I wish I could scare him like that. Azuki said as everyone stared at Naruto, shocked that Yuka could scare him in a way that no other woman in their world or Naruto's world is able to. Okay, I can't hold back anymore. Kengo said. Suddenly he grabbed Yuka by the waist and did the old dip and kiss, shocking everybody. After a while of kissing, and I mean a while, Kengo rose himself and Yuka to stand up straight before speaking. I love you. Kengo confessed, making everyone's jaws drop. Yuka's eyes widened at Kengo's declaration before her cheeks reddened as she then smiled with her eyes reflecting much affection. What have I done? I pushed Kengo into asking her out and now I made something so frightening that it'll haunt me for years to come. Naruto thought with great fear as he continued to shake with fear. After the meeting was done, and Naruto finally shook off his pathetic state, everyone started to leave, but Naruto stayed behind to talk to Furin. Hey, Furin, can I talk to you? Naruto asked his fellow blonde, but then he noticed Yuka was still there. Alone. Guess it's my turn to leave. Yuka said to Furin, referring to when Kengo asked the same thing to herself. Once Yuka left, Naruto tried to find the courage to ask Furin out. What is it you want to talk about? Furin asked. Naruto gulped, before he coughed into his fist as he tried to muster up the courage to speak. I was wondering, well, if one of these days, that if you're not busy, that maybe we could. Are you asking me out? Furin asked with wide eyes. Yes. Naruto admitted as he sweated a bit. Furin was shocked by this sudden action. Suddenly flashes appeared in her head making her hold her forehead as she started to hyperventilate. Naruto looked at Furin with shocked eyes as he saw her hold her heart as she started to sweat. Furin, what's wrong? Naruto asked as he extended his hand to her, but she slapped it away, shocking him. Furin's legs trembled, which alerted Naruto, so the blonde quickly grabbed a chair, pulled it out and let her sit on it as he created a clone. Go get Furin-chan some water. Naruto said as the clone nodded and shushined away. Furin-chan, what's wrong? Naruto asked again as he knelt in front of her. No, disgusting men, can't trust them, none of them, they're just like him, Furin said as she panted between her words. Who? Just like who? Naruto asked wanting to find the source of Furin's problem and deal with it personally. The clone came back with a water bottle and gave it to Furin before disappearing. Once Furin took a few gulps of water, she started to breathe a little more calmly before answering his question. Okan Yamato. Furin said with a tone filled with disgust. Who is he? Naruto asked as his eyes narrowed. He's the leader of Kamigari. He was so interested in my power that he wanted me to be one of his mistresses. Furin said as she started to bite her lip remembering the memory. Naruto's eyes widened at the word mistress which pissed him off that Furin was considered such a thing to someone. Suddenly Naruto grabbed Furin's hand that was on her lap making her eyes widen as she looked at his stern face. You don't have to tell me anymore, especially when it hurts you so much. Naruto said with genuine care. Furin's eyes shimmered as she stared into Naruto's strong and caring eyes, she felt she could tell him anything. I was ravished in Yuka's place. Furin said shocking Naruto immensely. Ever since then You've hated men. Naruto finished the sentence for her. Furin nodded in confirmation as tears came shedding from her eyes. Suddenly she felt a power rise as she felt Naruto's grip on her hand become a bit tighter, but the grip did not hurt her hand. She looked at Naruto to see that his other hand was tightened into a fist and trembling as Naruto glared at it. This Okan guy, I hate him. For what he did to you. Naruto then looked into Furin's eyes before continuing. I'm going to break his nose in. Naruto said shocking Furin. Naruto, was all Furin could say. I promise you Furin, that when I meet this guy, I'm going to make him pay for what he did to you. That's my promise to you. A promise of a lifetime. Naruto said with pure determination in his voice and expression, but with his eyes still reflecting care as well. Furin felt so much emotion in her heart from hearing Naruto's words with love being the most dominant. Furin couldn't hold herself back anymore. She suddenly jumped at Naruto, bringing the both of them down to the floor with Furin's lips locked onto a shocked Naruto's own. Furin cupped Naruto's cheeks as her tongue entered her fellow blonde's mouth. Furin's tongue danced within Naruto's mouth, she moaned as she explored his mouth. Naruto was still in shock, but his eyes then slowly closed as he placed his hands on the sides of Furin's torso and rubbed them a bit, not going any lower as to not bring any uneasy feelings to Furin, but Furin suddenly separated from his lips, ripped open Naruto's dress shirt to reveal his muscular torso and sat up, straddling Naruto, as she suddenly took off her top to reveal her red and gray striped bra. Furin's breasts weren't as big as Izuki's, Cha-Cha's or Minori's, but to Naruto they were perfect and they made him blush red at the sight of them. Furin placed her hands on the binds of her bra, ready to unclip it, but Naruto grabbed her hands making her look at the blonde. Furin-chan, not yet. I don't want you to rush into this, not until you're sure that you're ready. Naruto said with care in his gentle voice. Furin couldn't help smile at Naruto's kindness as her eyes shimmered at his decision. Furin then suddenly grabbed one of Naruto's hands and then started rubbing the back of it against her left cheek. Your touch. Furin said as Naruto sat up with a questioning look on his face. You are the only man whose touch I welcome, that I feel safe with, when I feel it against my skin. Furin said with a genuine smile as she rubbed her cheek against the back of his hand. So, will you accept? Naruto asked referring to his date request. Furin's shimmering eyes and a nod from her head was all the answer he needed. The two stared at each other with so much affection that their emotions took a hold of them. They leaned in closer to each other until their lips touched. Furin wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck as the blonde placed his hands on the back of Furin's head. This felt perfect for Furin. Not just the kiss, but him, holding her, close to him and giving her warmth and care. This is the kind of man Furin felt safe with and desired for. A man that would make a promise to her and keep it, along with keeping her safe. Truly perfect. Sorry to intrude but I forgot some supplies. Yuka said as she opened the door with Kengo behind her only for the two to look on in shock as they saw Naruto and Furin locking lips with their torsos exposed. Naruto and Furin's eyes widened as they noticed their best friends looking at them. Damn man. Nice work. Kengo said with a huge grin as some blood came down his nose. Oh my, so scandalous. Yuka said with a smile and blush. This is not what it looks like. Naruto and Furin quickly said as they waved their hands in defense. Naruto went to the nearest forest after he and Furin dealt with Kengo and Yuka's conclusion of what had happened between them, or at least they tried. Naruto was now shirtless, exposing his toned and muscular body, as he got into his fighting stance. Naruto went through a few reps of punches, then started mixing things up with hook punches and uppercuts. Then he started on his kicks, first forward kicks, then side kicks, then back kicks, then sweep kicks, then uppercut kicks, then he started mixing things up with his kicks, before he then did a somersault kick and then did a split as he landed and then sent a strong right punch. Naruto glared ahead as he thought about Leandre. Azuki-chan may have told me to lay off, but that doesn't mean I have to like you, lion turd. Naruto thought. Naruto then quickly shot up onto his feet as he sent two punches, an upper kick, then two more punches, then an uppercut, then roundhouse kick, then leg sweep, then a back flip kick, then swung his arm horizontally and finally an uppercut kick, then stomped his foot hard onto the ground causing the ground to shake a bit. I will get stronger. I'll surpass Leandre, then I'll be coming after you Wabisuke. Naruto exclaimed with a serious look on his face. A little away from the blonde, Kimi and Cha-Cha were hiding behind a bush as they observed Naruto's training. He looks like a god. Kimi said with a red blush and hearts for eyes. He's so delicious, I feel like I could just jump him at any minute. Cha-Cha said with a huge smile with drool going down the side of her mouth as she cupped her cheeks. Naruto then sent a chop then dashed forward with his shoulder out that if in a fight was to slam against someone's torso then leapt in the air and sent a flying roundhouse kick. In the world of shinobi, somewhere in the land of fire, Sakura, Ino, Tenten and Sasuke were hopping from tree to their destination. They then landed on the ground near the edge of a small cliff and looked ahead to see a small mountain. Is that it? Ino asked. That's what the map says. Tenten said showing her fellow kunoichi the map in her hands. Let's move then. Sasuke said. Actually, I think we should rest for a moment. We have been traveling for nearly 6 hours. Sakura said. Sasuke stayed silent, but he was getting real impatient. Ever since he learned that Naruto knew something about his clan's massacre that he didn't, Sasuke has been desiring to attain the 5 jewels so he could travel to the world of Maken so he could confront Naruto and make him tell him everything he knew. It feels nice to take a break after such a long trip. My feet are killing me. Tenten said as she sat down on the ground. Oh, Sakura. Let's check on Naruto. Ino suggested with a grin. Why? Do you just want to hump my Naruto again? Sakura questioned with a glare and her arms crossed. First off, he was never your Naruto, and even if he was that boat for you has sailed off, and so what if I enjoy checking him out now? I used to check out Sasuke and we never had that much of a problem. Ino said in a matter-of-factly tone with her arms crossed. Ino, I could just bend you like a pretzel right now. Sakura threatened with a growl as she gritted her teeth. Actually, I also want to see how Naruto is doing. Tenten said, surprising her fellow kunoichi. What? You want to ogle Naruto too? Sakura questioned with a glare and gritting teeth. No. I'm just curious. He's grown so much in such a short time that I want to see how far he's come. Tenten said with her hands up in defense. Sakura continued to look at Tenten with narrowed eyes, but then sighed as she opened up her pack and took out a scroll that said, Naruto, on it. You labeled your storage scroll with everything to see into the other world as, Naruto. That's weird. Ino said. Like I'd care about anything else but Naruto when it comes to that place. Sakura said, unsealing the crystal ball in Naruto's old jacket. That's cold forehead. Ino said. Yeah, besides Maken world fascinates me. To use weapons that connect to your elemental energy sounds amazing. I would really want to go there someday. Tenten said, excited about encountering this new world as her eyes twinkled a bit. Sasuke tried ignoring the three as he stared at the mountain that contained the jewel they seek. Although he had to admit, not out loud though, that he was also curious about Naruto's continuing growth and how far he came. Okay, I've gone through a lot of training these last 2 months to raise my chakra, so I'll probably be able to keep this up for a while. Sakura said as she placed the jacket on her lap with the crystal ball over it. Whatever, just hurry it up. Ino said. Sakura went through the appropriate hand signs before her palms glowed green and she placed them onto the crystal ball. The three leaned in as an image started to develop in the crystal ball. Once the ball finally showed a clear picture, the three kunoichi looked on in shock with blushes on their cheeks as they stared at a shirtless Naruto practicing his combat skills. Whoa, is that really Naruto? Tenten exclaimed with shock as she held her blushing cheeks with her eyes wide in anime style. His body's gotten even better. Ino cheered with hearts for eyes. Yeah, was all Sakura could say as she stared at Naruto's fierce eyes. Something's bothering him, but what? Sakura wondered. Shitty Leandre. Naruto said as he sent a powerful right jab that looked blurry at how fast it was with wind surrounding it until it reached its length, releasing a gust of wind from it. Leandre. Ino questioned. Damn Wabisuk. Naruto growled through his gritting teeth as he spun and sent an upward punch to a tree, breaking it with a banging sound, sending it high into the air with smoke coming from the now broken trunk. Ino whistled in amazement at how powerful Naruto's punch was while Tenten had her jaw dropped. Well, I haven't thought of Sasuke in a while. What the hell, screw him too. Naruto exclaimed as he slammed his fist into the ground, causing it to crack and break into a broken crater. Sasuke went after hearing this. Sasuke decided to leave and deal with obtaining the jewel while the girls observed Naruto. Sasuke leapt off the cliff and made his way towards the mountain. One way or another I am going to learn the truth about the Uchiha clan. Naruto continued to practice his combat skill, but then he thought that maybe he should learn some new fighting styles. After all, when you come down to it, he's not the best when it comes to taijutsu, and so far that's the only thing he's been using against his opponents, besides the occasional jutsus and Maken and Muko energy. Letting out some steam, Naruto heard. He turned to see Azuki looking at him with her arms crossed. Well, even when there's a lot going for him, a guy will always be pissed off about that one annoying thing. Naruto said before turning back and doing his punching reps. Azuki sighed because she knew she had to have been the cause of Naruto's annoyance. Hey, it's that girl who's like Sakura, but with bigger jugs. Ino said, pointing to Azuki. Sakura had an annoyed look on her face at that comment. The pink-haired kunoichi then looked at the red-headed fighter with narrowed eyes. Out of all the people she's seen in the other world, she was wary of Azuki the most. People in the shinobi world think nothing will happen between Naruto and her, but Sakura knew that was far from the truth. Azuki had shown affection for Naruto in her own way, and she should know, because as much as she didn't like to admit it, Azuki's way of affection for the blonde baka was a lot like her own way. Once Sakura comes for Naruto, she was going to keep her eye on the red-headed Tsunere. So, I heard that you asked Furin out on a date. Izuki said. Naruto's fist slammed into a tree creating a bang noise as the tree rocketed away. Ah, yeah. Naruto said with a blush, but then he realized something. Wait, how the hell did you find this out? Naruto asked turning to the redhead. Heard Kengo blabbing about it. Izuki said. I am going to break his spine. Naruto shouted with an anime pissed-off look as a red aura surrounded him and his elbows were tucked into his sides as his hands became fists. Honestly, I'm shocked. Izuki confessed. Because I managed to get a date with her even though she has a phobia of males. Naruto asked. No, but now I'm even more shocked because I didn't know Furin was afraid of men. Izuki said with wide eyes. Refresh my memory. Furin's the lesbian Naruto turned bi, right? Ino asked as she, Sakura and Tenten had immensely shocked anime-style looks on their faces at Naruto's unbelievable achievement. Uh-huh. Sakura answered, nodding dumbly. I'm shocked that you moved on from what happened before. Izuki said. Honestly, that guy still bugs me. Naruto said as he glared off to the side. Well, I can't blame you there. Izuki mumbled. Just don't let it get to you completely. Can't help you there, I'm seriously pissed. Naruto said still glaring. Why is it that you can date as many girls as you want and I can't go out with one guy who isn't you? Izuki exclaimed with a glare. It's not my fault that nearly all that girls that I encounter want to spend an outing with me, and besides I have a perfectly good reason to hate that bastard. He's the bastard that beat me and sent me to Aki-chan sensei's room. Naruto exclaimed with anger as he remembered his defeat against Leandre. He's the one who beat you. Izuki questioned with a raised eyebrow. I got to remember that. Izuki thought. In fact, I really don't feel comfortable with you even being near this guy. Naruto said. Well, I never felt comfortable with you and the China bitch, but you still spent time with her. Izuki shouted with annoyance. She surprised me with the date. Naruto retorted. That you knew about from a letter. Yeah, a secret admirer letter. Naruto shouted back emphasizing the word, secret. Listen, don't compare the dates I had before with your relationship with this douche. Then quit bitching about me dating someone who isn't you. Izuki shouted as she stepped up to Naruto. The two glared at each other, with Naruto being an inch or two taller than Izuki. Kimi and Cha-Cha were worried about the two getting into a fight with the observing Kunoichi feeling the same kind of worry. As the two glared at each other, the most unexpected thing happened. The two suddenly embraced each other and locked lips as they shared a passionate kiss making the ladies observing them have their jaws drop. The two held each other close as they put so much emotion into their kiss. Their tongues entered each other's mouths. Their tongues wrestled for dominance, but after finding a rhythm, their tongues decided to dance with one another. It went on for minutes, but to them it felt like hours. After a while, and I mean a while, the two separated from each other. They looked into each other's eyes with so much affection, secretly enjoying each other's embrace, and it felt enchanting to them. But of course all good things have to come to an end. Baka. Izuki exclaimed as she quickly got out of Naruto's grasp and clocked him in the back of the head. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as Kimi and Cha-Cha sighed from Izuki's reaction, while Ino and Tenten had their jaws dropped and their eyes widened anime style. Sakura kind of found it funny, because that looked like something she would have done. Suddenly there was laughing making everyone turn to Naruto to see he was laughing with a huge grin on his face. What's so funny? Izuki questioned. Nothing. I'm just happy that things between us haven't changed. Naruto said with a grin surprising Izuki. So, you don't hate me? Izuki asked. What? Why would I hate you? Naruto asked, shocked that Izuki would ask such a thing. Are you serious? I beat on you, I can act like a total bitch towards you, I treat you unfairly at times and I feel embarrassed by you from time to time, how could you not hate me? In fact, how come you don't hate Sakura either? She's just as bad as me. Izuki exclaimed still not getting the picture. Sakura stared with sad eyes as she had to admit that she agreed with Izuki. Suddenly Naruto touched Izuki's cheek making her look up at him. Because I care about the good things about you. Naruto said shocking Izuki. You pushed me to learn how to cook, making me love doing it. You like the fact that I can dance and play guitar. You stand by my side, you stand up for me at times, and you accept me for who I am. That's what matters to me, and that's what will always be in my heart and mind when I think about you. Naruto said with a genuine smile as Izuki stared at him with shock and much affection shimmering in her eyes. Do you feel the same about Sakura? Izuki asked. You and her are different to me, but I do feel that the good she's given me is all that matters to me. Naruto said. Now it was Sakura's turn to be shocked as she stared at Naruto with shimmering eyes of affection. And you don't hate us for some of the bad stuff we do to you? Izuki asked. Hate you for what? Being yourselves. You both are smart hotheads who hit people when they deserve it and just act on your emotions. How can I hate you both for just being you? I mean, I'm a blonde baka who loves pranks. Buzan is a pervert who has a talent of annoying the hell out of people, and you don't hate me, right? Izuki stared at Naruto, surprised by his logic before smiling at his reasons. No, I never could. Izuki said, smiling with so much affection. Then I don't see any problems between us, Ttebeo. Naruto said with his trademark grin. Izuki stared at Naruto, still smiling, as she then decided to hug him, which shocked the blonde, but he smiled and hugged her back. Sakura had then shed a small tear as she smiled at Naruto with so much love and affection shimmering in her eyes. I'll get you back. After all, you would do the same for me, right, Naruto? Sakura thought with a smile. As Naruto and Izuki continued to hug, there was a growling noise. I guess someone's hungry, huh? Naruto said with a grin as Izuki blushed. Well, maybe I am, so what? Izuki said, separating from Naruto with her arms crossed. So maybe I should make you something. Naruto said with his arms crossed. Izuki looked to the ground for a moment before looking at Naruto with a smile. That'd be nice. Izuki said. I want to eat something too. Cha-Cha cheered as she quickly stood up with a big smile and her hand raised. Me too. Kimi said, standing up as well with her hand raised up as well. Kimi. Cha-Cha. How long have you two been there? Izuki shouted with angry anime-style eyes and anime-sharp teeth. Oh hey girls, what's up? Naruto said with a smile, clueless to realize that they had been spying on him and Izuki. My rate of hunger. Let's go. Cha-Cha exclaimed as she grabbed Kimi by the wrist and ran off towards their dorm. God, those two are something else. Aki said with half-lidded eyes as she watched the two run back home. Got to love them though. Naruto said with a grin. Izuki stared as the two for a few moments before smiling. Yeah, I guess they're okay. Izuki said with a smile. Glad to see you opening up a bit. Naruto said, grinning at her. Whatever. Let's just go, you're making me lunch, remember? Izuki said as she started walking back home. Like I'd forget that. Naruto said, still grinning as he shrugged his shoulders. As he then took a few steps forward, he stopped as he felt a strange yet familiar presence watching over him. He looked up into the sky and for some reason he just felt the need to speak his next words aloud. Miss you, Sakura-chan, he said as he then turned and left. The crystal ball turned completely clear as a tear from Sakura's eye landed onto it. Sakura had shed a few tears, but wiped them away as she had a sad smile on her face. Ino placed her hand over her best friend's back as a sign of comfort. Don't worry, Sakura, we'll get him back. Ino said. I know. Sakura said as she wiped away another tear. Tenten looked around as she noticed that they were short one member from their team. Where's Sasuke? Tenten wondered aloud. Sakura and Ino noticed that Sasuke was indeed gone. Oh that baka. Sakura shouted with annoyance. Sasuke quickly climbed up the mountain at a quick speed. As he continued to climb, he felt a flash of energy making him stop atop of a ledge. He activated his Sharingan as he tried to find any sort of trail or presence of energy that could guide him to where the jewel was hidden. Lucky for him, he found a faint trace of energy and followed it. After walking for a while, he stopped as he saw the energy stop at a wall. He deactivated his Sharingan and remembered what Tsunade said about when you find a trail. If you can find the trail, it will lead to a door that is completely camouflaged. The only way to reveal it is to use a series of hand signs, but a different pattern must be followed for each door. You will all be given a scroll that has the hand signs to reveal and unlock the door you find. Sasuke reached into his pouch and took out a scroll, unraveled it to reveal the hand signs necessary to reveal and unlock the door, and started to go through them. After going through the hand signs at a fast speed, Sasuke slammed his palm against the rocky wall as a silver double door with red rubies encrusted on it and vine-like designs carved into it. Sasuke pushed open the door with a single hand and went right in to find a dark room with the only light shining down onto a red jewel that was floating atop a stone mantle with 4 individual pillars sticking out the mantle and surrounding it. Sasuke stayed silent, scanning the room for any signs of traps, but found none. He walked right in and headed straight for the jewel. Once he was in front of it, he stared at it for a few moments. Sasuke! Sakura shouted as she, Ino and Tenten entered the room to see he was in front of the jewel. Real nice of you to leave your teammates behind. Thanks a lot. Sakura shouted with a half-lidded annoyed glare. Sasuke ignored Sakura and narrowed his eyes at the jewel before reaching his hand to retract it a bit as the pillars enclosed the jewel. Sasuke jumped away as a plume of fire shot from the ground surrounding the stone mantle and jewel. Sasuke landed in front of the girls and stared at the plume of fire. Once the plume vanished, the stone mantle was orange from the heat. Suddenly the ground cracked around it and then broke apart as something started coming out of it. The kunoichis stared in shock as a giant golem rose from out of the ground. Sasuke watched as the golem dug itself out of the ground and stood up tall. Dear Kami, what is that thing? Ino thought. I figured there would be some sort of guard for these jewels. Sasuke said as he stared up at the golem. The golem looked over the group with orange eye holes. The kunoichis held their breaths, preparing themselves for whatever was going to happen next while Sasuke stayed calm in the face of the golem. So much ambition inside 2 pairs of eyes. One with darkness, one with regret. I sense your pain. You must come at me with the intent to kill for your prize, but I will allow you a chance to leave if you do not feel up for the challenge. The golem spoke in a deep voice. No way. I'm going to see Naruto again. So hand over the jewel. Sakura shouted as she got into her fighting stance. The golem looked them all over again to see the determined looks on the 4 shinobi's faces. They were prepared to fight. If that is your choice. The golem said as the silver door behind them closed. The golem then had some cracks appear on its body as they glowed red-orange. Suddenly fire started blowing out of the cracks as the golem bent its knees, rising its power. Do not hold back. The consequence of not fighting with the intent to kill will be your death. The golem said as fire danced around its body. Let's go then. Sakura said with a glare. After a few moments of silence, the golem dashed at the 4 with great speed. They jumped away to the side, but as the golem stopped in its tracks, it extended its hands out to the side and blast a wave of heated energy that sent the 4 shinobi flying into the walls. Their bodies were now slightly pink as some steam came off their skin. They panted from the stinging pain, but they fought through the pain to continue. Ino looked up only to have her eyes widen with shock and fear as the golem was above her with its fist cocked back, ready to hit her. Ino screamed with fear, but then a chain wrapped around her waist as he was then pulled away from the attack by Tenten just as the punch collided and broke through the wall. Thanks Tenten. Ino thanked her fellow kunoichi. Sakura roared as she ran at the golem and thrust her fist forward as the golem turned and met her fist with its own. The 2 then started sending barrages of punches that slammed against each other's. Ino and Tenten watched as Sakura was meeting fists with the golem. Tenten took out a scroll and unsealed it to reveal a pair of giant war hammers and then charged at the golem with a battle cry. Ino stood up, not sure what to do, but then she felt a hand on her shoulder making her turn to see Sasuke. I have a plan, but I'm going to need your help Ino. Sasuke said. Sure. Ino said with a pink tint across her cheeks. Tenten slammed her war hammers onto the golem's back, messing with his momentum, causing him to get a critical punch in the gut from Sakura. Sakura continued to punch golem in the stomach while Tenten, who was on the golem's back, continued to slam her war hammers against its back. The golem felt its pieces chip away as Sakura and Tenten kept pounding at him, so he suddenly created new arms from its body that grabbed both the kunoichi and started squeezing their bodies with its hands heating up greatly, making the 2 kunoichi scream in pain as they felt their bodies go through excruciating pain. As the golem continued to squeeze them, but then it's released them, and as the two fell to the ground they wondered why the golem ceased its actions, when Sasuke suddenly landed onto its head with his Chidori, 1000 birds, in hand. Now Ino. Sasuke shouted. Right. The golem said. Sakura and Tenten turned to see Ino sitting against a wall, unconscious, meaning she was using the golem's body with her clan's signature jutsu. Once her eyes reopened, Sasuke plunged his Chidori straight into the golem's head, completely obliterating it. Sasuke then jumped off as the golem fell to its knees and then its entire body hit the floor. Not much of a challenge after all. Sasuke said as his lightning chakra dispersed. So that's it? Ino asked. Not really as difficult as I thought it would be. Tenten said with her knuckles to her hips. I'm not complaining. Sakura said with a smile as she went towards the hand of the golem that held the jewel. At least we're one step closer to, but then Sakura was sent flying as the golem's hand back-fisted Sakura. Sakura! Ino shouted with worry for her friend. Suddenly her, Tenten and Sasuke were grabbed by new arms formed by the golem. To destroy my head is not enough to defeat me. The golem said somehow as it started crushing the three shinobi in its new hands with rising heat in the palms of its hands. One must never let their guard down, even when it seems their opponent is dead. This will cost you. The golem said as he tightened his hold, making the three scream bloody murder. Sakura panted with pain as she looked at her friends. Their screams of agony were pounding her eardrums, tormenting her with the thought of feeling weak to do anything. Sakura tried to move her body, but she felt a great deal of pain that her body ached. She felt useless and weak again, feeling like another's bitch again. She hated it. As her vision started to blur a bit and her consciousness feeling faint, she suddenly heard a familiar voice in pain that then suddenly screamed as the sound of flesh being pierced echoed in her head. She looked up only for her eyes to widen as she saw Naruto in front of her with his back turned to her, but blood dripped down in front of him. He then fell to the ground, his body lifeless. No! Sakura screamed as she saw his body lay dead. Tears started forming in her eyes as she stared at his body, but as she looked at his killer, she started feeling immense rage and gritted her teeth tightly as she glared at Wabisuke, whose hand that he used to kill Naruto was drenched in blood, dripping to the ground. Staring at her, Wabisuke's sudden smirk was all that was needed to put Sakura in an intense rage. RGH. Sakura's roar echoed through the entire space as she quickly stood up with her chakra bursting from her body as her fists were covered in her green chakra that took the forms of flames. She charged at the golem and punched it so hard in the torso that it broke in half. Once it hit the ground, Sakura then started punching its upper body relentlessly, breaking it into smaller rocks. Thanks to her constant attacks, the extra arms holding her friends broke apart from the body, and once they were on the ground, Sasuke surrounded his body in a current of lightning that destroyed the rock, and then he used his lightning affinity to break apart the rock hands that were holding Ino and Tenten, freeing them. The watched as Sakura continued to break the golem apart. After a little more raging, Sakura finished her barrage of punches. She panted and sweated a bit as she was on her hands and knees, exhausted with using up her energy to destroy the rock beast. Sakura then noticed a small gleam, making her look to see the red jewel on the floor. Sakura reached for it. Sakura! Ino screamed. Once Sakura grabbed the jewel, she noticed a shadow over her, making her turn to see the golem's legs behind her with its foot hovering over her. It is done. The golem voice echoed as its foot moved away from Sakura. The golem then reformed back into its original form. You have passed and may now take the jewel. The golem said as the silver double doors opened and as he walked back into his original spot. What? What the hell do you mean it's done? We passed. Ino questioned loudly. It's as I said. The golem said. But I thought that we had to. Tenten was then interrupted by the rock creature. I never said you had to defeat me. In order to pass you had to take the jewel from my grasp, which you did. Congrats. The golem said, interrupting Tenten, as it stopped at the spot where it appeared. Haruno. Sakura looked up at the golem when she heard it say her name. I am speaking with you through a mind link, so please listen closely. Your Uchiha friend is on the verge to go down an even deadlier path than he was originally intended to follow. He is obsessed with this person that you both despise so much. I fear his emotions will cloud what sensible judgment he has left. Be wary of your future with him, for it could turn into a memory. The golem then sunk back into the ground after its mental talk with Sakura, disappearing into the earth below. Sakura then looked at the jewel in her hand for a moment before tightening her grip on it. I understand. Thank you for your warning. Sakura thought before falling unconscious. Sakura. Ino called out her friend's name with worry as she ran up next to her, crouched down and started healing her. Sasuke made his way next to Sakura, stopping right next to her as he stared at the fist that held the jewel in it. 1 down. 4 more to go. Naruto was snoring in bed with his arms out to the side. Naruto smiled at the dream he was having. Azuki-chan, you're so beautiful. Naruto said in his sleep. Why thank you. Naruto heard. Naruto opened his eyes a bit to see Azuki lying on her side next to him with her fist resting under her cheek, her eyes closed and a smile on her face. Naruto's eyes widened anime style as he then quickly sat up with a yelp. Azuki-chan. Naruto exclaimed with his face then turning completely red as he noticed she was completely naked. Why are you naked? Naruto exclaimed with some blood trickling down his nose, but then he noticed that he didn't feel his pants, so he lifted up the covers to see they weren't on him or even his underwear. Why am I naked? Suddenly Naruto felt a pair of familiar globes pressed against his face as a pair of arms wrapped around his neck. Easy. I undressed you. Cha-cha said with a grin and her eyes closed. Cha-cha-chan. Why are you naked? Naruto exclaimed as his nose bled more from his perverted feelings. Because I love you. Cha-cha said still grinning. I'm naked too Naruto-kun. Kimi said as she popped out of the covers. Kimi-chan. How long were you under there? Whoa, your body's better looking than I thought. Naruto said with his nose bleeding more making Kimi blush. About time you woke up. Naruto then turned only to have a shocked anime-style look on his face as blood shot from his nose as he noticed a smirking Minori who was also completely naked along with Furin, Aki and Yan. Minori-chan. What are all you girls doing in my bed naked? Naruto questioned. That's girls and women, baka. Minori said with a grin. An idiotic pervert like yourself should already know the answer to that. Yan said with a smirk. I'm scared to answer. Naruto said sweating a bit with fear as he looked at all the naked women in bed with him. You have no reason to be scared Naruto-kun. Aki said with a smile. But if you need convincing Furin chimed with a smile. Suddenly the girls jumped on Naruto and started kissing him and caress his body. Naruto had his eyes closed and a big open mouth grin on his face as he felt he was in heaven. He enjoyed the girls kissing and touching him, while he rubbed Cha-cha's perfect ass and groped Minori's breast. I'm in heaven Naruto said with much joy. Naruto. Huh. Naruto opened his eyes to see Sakura falling from the sky with an anime-style pissed-off look on her face. SSSS Sakura-chan. Naruto shouted with fear. You perverted baka. Sakura screamed with anger as she cocked back her fist and roared as her fist neared the blonde's face. How dare you not dream of me? Sakura screamed as thrust her fist towards Naruto's face. Ah! Ah! Naruto screamed as he quickly sat up from his mat. Oh dear Kami, that was so awesome. Best dream I've ever had so far. Naruto said with a small grin as he wiped the blood from his nose. I just hope next time Sakura joins in with the others instead of bringing me back to reality. Naruto said as he jumped down to the ground, his feet naturally landing without a sound. And maybe Ino. She may be a pain in the ass at times but even I can't deny how hot she is. Oh. And Hinata. Naruto then went to the kitchen and took out the ingredients he needed for breakfast. Maybe Tenten too, and Tamari, and Anko. Naruto then stopped as he realized what he was saying. God damn those two perverts. They've poisoned my mind. Naruto said with an annoyed look. Don't worry, not all of the Konoha women I mentioned will be in the harem. Even I know there shouldn't be a shit ton and I personally feel Naruto deserves all the ladies after all the shit he's been through. After cooking for a while, Azuki came out of her room yawning. She saw Naruto was up cooking as usual. She couldn't help but smile seeing Naruto doing what he loved. Still can't believe that we're going to be coworkers. Azuki thought, still smiling as she sat in her seat at the kitchen table. Naruto sensed Azuki at the table and felt that he should do what men aren't usually known for, with him being no exception. Talk to her about his feelings. Azuki-chan. Naruto started. Azuki looked at Naruto with new curiosity. I wanted to say sorry about being a complete ass about you dating that guy. Naruto said. Apology accepted. Azuki said, shrugging her shoulders. She had mixed feelings about Naruto's apology. On one hand, she was happy that this was a sign of him maturing, but on the other, she really didn't like it that he was apologizing. It seemed kind of wrong to her. Most likely because the guy she was dating left him a scratched up, bloody mess from what she heard from the others. I'm surprised that you don't like this guy just because he kicked your ass. I'm not angry at him because he beat me. I'm angry because of something else. Naruto said as he continued cooking. What? Azuki asked. Naruto stayed silent as he blushed. Luckily his back was to Azuki so she couldn't see it, but Azuki was a smart girl so she came to an obvious suggestion. Wait, do you hate him because he treated me well? No. Naruto said as he then blushed deeper. I'm angry because he makes you happy. Seriously. You realize how messed up that sounds? Azuki said with a dull expression on her face. I didn't mean it like that. Naruto said as he then stopped cooking and turned to Azuki. I'm angry because I'm not the one who's making you happy. Naruto confessed, shocking Azuki as she developed a blush. It just kind of hurts. It really hurts, to know that he's the one making you happy, and not me. Naruto said, looking down at the ground with sadness and shame. I wanted to be the guy to always make you happy. Naruto said as he blushed deeper. Azuki stared at Naruto, shocked at his words and blushing at how sweet he sounded. By make me happy, what exactly do you mean? Azuki asked, wanting to hear more. I mean, take you on dates, dance with you, eat with you, just spending time with you, and making you smile with all my efforts. Naruto said. And, you're angry that he's doing stuff like that with me and not you. I don't get it. You have Cha-Cha and Kimi and even Furin and, Yan. Azuki said, feeling like she just had bile in her mouth when she said that. I know. It's complicated. Hell, I don't even understand it myself. Naruto said, taking a seat in front of Azuki. I guess, well, I don't know. All I know is that I'm angry because I'm not the guy who's making you smile. Naruto said, looking at the palm of his hand with sad eyes. In fact, it makes me feel kind of sad. Like really sad. Naruto said, still looking sad. Azuki then grabbed his hand, making him look up at her. And why exactly do you want to make me happy? Azuki asked. Naruto looked up at her and said. Because you always make me happy. Naruto said with a small smile. Azuki felt so touched. Her heart started to feel so incredibly warm as her cheeks reddened. She stared into the blonde's eyes, feeling a warm sense of comfort and affection. As she stared into his eyes, he stared right back into her own. Suddenly the two started to lean in closer to each other, their faces closing in inch by inch, their eyes closed, waiting in suspense for what they hoped was going to happen next, until their lips connected. Their lips felt sparks once they touched one another, and it felt great to them. It wasn't hard, it wasn't lust-filled, there was no tongue, it was just a simple kiss, and to them it was just right. After a few more moments they both separated, they opened their eyes and stared into each other's eyes as their cheeks heated up and turned red. They continued to stare into one another's eyes, getting lost in their shimmering beauty. After a few moments, Azuki was the one to speak first. You should get back to cooking if you don't want breakfast to burn. Azuki said with a small smile. Oh geez. Naruto exclaimed as he adopted a freaked-out anime-style look as he went back to cooking his food. Azuki couldn't help but giggle at Naruto's antics. She placed her elbow on the table and rested her cheeks against her hand as she stared at Naruto. Her smile widened as she thought of how sweet the blonde baka is. He really is something else. Azuki thought, still smiling. Then she blinked a couple of times as her eyes looked to her right to see Cha-Cha's face next to her own. I knew you weren't over him. Cha-Cha said with a grin. You Urasai. Azuki shouted with an annoyed expression. Wait. How long have you been listening? Oh, are those the smell of pancakes? Kimi, who was suddenly right next to Naruto, asked the blonde. Sure is. Naruto said, turning his head to Kimi with a grin on his face. How do you girls keep doing that appearing act? Azuki questioned, wondering how her roommates were able to appear next to her and Naruto. I can also smell bacon. Kimi said with excitement. Hooray! Bacon! Cha-Cha cheered with her arms shooting up to the air with joy. You sure have a good nose, Kimi-chan. Naruto said, still grinning, making Kimi blush at his compliment. Azuki sighed, but couldn't help but smile at her friend's antic. It was just another typical morning in their home. And that's the way she likes it. No. Just no. That's impossible. Kengo shouted as he saw Naruto's test paper as he, Takaru and Naruto were in homeroom with at least a minute before class was over. How the hell did you get an A? Kengo exclaimed with disbelief as he and Takaru were leaning over his shoulder to stare at the graded paper on Naruto's desk. I studied. Naruto said like it was obvious. You mean you cheated? No way can you become this smart so fast. Kengo exclaimed. It's called Kage Bushins. Makes studying way easier and at a fast pace. Naruto said with a dull look. So you cheated at life then? Kengo said with his own dull look and raise an eyebrow. I'll tell you one thing I can do that doesn't require cheating. Kicking your ass. Naruto said as he stood up as he gritted his teeth with annoyance. Boys, please save your roughness for after class finishes. Tomiko said. The bell then rang as Tomiko then gently clapped her hands. Okay, you may proceed. Tomiko said with a gentle smile. Naruto then grabbed Kengo by the collar and was about to punch the now fearful and sweating pervert. Yuka can't save you now. Naruto said with an annoyed look. Hey Naruto, don't you start as the chef at Macaroon Mansion today? Takaru asked, hoping to stop the blonde from pummeling Kengo. Oh crap, you're right. Naruto exclaimed with shock as he let Kengo go, letting him fall to the floor as he then grabbed his paper and backpack and ran out the classroom. Thanks man. Kengo thanked Takaru as he stood up from the ground. Oh Usui-kun tilde. Kengo heard Tomiko's voice chime as he turned to her to see her in front of her desk with her normal cheerful look on her face, but Kengo knew better. After dating Yuka for a while, he knew when there was a frightening and menacing inner beast behind those cheerful facades at times. Mind telling me what Naruto-kun meant when he mentioned you and my sister in the same sentence? Tomiko asked, still keeping her cheerful expression. Ah. Well, see ya man. Takaru said, slinging his backpack around his shoulder and then leaving. Wait. Kengo pleaded with fear. Wait for me Takaru-sama. Anaho called out with her cat-like smile as she ran after Takaru. Usui-kun tilde. Tomiko chimed as she continued to smile with a small amount of dark bluish-purple aura surrounded her. Damn you Naruto, Kengo thought as he sweated with fear. I can't believe I'm starting my first day as a chef. Naruto cheered giddily. Currently he was walking towards Macaroon Mansion with Azuki. He was dressed in a gray shirt with an orange short-sleeve button-down shirt, dark blue jeans and brown shoes along with a black belt around his waist with a gold oval-shaped belt buckle. Just try not to burn down the kitchen on your first day. Azuki said with a smirk. Azuki-chan tilde you really got to have a little more faith in me tilde, Naruto whined as he pulled the lip. Baka. Azuki said as she couldn't help but chuckle at Naruto's behavior. She wore a white sleeveless buttoned blouse with a blue collar, a black skirt, navy blue with white sneakers and black socks that stopped halfway at her foreleg. The same outfit she wore in chapter 26 of the manga. I'm not sure if I explained it well. Well just you wait and see. When I'm done, Macaroon Mansion is going to be the most famous restaurant in the entire mall. Then the city, then the state, then country. Okay, calm down. You're starting to sound like a mad scientist plotting to take over the world with food. Azuki said with a small amused smile. I'm sorry, I'm just so excited. Naruto said with a huge grin on his face as he giggled giddily. Azuki smiled at Naruto, happy to see him happy. She didn't know why, but it's just his grin that makes her happy. Oh who is she kidding, she knows exactly why, and the reason for it made her blush. Just do me one favor. Azuki said getting Naruto's attention. Just don't go flirting with those other maids or let them have their way with you. Azuki said, trying to put on a serious look, but her blush was still on her cheeks. Don't worry, Azuki-chan. You're the only maid who'll always have my attention. Naruto said with a grin as his face was close to Azuki's. Baka. Don't say perverted things like that. Azuki said with annoyance as she pushed Naruto's face away from her own space. Oh come on, Azuki-chan, I'm just having some fun. It's not my fault you're so interesting. Naruto said, still grinning with his arms behind his head. Azuki looked at him with a smile as she continued to blush as he stared ahead, not noticing her gaze upon him. You're really interesting too, Naruto. Azuki thought as she continued to smile, but then directed her sight ahead. The two then continued on until they made it to the restaurant. Ah, here are my valuable employees. Catherine said with a smile. I hope you're ready for today, Naruto-kun. Catherine chimed with a wink. I'm more than ready. Naruto exclaimed, pumped with pure excitement and determination. I can vouch for him. He asked if I could get a copy of the cookbook to see what to cook for the restaurant, and the blonde couldn't stop practicing in his free time. He's ready. Azuki said with a small smile. A compliment from Azuki-chan. Now that's a new one. If she's impressed, then there's nothing to fear at all. Catherine said with a smile, making Azuki blush. I prepared your chef's outfit in the boys' locker room. Azuki-chan will show you where it is. Right, Azuki. Catherine said. Why yeah, sure. Azuki said as she then grabbed Naruto's ear and started dragging him towards the boys' locker room. Ow. Azuki-chan. What the hell? I have legs to follow you with, Ibeo. Naruto whined as Azuki continued to drag him. I know, but this is quicker. Azuki simply said with a smile as she and Naruto disappeared deeper into the restaurant. Catherine smiled as she saw the two leave. The reason for her smile was because of Azuki's new behavior. It's good to see a gentler smile on Azuki-chan's face. Catherine thought as she went back to managing her fine establishment. Just to remind anyone who doesn't remember, Catherine is a male by birth, but chose to be transgender. Just to make things clear for those who might be confused about the quote marks around she and her. Here it is. Azuki said as she and Naruto entered the male's locker room. Huh, roomy. Naruto said, looking at the spacious locker room, but then as his eyes fell up something hanging on the door of an opened locker, he gasped with shock as he then appeared in front of it and stared at it. Azuki looked at Naruto as he reached for something and gently grabbed it. It's gorgeous. Naruto said, making Azuki raise an eyebrow. Naruto then turned to her to show off a chef's uniform. Oh, you mean your uniform? Azuki said as she looked to the side, mentally berating herself for not realizing what he was giddy about before he showed his new uniform. I'm a fucking idiot. Of course he'd be drooling over that. All complete white with careful stitching and the buttons being perfectly aligned, along with a gentle chef's hat that also gives off a sense of authority. Gasp, and it even has my name monogrammed on it. Naruto listed with sparkling, starry-like eyes and a huge smile. Wait, what? Azuki said as she looked at Naruto's new hat to see that he was right. There on the hat was his name monogrammed with gold thread. Lucky bastard. Azuki grumbled as she crossed her arms and glared at the side. Hey, don't worry about it. If you want your uniform monogrammed, then I'm sure Kimi would gladly sew it onto your maid uniform. Naruto said with a small smile. No thanks. Just get ready. Azuki said, giving a wave of dismissal as she headed to the door. And Naruto. Naruto turned to see Azuki stopped at the door. She then turned to him with a gentle smile and said, have fun today. Then she left to the girls' locker room, leaving Naruto, who after a moment to take in what Azuki said, smiling. Naruto then got dressed in his new chef's uniform, which consisted of a white buttoned chef's shirt, white pants, white shoes, a white apron and white chef's hat with his name monogrammed on it in gold. Wow. Now I look like a true chef. Naruto said with a big smile. He then took off his hat to look at his name one more time as his smile had gotten wider as he stared at it for a few moments. Well. Naruto placed his hat back onto his head. Time to get to work. Naruto said with a grin. The other members of Maken decided to go to Macaroon Mansion for lunch to both support Naruto at his new job and to enjoy some of his delectable food. So how packed do you think the place is? Kengo asked. Knowing Naruto, the place has probably been full for hours. Takaru said. When they made it they saw a long line for the restaurant. Wow. Good call. Uruchi said with wide eyes. Do we really have to wait on this line? Himegami asked, not wanting to bother waiting in line. Of course. Be nice and support your brother. Cha-cha said. He's not my brother. Himegami said with a blush. You don't have to keep acting so defensive, Kodama-sama, we all know how you feel for Naruto. Kimi said with a smile as they all waited online. I don't feel anything for the baka. Himegami raised her voice, irked by Kimi and Cha-cha's accusations. Come on Himegami-san, you know you see him as your brother as much I see him as mine. Anaho said with a cute cat-like smile. Not you too Anaho. Himegami said with a sweat drop down her head. Just admit it Himegami. They're right. Haruko said with a smile. I don't have to admit anything. Now stop ganging up on me. Himegami said with her teeth gritted as her cheeks turned red from the embarrassment of the others seeing right through her. Fine. Whatever you say. I'm just happy Otudo finally has a job he absolutely loves and deserves. Haruko said still smiling. Unless he somehow burned down the kitchen. Himegami said with a smirk. Ah tilde so you do care about him as a brother. Yuka said with her usual smile and gently clapping her hands together. Quit it. Himegami shouted with an angry anime-styled expression. After waiting in line for a while, the group of 10 finally made it into the restaurant and were seated at a large table. I'm surprised there's actually a table this big. Uruchi said. She then noticed Anaho staring off to the side drooling. What's with you? Uruchi asked, but then she noticed a table of 4 having pieces of cake that they cut out from a whole one. That cake looks so good. Anaho said as she continued to eye the cake. Naruto made it. Azuki said as she walked up to their table. Naruto ni-chan made it. It looks amazing. Anaho exclaimed with amazement. Yeah. It's a special chocolate cake with creamy fudge filling. Azuki said. I'll take 5. Anaho said turning to Azuki with her cat-like smile and hearts for eyes. Anaho you just can't have 5 cakes for lunch. It's unhealthy. Haruko said. Okay, I'll have them for dessert then. Anaho said with a new cat smile. Anaho. Just let her have her sweets Haruko ne. Haruko turned to see Naruto place a glass of soda in front of her as he handed more out to the others. Best to just give in when sweets are involved. That's what I've learned. Naruto said with a big smile. Wow, look at you. You look like a true chef now. Takaru said with a grin as Naruto placed drinks in front of them all. I know. I've never been happier in my life. Well except for the first time I served Azuki-chan, Cha-cha-chan and Kimi-chan. Naruto said with a grin. Ah Naruto-kun tilde. Cha-cha chimed with a blush as she smiled at Naruto lovingly. You're so sweet. Kimi said with her own blush as she smiled at Naruto lovingly as well. Baka, try not to always be so lovable. Azuki said with a smirk. Knew it tilde. Cha-cha chimed with a grin earning the bird from Azuki. Suddenly they all heard happy squealing from Haruko. What's got you so happy? Cha-cha asked. What's up Haruko ne? Naruto asked genuinely confused. I'm sorry I'm just so happy for you right now. Haruko cheered with a smile as she suddenly hugged Naruto with the side of his head ending up at her breasts. I'm so proud of you Otuto. Haruko exclaimed happily. Ah thanks Haruko ne. Naruto said with a big smile as he scratched the back of his head. I'm really impressed with the turnout. Is this all because of Naruto's cooking? Furin asked Azuki. Yeah. After the first few customers had their meals made by him they called up and texted their friends telling them that Macaroon Mansion's meals were not to be missed. After seeing how many people there were and how much the looks of enjoyment on their face were while they were having their meals, more came, and now look. This place has never been this packed before. Azuki said as she and Furin looked around the place with smiles on their faces as they saw all the very gleeful and satisfied looks on all their faces. Okay Haruko ne I think that's enough love. You're embarrassing me. Naruto said with a blush as Haruko continued to hug him. I'm sorry. I'm just so proud. Haruko said still smiling, completely proud of her brother. I hate to interrupt this little show of affection, but shouldn't a chef be inside the kitchen? Himegami asked with a smirk. Oh, that's right. Shouldn't you be in the kitchen cooking the food? Haruko asked as she released Naruto. That's the beauty of clones. Cuts the time and work in half. Naruto said with a proud grin. Himegami just went, as she grabbed her cup and drank from it. And yes, I am proud of wiping the smug smirk from your face. Naruto said with a cheeky smile, getting an anime-style glare and groan of annoyance from Himegami. Anyway, I better get back. I promise you're going to love your meals. Naruto said with a grin as he headed back to the kitchen, but then he noticed another group at another table. Hey, didn't think I'd see you lovely ladies here. Naruto said with a grin as faced Team Venus. I can't believe you're really a chef here. Sirius said, eyeing Naruto's attire. Yep. Living the dream. Naruto said with a proud grin. Congratulations. Demetra congratulated Naruto. Thanks. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what made you five want to come here to eat? We have been hearing from people that they had the best meals of their lives here, so we decided to humor ourselves by seeing if their statements were accurate. Yan said nonchalantly with a smug smile. Plus Yan wanted to see you, so she made us come here. Sirius said, making Yan's eyes widen as she blushed red. Urasai. Yan grumbled with gritting teeth. Glad to see you interested in the expectations of my cooking, Yan-chan. Naruto said with a grin, making Yan blush more. Naruto, maybe you should head back into the kitchen. Azuki said, walking up next to him with his fists against her hips. Oh yeah, can't miss out on the fun. Naruto said with a smile. Later, Venus. Baka, don't forget all our friends' orders. Azuki said, extending the orders of their fellow Maken key members. Oh right. Thanks Azuki-chan. Naruto said with a smile as he took the pieces of paper and left. Well, I had a feeling you were more of a person who took orders like a good lap dog, and it's nice to see you're wearing the proper attire. Yan said with a smirk. Laugh all you want, but just because I'm forced to be obedient here doesn't mean I won't come after you when my shift is done. Azuki said with a glare. And don't think I'm stupid. Far too late for that. Yan said uninterestingly as she rested her cheek against her knuckles as Azuki growled a bit. Naruto just started working here today and news about this place's popularity couldn't have traveled this fast. Plus you all being here at the mall today cannot be coincidence. Azuki pointed out. Well, look at that, apparently the dog does use its brain. Yan said with a smirk. Just don't try anything with my roommate or I'll hunt you down after I'm done for the day. Azuki said, narrowing her eyes at Yan. Fine, now that you're done harping, could you now take our order? I am hungry. Yan said. Yeah, I'm dying to have Naruto's cooking again. Sirius said with an excited grin. As too. Ailalu said. It's really good. Lilu said. Now go ahead. You know your line. Yan said with a smirk. Azuki sighed with announce as she begrudgingly said her next sentence. May I please service you? Good girl. Yan said with a smirk as Azuki growled at her comment. After serving more meals, Naruto walked out of the kitchen happy to see everyone enjoying their meals, especially his friends from school. Oi Azuki, I'm heading out to get more groceries. My clones will be taking care of things in the kitchen. Naruto said to Azuki. You sure that's a good idea? What if they get burnt and disappear? Azuki questioned with a raised eyebrow. I've been trained to parry a kunai at point-blank range. I think my clones will be able to avoid getting burnt. Naruto said with a smirk as he then headed for the exit. As he was walking, he then stopped as he looked up with slightly wide eyes that then narrowed into a glare as he saw someone he didn't like in the least. Haruko, who was happily enjoying her delicious meal, noticed Naruto staring at a man with purple hair that was kind of in the same style as Kengo's, wearing red pants with a black cross down the right leg, a black skin-tight leather jacket with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows and black shoes. Who's that? Uruchi wondered as she followed Haruko's line of sight, making everyone turn to notice that man. So you did become a chef here. Congratulations. Leandre said with a smile. Ah, thanks. Naruto simply said, looking away. The two then walked past each other as Naruto headed out of the place to get more ingredients. Hello Senorita Azuki. Leandre greeted Azuki with a smile. Leandre. What are you doing here? Well, I heard of this place serving excellent meals, so I decided to come here to have something to eat. Heard it from more people who ate here today. Actually, I learned it from you first. Leandre said with a smile, making Azuki smile. That's Leandre? Kimi questioned with shock. Wow, what a cutie, but still not as irresistible as Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha said with a smile. Who's Leandre? Haruko asked, curious who this man was. From what we heard from Naruto-kun, he's the man who defeated him the day you found him at Tenbi. Kimi explained. That's the man who did that to Naruto. Haruko raised her voice in shock. That's kind of surprising seeing as he doesn't seem like much. Yuruchi said, eyeing the man, wondering how he beat Naruto. Trust me, he's strong. Yuka said, getting the others' attention. I can sense the energy deep within him. He's pretty strong with excellent control over his abilities. Yuka said. If you can see how strong he is, then no doubt he's someone to watch out for. Furan said, glaring at the man a bit. Whoever this guy was, she already disliked him for harming Naruto in such a way. She then noticed Haruko standing up from her seat and marching towards Leandre. Haruko. Hey you. Haruko said as she marched up to Leandre. Yes. Listen buddy, I may not know who you are, but from what I heard you were the one who left Naruto a cut-up bloody mess when you first met him. Haruko said, pointing her finger to Leandre's face. You what? Azuki questioned with a raised eyebrow. Well, I don't mean to sound childish, but he started it. Leandre said, having his hands up indefensively. Then what did you say? Haruko questioned. Excuse me. Naruto would never start with someone unless for a good reason. What did you say to him? Haruko demanded answers as she glared at Leandre even more and leaned closer to his face. Well, maybe I perhaps made a comment regarding his many twins that, related to his mother. Leandre said, sweating with new fear of the woman. Suddenly Haruko grabbed Leandre by his leather jacket and lifted him up in the air, surprising Azuki and the other Maken key members. Mark my words. If you ever harm my Otudo again, I will deform your face and break all your limbs in half to the point of crippling you, then we'll see how you carry on with your life. Haruko threatened, actually scaring Leandre as Maken energy danced against her body, but then disappeared after she released Leandre and walked back to her seat. Whoa, way to go Haruko. Cha-Cha said with a grin as Haruko sat back down in her seat. Didn't expect you to be so protective of the fox Baka. Himegami said with a smirk. And why not? Naruto is important to me, and if anyone tries anything to harm him, then I'll come for them to teach them a lesson. Haruko said as she then took a bite of her meal. Spoken like a true sister. Furan thought with a smile. Unknown to the others, Naruto heard the whole thing with his advanced hearing. The young blonde smiled at what he heard from Haruko. He was happy to know that he had her have his back and was willing to get her hands dirty for him. Arigato, Haruko-ne-chan. Naruto thought as he continued to walk. Naruto was whistling Shooting Star by Homemade Kazoku as he was walking back to the restaurant with multiple bags of groceries in his hands. Hope this'll be enough to last for the next few hours, I guess. Naruto thought as he continued to whistle. He hasn't shown much progress really. Naruto heard Leandre's voice around the corner, making him stop whistling as he walked over to the corner and leaned against the wall as he listened in. Well, yes, I know I used pedal choro, but even so his fighting skills aren't in good taste at all. He just comes in and tries to land a hit, not much of a fighting style. Well, maybe he was good at fighting before because he was used to utilizing his clones into the mix, but from the previous fights I've had with him he never created one clone. I guess he has wised up on seeing them as a weakness when used in combat, I'll give him that. Alright, I'll keep observing, and what of Senorita Azuki? Okay, I'll continue dating her for the mission. The last part made Naruto's eyes widened as he started seeing red. That son of a bitch. Naruto thought as his energy spiked. He's using Azuki-chan to get to me. Before Naruto could finish thinking, he started to calm his nerves and think of a rational solution. After Leandre hung up, he started to leave, but as he made it to the corner he heard someone speak to him. Next Sunday, southwest of Mount Amanohara. Be there so we can finish it once and for all. Leandre turned to see Naruto walking away with grocery bags in his hands. Be there or else I'll hunt you down. Naruto said as he continued walking. Leandre stared at him for a few moments before walking away himself. After walking for a while, Naruto made it back to the restaurant. Before he headed for the kitchen, he decided to ask a very close friend known for her fighting skill where he could find a sensei to properly teach him proper fighting styles. Oi, Cha-Cha, do you know where I can find someone who can teach me real fighting styles? Naruto whispered to Cha-Cha. Kenway knows a bunch of fighting styles. You can ask him. Cha-Cha said. Thanks Cha-Cha-chan. Naruto said as he then kissed her cheek before walking towards the kitchen, leaving a blushing, smiling Cha-Cha. Excuse me Chef-san, but do you mind taking my order? A man said, making Naruto turn to see a man with his menu up to his face, but then lowered it to reveal his smiling face. If it's not too much, that is. The customer said with a smile. Hey, Tien-san, I didn't expect to see you here. Naruto said with a smile. Well, a man has to eat. Tien-san said, still smiling. True. So what you want this chef to make you? Naruto asked, still smiling. I'd like a chocolate vanilla malt with a nice pie a la mode. Tien-san requested. Coming right up. Naruto said with a smile as he walked back into the kitchen. Tien-san then took out a book that covered his face as he read it. Azuki walked by him, but then stopped as she turned her head to him as she felt a sense of familiarity from him, but then shrugged her shoulders, considering it nothing to be concerned about, then she walked away. Tien-san lowered his book a bit as his eyes stared at Azuki for a moment before looking at his phone that had a new picture of Azuki in her maid uniform. Got to admit, never thought I'd see you wearing that number Lil, Azu. Tien-san thought with a smirk as he put away his phone. Well, it's closing time, Catherine said. Azuki walked out of the back room stretching and yawning. Man, what a long day. Azuki said. The first of many. Catherine said with a smile. So is Naruto-kun still in the back? Yeah. He's staring at his hat with pride. Azuki said with a smile. Well, he deserves it. I've never seen the place more packed, and it's all thanks to him and you. Catherine said. Me? How did I help? Azuki questioned with a raised eyebrow. You're the reason that I love to cook in the first place. Naruto said, walking up next to Azuki, surprising her. He's right. An extraordinary young man wouldn't have discovered a remarkable talent without your help. Such potential would have gone to waste. Catherine said. She's right. Naruto said with a smile as he placed a hand on Azuki's shoulder, making her look at him. Arigato, Azuki-chan. Naruto thanked her, still smiling, causing Azuki to blush. Say Naruto, since you did such an extraordinary job today, I've decided to let you keep your monogrammed hat. Catherine said with a smile. Really? Naruto exclaimed with new excitement, earning a nod from Catherine. Thank you, Mistress Catherine. Naruto cheered as he ran back into the male's locker room. Azuki sighed as a small smile appeared on her face. Catherine stared at Azuki's still blushing and smiling face. Can I ask you something? Girl to girl. Catherine asked Azuki, breaking her from her momentary daze. Yeah, sure. Azuki said. Why are you out with someone who isn't him? It's pretty obvious you only have eyes for him. Or is this little Betty's eyes always tricking her when she sees you look his way? Catherine questioned with a smirk. Well, it's complicated. Honestly, I don't think I should be going deep into this. Azuki said with a small tint of red as she looked to the side. How do you feel about him? Naruto. Catherine asked. Azuki touched her lips as she remembered the morning when her and Naruto kissed, making her lips move to make a smile. I think that's all the answer I need. Catherine said with a smile. Sigh, yeah, I guess I do like him a bit. Azuki said, smiling. Oh honey, I think it goes much deeper than like. Catherine said with a sly smiling, making Azuki's blush intensify. Nani? No, I don't, I mean I do but not. Well, Azuki stuttered like a mess as her blush kept growing deeper. Got it. Naruto cheered as he walked out with his monogrammed chef's hat, surprising Azuki in the process and making her blush even more. Baka. Azuki suddenly exclaimed. What? Naruto asked with confusion. Nothing. Azuki said, crossing her arms and looking away from him, but then suddenly she felt Naruto place his hand on her forehead, making her eyes widen a bit. Well, you don't seem sick, so I guess that's a blush. Were you thinking of Leandre? Naruto asked as he retracted his hand. No. Azuki exclaimed as she turned her head away from him. Naruto blinked a few times before he got a sly grin. Were you thinking of me? Naruto asked, still having his sly grin. Shut up. Don't get so smug. Azuki said, walking away. You weren't you? Well, Azuki-chan, if you're so interested, why don't we go out tonight? Naruto asked with a grin. Nice try, but I ain't no floozy. Azuki said. Hey. Naruto said, grabbing her shoulder, making her look into his serious eyes. Don't ever say that. I'd never think that way about you, and I don't like you even mentioning it in the same sentence as you. Naruto said genuinely. His genuine tone made Azuki blush at how much he cared for her. Let's just go home. Azuki said. Actually, I was going over to meet Kenway. Naruto said, letting her go. Kenway. What for? Azuki asked. I wanted to arrange something with him. You know, since he'll be coming to help at Tenbi. Naruto said. Oh, alright. Azuki said as she turned away and started to leave. Her and Naruto then exited the restaurant and then turned to each other. So, I'll see you at home. Azuki said. Of course. Naruto said as he leaned in and kissed her forehead, making her eyes widen. She then smiled and knocked on his head once. Baka. Azuki said with a smile as Naruto gave her a small grin. She turned around and started heading home. Don't be late. Azuki said, turning her head to him as she smiled. I won't, unless I have to kick some double M&S ass. Naruto said with a grin. You might want to rephrase that. Azuki said with a grin. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he thought over what he said when he realized he said M&S, which is usually known the other way around. Oh. Naruto said with a small blush, then he heard Azuki giggle as she continued to grin. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he heard her giggle. Suddenly the entire world turned white as he watched her walk away. He continued to smile as he saw her and only her. A world he could just enjoy. Well, glad to see it isn't one-sided. Catherine said, walking up next to Naruto with a smile and her arms crossed. Naruto was still in a daze, but then he heard Kurama clear his throat, breaking him from his daze. Huh. Oh, sorry my mistress. Naruto said. You love her, don't you? Catherine said with a smirk, making Naruto blush. Well, I mean, there's something there. Naruto said, smiling dreamily as he imagined her smile. Something you don't want to lose, right? Catherine asked. Of course. Naruto said like it was the most serious subject there is. Then there's more motivation for you to get stronger and kick that rat's ass. Catherine said, clenching her fist as her bicep flexed. Mistress, I must say I'm surprised. I like it. Naruto said with a grin. Go on, kid. Catherine said, moving her head in the direction where Kenway's shop was at. That's, man, my mistress. Naruto said as he then bowed at her, then stood straight. Thank you for the chance. Naruto said with a smile. It was my pleasure. Catherine said as she then kissed Naruto's cheek. Go on, Naruto-kun. Right. Naruto said with a nod as he then hurried to Kenway's shop. See you on Monday, Mistress Catherine. Naruto called out as he waved her goodbye. You realized you just let a man kiss you on the cheek? Kurama said. Don't be ignorant, Kurama. Her sexuality is on the inside. Naruto replied through their mind link. Catherine smiled as she watched Naruto hurry to Kenway's shop. Such a good boy. Catherine said as she turned and head back into the restaurant. Crossies for being the maid of honor tilde, Catherine chimed as she crossed her fingers. Naruto made it to Kenway's shop to see Kenway by his store's counter with his arms crossed and a smirk on his face. About time you came. Cha-Cha told me you wanted to learn some new moves. Kenway said with a smirk. Always can count on Cha-Cha-chan. Naruto said with a smile as he thought of Cha-Cha. Kenway ushered his head and pointed his thumb to the back door. The two into the back where Kenway went up to a maximum the hormone poster and took it off as his hand then glowed green and then he slammed it onto the wall as it then glowed green and was in the shape of a door as it disappeared to reveal a new section of the shop. Kenway walked right in while Naruto stared at the new doorway with wide eyes before walking ahead and went inside. Naruto slightly gasped as he looked around to see what looked like a giant gym with lots of training equipment and a ring in the center of the room. Holy, was all Naruto was able to say as he looked at the amazing gym. Not bad, huh? Kenway said, making Naruto turn to see him in front of a trophy case. Naruto made his way up next to Kenway to see many awards for numerous athletic events, most being fighting. Naruto looked at all the awards and trophies with amazement. Naruto noticed some of the golden figures in different fighting styles and read the fighting styles on the trophies. Boxing. Naruto read on one then read another. Karate. Capoeira. Taekwondo. Damn Kenway, you know a lot of fighting styles. Thanks. I also know Krav Maga, Sambo, CQC, and Kenpo. Kenway said with a smirk. You're no ordinary man, are you? Naruto asked. Isn't that obvious? Kenway said, still smirking. You know what I mean. All these awards are from different countries. You were a traveler, weren't you? That's right. Ever since I was born. Kenway said as he looked down at a picture behind a glass case that had him as a young boy with his mother, who had long blonde hair and sapphire eyes, and his dad, who had wavy black hair with cerulean eyes, with all three of them grinning at the camera with victory signs up. I can't believe I used to have a mullet. Kenway thought with a smirk. So, you'll teach me all of these fighting styles, right? Naruto asked with excitement. Whoa, calm down, I can't teach you all this stuff in time for your fight. Kenway said. Wait, how did you know that I? Cha-Cha told me about this Leandre guy, so I figured you want to settle the score once and for all. Kenway said with a shrug. I can't teach you everything I know, but I'll teach you a few of the fighting styles that you choose and we'll work on that. Alright. Let's see, I want to learn boxing, karate, capoeira, Muay Thai, taekwondo, judo and maybe some wrestling. That's 7 in total. You realize to learn all those techniques would take much time. Kenway said. Well, with these guys. Naruto said as he created a few clones. Time isn't a problem. Naruto, bring those clones over to the ring. Kenway said. Naruto and his clones were confused, but they followed his orders. Kenway jumped into the ring and ushered for the clones to follow. The clones did so as they got in the ring and waited for Kenway's orders. Now come at me. Kenway said. The clones looked at each other, shocked and confused. I'm not joking. Come at me. Kenway ordered. The clones all shrugged as they all surrounded Kenway then charged at him. Kenway sweep-kicked 2 clones, stood up slamming his elbow into another then grabbed the clone and threw him into another. Kenway swerved around another clone that threw a punch, kicked it in the back making the clone fall to the ground, then duck under a hook punch and punch the clone twice in the torso and then deliver an uppercut making the clone fall, then batted away another clone's fist with his forearm and jabbed it in the nose before sending an upwards kick up against another clone's jaw making it fall to the ground. Then spun in place and went for a sweep kick against another clone who jumped over it, but was then kicked in the face by Kenway who quickly stood up. Kenway then dodged another clone's punch, grabbed it and used the clone to take a kick across the face from another clone, then spun around and kicked the clone that kicked the other in the torso, making it fall as the one Kenway was holding dispersed into smoke. Kenway then ducked under a punch from another clone, grabbed its arm, swerved around to its back, still holding onto its arm, made it bend over so he could leap onto its back and used his hands to balance and spin himself in place on the clone's back while holding onto its arm as he kicked a few clones coming at him in the faces, before landing on the other side of the clone he held and threw it over the ring's ropes. Kenway then blocked a punch and sent a few punches against a clone's stomach, then blocked a hook punch from a clone to his right, kicked the clone in front of him in the leg, then countered a kick from the clone to his right with his own kick, then jabbed a clone that came at him on his left, grabbed the clone on his right by the shirt, spun around, slamming him against the clone on his left, making them both disperse into smoke and finally kicked the remaining one in the torso making him go flying and disperse when it finally met the ring's surface. Naruto stared wide-eyed as he had seen all his clones get the shit beat out of them by one man that they ganged up on. Holy shit. Naruto managed to say as he continued to stare in disbelief. Krav Maga. That will be the first thing you'll be learning personally. Kenway said with a smirk. Personally. Before learning the other fighting styles you'll have to learn Krav Maga. If you're going to use these moves outside of a ring, which you most likely will, you'll need to learn how to defend yourself against a group first. Kenway said. So first I have to learn Krav Maga or else I won't fight well. Well, you can fight well with just learning the others, but those are all for one-on-one combat. Everyone doesn't follow that kind of law in fights, so it's always best to learn how to handle a group first before learning any other fighting style. Kenway explained. Gotcha. Naruto said with a nod. Take off your shirt. Kenway said, but then noticed the look on Naruto's face. No homo. That was all Naruto needed to hear as he took off his open-up orange shirt and gray shirt to reveal his build. Just as I thought. Your build leans more on one that uses power and good physical strength, but still has good speed and reflexes. Not too lean, not too bulky, just a bit above average muscular body type. The body I'm going for is that of Orochi K-Dash's character artwork from one of those King of Fighters Mugen-like games. Not sure what he looks like. Check out Google Images. I think his body resembles Gai Tendo's character artwork from King of Fighters 11. So, does this mean I'm more of a boxing kind of guy? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his neck. Boxing, karate, judo, wrestling, basically any kind of fighting style that depends on your weight and build more. Kenway said. Well, even so, I still want to learn taekwondo and capoeira. Naruto said. All right. It's all up to you. Kenway said with a smirk and shrug of his shoulders. It was Saturday morning and Naruto was outside practicing his Krav Maga. His clones surrounded him and after a few moments the clones charged at him. Naruto quickly slammed his palm against a clone's stomach, then roundhouse kicked another across the face, then leapt in the air to air roundhouse another. Then when he landed he sweep kicked another, then quickly lifted himself off the ground with his hands and spun around with them and kicked two away, but lost balance and fell onto his back and got kicked in the back, making him roll away. After done rolling, he quickly stood up and slammed his elbow into a clone's chest, grabbed it by the head and threw it onto the floor, jumped over a clone that tried to roundhouse kick him, landed behind it, grabbed its arm and swung it around, hitting a few clones, released its arm making it fly at a clone who dodged the flying clone. Naruto ducked and dodged a few attacks, charged into a clone and then ran to the side, somersaulted over a clone that tried to slide kick him, and then sidestepped from a clone's punch, grabbed its arm, bent it making the clone bend over, then rolled onto the clone's back and kicked a few to their faces. Suddenly Kunai appeared and stabbed into all the clones, dispersing them, including the one that Naruto held captive, making the original blonde knucklehead fall onto his back. Ah! What the hell? Naruto sat up and rubbed his back, wondering who attacked his doppelgangers when suddenly Yuka appeared in front of him, causing him to sweat with fear as he adopted a fearful expression. Oh crap! Naruto thought as he felt his heart race as he stared at Yuka's casual cheerful demeanor. What did I do this time? Naruto exclaimed with fear. Suddenly Yuka grabbed Naruto's wrist, pulled him up and started to drag him away. Where are we going? Naruto asked, still feeling worried. To the mall. Yuka said. Why? Naruto asked, genuinely confused. To get you a suit. Remember you're taking Furin out tonight. Yuka said. Oh yeah. Thank goodness you came, but do you think we can stop by my dorm? I need to change out of my training clothes. Naruto said, referring to his sweaty orange shirt and black track pants. Naruto and Yuka were at a fancy dressing store to get Naruto a suit to wear for his date with Furin. I know that Furin-chan is the kind of girl who wants a fancy date and all, but I don't feel comfortable looking at these monkey suits, Yuka-chan. Naruto said, looking at all the suits that he sees as tasteless. Then what do you suggest, Naruto-kun? Yuka asked. Well, something kind of like my regular school uniform. Naruto suggested. Then how about this? Kengo, who appeared out of nowhere, said as he showed off a suit composed of a blazer, red dress shirt, dress pants and clean shiny black shoes. It's just like your school uniform, but more sleek and mature. Perfect for a date with someone much like Furin. Kengo said with a proud smile. Oh Yusui-kun, that's perfect tilde. Yuka chimed with joy as she grabbed the suit from a grinning Kengo. What are you doing here? Naruto asked with a whisper. You may be my friend Naruto and I know you are loyal to your friends and the bro code, but I'm still skeptical with you being alone with my Yuka-chan. Kengo whispered back to Naruto with half-lidded eyes. Naruto simply said with a dull look. Oh tilde, I love it when Yusui-kun gets jealous. It makes him seem even more of a man. Yuka thought with a blush and smile as she held her right cheek with her hand. After the mall, the three went to Takaru, Haruko, Anaho and Himegami's place, because who else better to make Naruto look irresistible than Naruto's female neighbors, sister figures. Ew, you're getting a beard, Naruto ni. Anaho said pointing under Naruto's chin, right at the underjaw. Let me see. Haruko said as she looked where Anaho was pointing. Ah, fuzz. Haruko said with a dull and slightly disgusted look. Is it that bad? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Do you see yourself with a beard? Himegami questioned with her usual dull look as she read a book. No. Naruto said. Then it has to come off. Haruko said. Yeah, you don't want a beard to cover up your adorable whisker marks, do you Naruto ni-san? Anaho said with her usual cat-like smile. That's true. The girls wouldn't like it if I covered them up with hair, especially Cha-Cha. Naruto said rubbing his bottom jaw. Think of only one girl today, you perverted baka. Himegami said closing her book. I'm surprised you're okay with me thinking about the other girls. Naruto said to Himegami. Okay with. No. Tolerant is more accurate. Himegami said grabbing Naruto's wrist and dragging him towards the bathroom. Let's just get this over with. Himegami said. Total makeover. How do you feel for your first time Naruto ni-san? Anaho asked with joy as she and Haruko, who was carrying Naruto's new suit, followed Naruto and Himegami. Fear. Naruto simply said. That's natural. Haruko said as they all enter the bathroom leaving Takaru with Kengo and Yuka. So Naruto's taking Furin out, huh? Takaru said starting up a conversation. That's right. I just hope he treats her right tonight. Yuka said with her casual look. Or else you're going to beat him, right? Takaru questioned with a smirk and a sweat drop on his forehead. Oh yes, I'll beat him. Yuka said still smiling her usual smile. Takaru then noticed Kengo looking at him and saw his finger wagging side to side meaning, no, and then brought his finger to his crotch area and did the scissor sign with his two fingers making Takaru's eyes widen anime style with shock and fear. I'm sure the blonde idiot will do fine. He went out with Azuki and from what I heard he never got one beating from her. Kengo said. Oh excellent. He has experience then. Yuka said with a gentle clap, but then after a moment a dark purple aura surrounded her alarming the boys. Let's hope he uses it. Yuka said with her usual expression. I'm sure he will Yuka-chan. After all he knows the consequences of tonight. Kengo said as he wrapped his arm around Yuka's shoulders. You know just what to say Yusui-kun. Yuka said with a smile as her aura disappeared and she and Kengo shared a kiss. Kengo's got some serious balls dating her. Takaru thought as he stared at the pair. After waiting for a bit, Takaru thought of saying something. Not sure what to say, he just decided to fall back on the first thing that came to mind. So, have you two done it yet? No. Kengo and Yuka answered casually. That was the most casual answer I've ever heard in my life. Takaru thought with wide anime eyes. So you both have no shame at all. Himegami said leaving the bathroom. You both really are perfect for each other. Himegami said with her arms crossed. We know. The two said with smiles as Yuka leaned against Kengo's body making Himegami develop a sweat drop. Suddenly Anaho and Haruko came out with smiles on their faces. Introducing, the new and improved Naruto ni-san. Anaho exclaimed with excitement as she gestured to Naruto who exited the bathroom. Naruto wore his suit with his blazer completely unbuttoned with the first few buttons undone showing of half of his chest and his entire necklace, and he had his hair gelled down making it look like a mopped-headed look. Think Dante's hairstyle from Devil May Cry 3. I wouldn't call myself new, but I do look improved. Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto looked at his clothing that fit his body perfectly, then noticed himself in a mirror on the counter. I do look fine. Naruto said rubbing his bottom jaw. How very egotistical. I'm sure you and the mirror would like a room to yourselves. Himegami said with a smirk. Why? Are you trying to bring a chapter of your fanfiction to life? Naruto shot back getting laughs from the boys and giggles from the girls as Himegami blushed with embarrassment and anger. Himegami took out her anger on Takaru, electrocuting him. Hey, how come I'm the only guy to get shocked? Why not Kengo? Takaru voiced his complaints. I would do the same to him if Yuka wasn't here. No way I'm going to risk getting my flawless skin be accustomed to battle scars. Himegami thought with her arms crossed. Are you sure this is okay? I mean, what was wrong with the Steve Fox hairstyle? Naruto asked. Yes, I do mean Steve Fox from the Tekken series. I told you, you looked like a different person with that hairstyle. Haruko said. If you get rid of the whisker marks, that is. Anaho added as she continued cat smiling. Excellent call. Furin wants to go out with the sloppy and hard-headed, yet sweet and gentleman in training Naruto, not someone different. Yuka said. Oi, I'm not sloppy. Naruto exclaimed. And loud. Can't forget that. Yuka said, still smiling, making Naruto adopt a saddened dull look. By the way, how did you get his hair to be this way? Usually it's so unruly that it's usually thought to be impossible to keep his hair straight. Kengo questioned. That's where horse gel comes in handy. Keeps any hair, even Naruto Ni-san's hair, straight like a horse's mane. Anaho said with her cat-like smile as she showed of the horse gel. I looked it up. It's a real gel product. At least it's not duck gel. Naruto said. Boo. Kengo and Takaru booed the bad pun with thumbs down. Shut up. Here. Yuka said, pulling out a bouquet of roses and giving them to Naruto. Now go make Furin happy. Yuka said, pushing Naruto towards the door. And you better treat her right and be a true gentleman to her. Or else you'll kill me. Oh, much worse. Yuka said with a little giggle. Okay. Good to know. Naruto said with a nervous smile and a sweat drop. Yuka then pushed him out the door and over the railing. Yuka. Haruko shouted as she, Anaho and Takaru ran out to see that Naruto landed safely onto his feet and then started heading to Furin's place. He's fine. After all, he is a ninja. Yuka said as she walked back into the dorm as if nothing had just happened. This makes me wonder if Yuka even likes Naruto. Takaru said. You can file that as undetermined. Himegami said as she leaned against the doorway. It all depends on Naruto's performance tonight. If he treats Furin as the president is supposed to be treated, then she'll like him, but if he fails, he'll be on her hit list. Himegami said nonchalantly as she checked her nails. So no pressure for him then. Takaru said with a nervous smile and sweat drop. He'll be fine. Naruto Ni is great with girls. Anaho said with her cat-like smile. Fair point. Still debatable, but fair point. Takaru said with a smile. Furin was getting dressed in a seafoam green dress, getting ready for her date. She contemplated if she should wear makeup or go all natural. I'm sure Naruto is okay with me wearing no makeup today. Furin said to herself as she looked into the mirror and gazed at her dress. I hope I'm not overdressed. Is my hair all right? Oh God, I feel like I'm getting nauseous. Furin said before looking at her face in the mirror. Disliking her look of distress, Furin took in a deep breath through her nose, then out her mouth. She then stood up straight and looked at her reflection once more. I still can't believe it. I'm going on a date, and with a boy no less. Furin said. She then thought of Naruto as his dumb yet sweet and kind-hearted nature, his delightfully infectious grin, his rough yet lovable personality, and of course his charming good looks. Furin couldn't help but sigh dreamily as she held her blushing cheeks. So this is what it feels like to have a dream man. Furin said smiling. Suddenly the doorbell rung, bring Furin out of her lovey-dovey days as she had only one thought come to her mind. That must be Naruto, she said as she ran towards the door. After dusting off her dress of imaginary dust, she opened the door to find a bouquet of gardenia flowers extended to her. I brought you your favorite flowers. Figured it was best to stop by a flower shop to get these. After all, this is a special occasion, TT Ibeo. Naruto said with a smile. Furin smiled as she grabbed the flowers and smelled them. He really listens. Furin thought with a blush as she stared at the flowers with affection. She then looked up at Naruto to see his change. He looked dashing, amazing, and extremely handsome. He's so dashing. Furin thought with a blush as she held her right cheek. So would you like a moment to put your bouquet in a vase, or would you rather take them with us? Naruto asked. Oh, yes, one moment. Furin said as she lightly ran off to place her new bouquet of flowers in a vase. Once the deed was done, Furin traveled back to see Naruto offer her his right arm. She smiled as his gentlemanly charm as she wrapped her arm around his own. They then headed out, with Furin closing the door with her free hand before placing it on his bicep. So where are we going? Furin asked. Well, I did have this place in mind, but I'd rather let you decide. Naruto said. Such a gentleman. Furin said with a smile. She put on a thinking face, but she had already made her decision before doing her face. She was just being playful. I say we go with your choice. Furin said with a smile. Are you sure? There's no fancy music. The music they play has kind of a kick to it. Naruto said with his own smile. And by kick you mean? Furin asked with a raised eyebrow. Let me answer it with a question. Have you ever been interested in Latin culture? Naruto asked, having his confident smile. Oh tilde, Furin said with an excited smile. Naruto had taken Furin to the same place Leandre had taken Izuki, El Punto Suave. The smooth spot. I was going to choose the smooth choice, but that translate to La Elección Lisa, and that doesn't sound really appealing to me. Furin stared at the place in amazement. Amazing, isn't it? Naruto asked with a smirk. It's incredible. Furin said breathlessly. Naruto and Furin then went right in and got a table. My god, how did you come across this place? Furin asked with an intrigued smile. I have to thank a friend for that. Naruto said, keeping the truth vague, but acceptable. Once getting their menus, they opened it up and scanned through everything. Wow, everything looks great. Furin said. Yeah. Got to admit, the Spaniards really are interesting. I'm glad to have known more about this world and its many different people. Naruto said with a smile. So you've been studying about the world and its many cultures? Furin asked, intrigued by his previous statement. Yeah. I mean, back in my old world all I ever had to learn was how to be a kick-ass shinobi, but I was more for action than reading words. Studying back then was boring since I wanted to do the stuff that was written down, not read it. However, the stuff I study here is a different story. How do you mean? Furin asked curiously, tilting her head slightly to the side. Here, the stuff I'm learning isn't about how to grow stronger as a shinobi. It's helping me learn new things that I couldn't be able to learn back home. Sure, I could learn math, but I was never really motivated, but the other stuff on the other hand, history, art, science, these are things that I never thought I'd be interested in. In my world it's just shinobi, shinobi, shinobi. Here, this is stuff that I've never even heard of. Like marine biology, Darwinism, creationism, astrology, people went to the freaking moon. No use of jutsu, just material that people collected and made into a spaceship and then foosh flying straight into space and then right onto the moon. That's unbelievable. It's the most amazing thing I've ever heard of in my life. Naruto said with a huge grin. Furin couldn't help but giggle at Naruto's amazement of her world's history and knowledge. He's like an infant filled with wonder and excitement as he learns more about the world. Furin thought as she smiled at the excited Naruto. So it seems our study sessions really got you excited on these things. Furin said, still smiling. Hell yeah. Naruto exclaimed with a grin, but then as he looked into Furin's eyes he reached for one of her hands with both of his own, gripping and holding her hand, making her look at her hand with surprise before looking up at Naruto. I owe you so much. Thank you, Furin-chan. Naruto thanked her with a genuine smile. Furin blushed as she stared into Naruto's eyes. She then smiled at him and placed her other hand onto his own. It was my pleasure. Furin said with a smile. Oh, I think our waiter's coming. Naruto said as he and Furin separated their hands from one another's, but Furin couldn't help but continue to smile at Naruto as her eyes shimmered with affection. Izuki was traveling around the mall, deciding that she should treat herself to something since she had sent a good amount of her paycheck to her family back home to help them. She had been working her butt off lately, but thanks to Naruto, she had received a much larger amount of pay than normal. Probably because that the blonde ninja's food had attracted so many customers that she had to work triple time to serve as many people as she could. Izuki was heading for a store she had in mind to check out, when she stopped and noticed Furin inside a restaurant with some guy, with them both dressed all fancy. Furin on a date. Didn't expect that. Izuki thought with a smirk, but when she was about to walk away, she froze as she realized what was wrong with this picture. Wait a minute, Furin dating a guy. That's completely unlike her. Izuki thought with wide eyes as she turned back to notice the sun-kissed blonde hair, mopped hair. No, it can't be. After seeing a waiter leave from their table, music started playing, getting male's attention. The male stood up and offered his hand to Furin, who blushed at the offer. Furin looked to the side, most likely feeling embarrassed by the offer, but then the male gently grabbed Furin's dainty hand, making her look up at him. She then smiled after a moment or two, most likely because the male said something sweet. Then the two stood up as the male led her to the dance floor. Once the male held Furin close, making her blush as she looked up at him. Azuki got to see the side of the male's face, which led to her fears being confirmed as she saw it was Naruto. Naruto, I'm not so sure about this. I mean, I don't know how to dance to this music. Furin said to Naruto. Just calm down and let me lead. I promise as long as you trust me you'll enjoy the experience. Naruto said with a smile. For some reason, that smile was all the assurance she needed. Naruto put his foot forward, making Furin put a foot back, then the two did it 2 more times before Naruto spun Furin and brought her close to him. She blushed at the close contact as he then took 2 steps back, with her taking 2 steps forward. Then Naruto spun the both of them in a 180-degree angle, then took a step forward, then took on back, before spinning Furin away from him. She stopped as Naruto's hand reached its extended limit, then he spun her back, making her press against his body once again. He then spun them both again and spun her away from him, then spun her back with her back pressed against his front, making her blush. Then moved to left, then the right, before Naruto spun her around, then pressed her front against his own as they then moved up right, then up left, then back, the right. Naruto then spun her away, then back to him as he then lifted her in the air while he himself did a 180 spin before lowering her to the ground, then spun her away, brought her back and started spinning her in place for a while before ceasing and pressing her against him. Enjoying it? Naruto asked Furin with a smirk. Uh-huh. Furin said dumbly with a small nod and blush. Good. Naruto said with a smile. Azuki watched the two dance with sad eyes. That's our thing. Azuki thought as she then frowned. I guess we're even now. Azuki said as she decided to go home, not feeling like shopping today. After their dance and having their delicious meal, the two then went to have dessert. The two were now having a soda float that they were sharing as they sipped out of 2 different straws. Furin felt that the moment to be romantic and magical. She really wished a lot of guys were like Naruto, but then again that would mean that he wouldn't be so special and she would never wish for something like that. One Naruto was all the world, and herself, needed, in a good way. Furin then had the desire to know what Naruto had been doing lately. Naruto, I've been wondering, what have you been doing lately? Furin asked. Training. Naruto simply said. Should have expected nothing less from you, but what kind of training? I went to Cha-Cha's friend, Kenway, to teach me how different fighting styles. He's been teaching me Krav Maga as of late, but after I get the hang of it and learn more fighting styles I'm going to put them together into one. Naruto explained. Interesting. Furin said with a smile. So what would you call this new combination style? Not sure. How about the Uzumaki Naruto super awesome kick-ass martial art style? Naruto suggested with a grin. No. Furin said, making Naruto pout, which made her giggle at his cute face. Okay then, what do you suggest? Naruto asked. How about just the new Uzumaki fighting art? Furin suggested. New Uzumaki fighting art. Simply, but has a nice ring to it. I like it. Naruto said, giving Furin a grin. Furin couldn't help but smile when she saw his oh-so-famous grin. Furin then got brave as she placed her hand onto Naruto's, making him look at their hands before smiling at her with her gladly returning it. The two then returned to their float as they stared lovingly into each other's eyes. After they were done, Naruto paid for their dessert, and the two started walking home. It was dark out, so the stars shined in the sky with the two gazing at them. The stars are very beautiful tonight. Furin said with a smile. They're not that special. Naruto simply said with his eyes closed and his hands behind his head. Right when Furin looked at him in surprise, he spoke again. I mean, I've been staring into your eyes all day. After seeing them, the stars can't really compare in bright beauty. Naruto said like it was a common fact, but at the same time sounding so sweet. Furin then smiled at Naruto's words. Yes. Nailed it. Thank you, boring romance movies. Naruto thought with a soft smile and an inner victorious smirk. I'm surprised he came up with that. I guess those romance movies the others force him to watch are really paying off. Furan thought with a smile as she held her right blushing cheek. You know. Furan then looked up at Naruto as he stared up into the sky. I know a place that's perfect for a night like this. I'll gladly take you there. Naruto said. Furan responded by grabbing onto Naruto's hand. He smiled as he then grabbed Furan and lifted her up bridal style, surprising her, before shushing away. Atop of Mount Amanohara, Naruto was sitting cross-legged as he continued to hold Furan bridal style onto his lap. The two stared up at the twinkling stars, feeling content by both the sight and the closeness with each other. You were right. This is the perfect place. Furan said with a smile. Naruto smiled as well as they both continued staring into the sky until a shooting star passed by. A shooting star. You going to make a wish? Furan asked. Naruto stared up at the sky, then closed his eyes as he made a wish. After a moment or two, Naruto reopened his eye and had a small smile on his face. So what did you wish for? Furan asked. That everyone back in my world will be fine. Naruto said. So you're wishing for others? I don't really need anything now. Everything already seems perfect here. And besides, if I really want something here, then I'll work for it. Naruto said. What about you? What did you wish for? Honestly, I already have everything that I want. Furan said as she closed her eyes and snuggled closer into Naruto's chest. Naruto smiled down at her before looking up into the stars again. I hope everyone's fine right now. After watching the stars together for a while, Naruto had shushin to Furan's home. Once gently letting her down on her feet, the two faced each other with smiles on their faces. This was a nice night. Furan said smiling with her shimmering eyes staring into Naruto's. Glad I could make it for you. Naruto said smiling. The two stared into each other's eyes for a few moments before they leaned in and kissed. It was a peck, but then they leaned in again with their arms wrapped around each other. Then suddenly Furan's lips went to Naruto's, each it gently bit down on it as Naruto started kissing and sucking on Furan's neck and trapezius muscle. Furan grabbed Naruto's left hand and made it travel up her dress into her rear end, a very bold move, but welcomed by the blonde. Their lips then met again as the two moaned with Furan feeling delight as Naruto groped her rear end. Once their lips separated once more, Furan's lips once again leaned closer to Naruto's ear and whispered. Come inside and spend the night. Naruto's eyes widened at this, but then Furan's door burst open to reveal a smiling Yuka. Furan, welcome home. Yuka greeted, making Furan separate from a blushing Naruto and turned to her best friend with a surprised, nervous expression on her face. Thanks for bringing her back, Naruto-kun. Come in, Furan, you have to tell me all about your date. Yuka said as she grabbed Furan's wrist. Alright. Furan said. Well then, have a good night, Furan. Naruto said with a gentleman's bow. Thank you, Naruto-kun. This was a great night. Furan said with a blush and smile. Glad I could give you it. Naruto said with a smile, making Furan's smile widen. Yuka then yanked Furan inside and gave Naruto a thumbs up before closing the door. Naruto sighed with relief before turning around to leave. For a minute there I thought Yuka was going to eat my soul. Naruto said as he headed back home. Meanwhile inside, Yuka sat Furan down on her couch and sat next to her. So how was it? Yuka asked with a smile. It was nice. Furan said with a smile. However, Yuka leaned in with a making Furan sigh. Alright, it was one of the best nights I've ever had. Furan said with a blush, a smile in her eyes displaying shimmering affection. Glad to hear. Yuka said with her smile as she gently clapped her hands together. But what were you doing in my house? You were waiting to interrupt us, weren't you? Furan questioned as she narrowed her eyes at her best friend. Yuka just laughed at her friend. Well, of course. Knowing you, Furan, I had to stop your attempts. You're not ready just yet. Yuka said with her casual smile. Says you. You and Kengo have probably already had sex by now. Furan said. Why do people keep suggesting that? Yuka questioned as she tilted her head. Because you're both perverts who fit a sadomasochistic relationship. Furan said. I guess that fits, however, which one of us is the sadist? Don't play dumb, it's obviously you. Furan said with her arms crossed at her smiling best friend. Thanks. For what? Yuka asked. Naruto told me that you helped get him into shape. I think he's starting to warm up to you. Furin said with a smile. That's good to hear. He's a nice guy. Yuka said with a smile. However, he's no Yusui-kun. That's for sure. Furin said as she and her best friend giggled. Naruto climbed up the stairs to his home and went inside. When he got inside, he noticed the dinner he had a clone make for her and the others, which was potatoes with a butter glaze, steamed vegetables, rice balls and a few pieces of sushi. I know you saw me. Naruto said. Guess that makes us even, huh? Izuki said. I wasn't looking to get even. I just wanted to spend time with Furin. Naruto said as he pulled up a seat and sat in front of Izuki. The two sat in silence for a while before either one of them spoke. Am I a bad person? Naruto asked. No. In fact, that's the problem. You're too much of a nice guy that you can't even let a girl down easy because it would be too mean to you. Izuki said, biting down on a rice ball. And I guess that's hurting you girls. Naruto said, looking down at the table with sad eyes. I don't know. Izuki said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. I mean, I don't know. Despite how I may act, I've gotten so used to seeing girls cling to you, but the ones who you give attention to are friends that I've had before you first came to this world, which doesn't really bother me. Izuki said as she sipped from her iced tea. Really? Then, why were you sad? I managed to see the look on your face for a second while I danced with Furin. Izuki looked at her beverage for a second before looking at Naruto. Dancing was our thing. Izuki said. Kind of hurts seeing someone you really like dance with someone else, huh? Naruto said with a melancholic smile. I just can't believe it really matters that much to us. Izuki said, scratching the back of her head. Yeah, Naruto said with a small grin, but then it dropped. I'm sorry about how I reacted to you dating that guy. I actually feel kind of hypocritical. Naruto said. Izuki looked at him with confusion. I kind of get the feeling that the feeling I felt must have been like when you discovered that I went on a date with Yan. Naruto said. Izuki's eyes widened at his words. They then became a little more empathetic. Honestly, I never wanted you to feel like that. Izuki said. Yeah, but it still has to be worse for you because Yan's your enemy while I only knew this guy through one encounter. Naruto said. At least Yan never insulted my mother. Izuki said, surprising Naruto. I learned what happened. Ended things soon as possible. Izuki said. Naruto's eyes blinked a few times before he reacted by shooting out from his seat and shouting. Yada. He cheered with a grin and his fists raised in the air with victory, but then he noticed Izuki staring at him with a raised eyebrow, making him sit down and change his attitude. My apologies. Don't worry about it. Izuki said with a smirk and small blush, flattered at Naruto's sudden outburst. You look nice by the way. Thanks. Naruto said with a blush as he scratched the back of his head. So just wondering. Will you ever date Yan again? Izuki questioned. Maybe. Naruto said with a shrug. Maybe. What do you mean maybe? Izuki exclaimed with irritation. It's like I said. I might. I can't predict the future. If things happen, things happen. Naruto said. Izuki sighed as she placed her head into the palm of her hand. But, Izuki looked up to see his eyes looking away as he had a blush on his cheeks. If I had a choice to date either you or her, I'd always choose you. Naruto confessed as he scratched his left temple with his index finger. Izuki blushed as she had a surprised expression on her face, but then she smiled. Suddenly she placed her hand on Naruto's, making him look her with surprise. Just wondering, is that date request still available? Izuki asked with a smile, making Naruto smile at her. For you, always. The next morning Naruto, who was shirtless, had several wrists on both of his arms with bow rows stopping at the elbows and 2 wrapped around each bicep, as the blonde kept punching at a giant iron block Kenway had provided for him. The iron block was covered in a 3-layered dense shield of Maken energy. Naruto normally can break through anything after gaining his new strength, but somehow this shield was stronger than anything he had ever come into contact before. Naruto's knuckles were bleeding from constantly impacting with the shielded block and his arms were in pain as he felt his muscles strain and some torn from the force and weights. Naruto's punches were slow, but Naruto felt his strength and speed increasing with his training. He had been doing this for 3 hours straight and he had not even laid a dent into the shield. Naruto was feeling more and more confident in his strength and prowess as he continued punching the shielded block. Oh Naruto. Naruto stopped and turned his head to see Haruko, who wore a gray tank top, black gym shorts and had her Bakken in hand. She was sweating, which meant she was out training. Hey Nei-chan. Naruto said as he turned back and continued punching the shielded block. Where did you get that iron block? Haruko asked. Kenway gave it to me. I can shrink it with my Maken energy making it portable. Naruto said. And the new weights? Haruko asked as she walked up to her younger brother. To make my punching speed faster than sound. You ever seen those animes like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and Fist of the North Star where the hero can punch at a rate faster than the eye can see? That's how good I want to be. Naruto said with a confident smirking grin. Haruko sighed at Naruto's intense and exaggerated expectations. How insane. Just as nuts as ever. Haruko thought as she smiled fondly at her brother. After this I'm going to lift the block with my legs. That's going to be tough since I'm wearing weights there too. Naruto said with an excited grin. Too nuts. Haruko thought as she then whacked her Bakken over Naruto's head making the blonde cease his training and whine. Baka. You'll kill yourself with that sort of intensity. Haruko scolded her younger brother. No I won't. I'm super durable and my regenerative abilities reached new heights, so if anything goes wrong I'll be just fine. Naruto said. So what if your legs get broken from having all that weight on them? Can you come back from that? Haruko questioned with a raised eyebrow. If I can survive and come back from getting burned, stabbed through the torso and have the internal parts of my body broken then I can survive something like that. Naruto said with a confident grin. Okay, I'll admit he's got me there. Haruko thought, but refused to speak it aloud. Naruto's head was big enough. Even so I've got to make sure that you don't hurt yourself or worse. Haruko said. Seriously. So you're going to watch me train now? Naruto questioned. Of course. It's my role as a sister to make sure that my Baka brother doesn't go overboard, as usual. Haruko said with new conviction. Ah man. Naruto whined but then he got whacked again by Haruko's Bakken. Ow. I mean, awesome. Thanks Nei-chan. Naruto said with a nervous smile. That's more like it. Haruko said with a smile of her own. For the next few hours, Haruko sat by and watched Naruto continue his punching regime for 2 hours before switching to his leg lifting. Naruto's face was a bit pink and covered in sweat as he had been lifting the block for an hour and a quarter so far. Damn, this thing keeps getting heavier. I can't tell if it's from the weight or the block. This sucks tilde. Naruto complained in his mind as he continued to lift the block up and bring it down with his legs. You're the one who want to do this. Haruko said as she then took a sip of her water bottle. Huh. I can tell that you're complaining inside your head. Haruko said. No I'm not. Naruto lied. Haruko narrowed her eyes at her brother with her arms crossed. Okay. Maybe just a little. Naruto said. After 10 more minutes, the two heard someone's voice as a person rushed towards them. Ni-san, 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 Ni-san. Anaho said over and over again as she rushed to him. What is it, Imouto? Naruto asked. Your egg hatched. Anaho cheered getting a confused look from Naruto and a surprised and confused one from Haruko. Huh? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. You know, the one made out of sand. Anaho clarified. It did. Naruto exclaimed with shock as he lost his concentration making the giant block collapse on him. Ah! Naruto shouted in pain. Haruko quickly placed her hand on the iron block and concentrated on shrinking it with her Maken and succeeded in doing so. We might have to work on your concentration. Haruko said with her hands on her hips. Yeah. Naruto simply said as a tear hanged from his right eye as he felt the pain of his legs nearly getting crushed. Come on Ni-san, you have to hurry. Anaho cheered. Give me a minute. Naruto said as he concentrated on healing his legs. Once entering his dorm Naruto saw the miniature Shukaku biting and tearing up a pillow. See, he hatched. Anaho said with a cat-like smile. He took my pillow from my room. Kimi whined as she saw her precious pillow get chewed and torn apart. He's such a ruffian. Haruko said with a bit of a worried expression. Let it go tilde. Kimmy whined as she grabbed her pillow, at least what was left that she could grab, and tried prying it from Mini Shukaku's mouth, but the little sand tanuki tried pulling it out of her grasp. You heard her. Let go of Kimmy's pillow. Cha-Cha exclaimed as she grabbed onto her friend and assisted her in the little tug-of-war game, but the tanuki would not cease. Yummy. Naruto said with a serious demeanor as he radiated with blue flaming energy, making Shukaku cease and look at him. Let go of it. Naruto ordered. Shukaku, in fear of Naruto, released the pillow from its mouth. Naruto then knelt down on one knee and extended his hand to Shukaku. The tanuki looked at the hand before looking up at Naruto to see a caring face. Shukaku slowly creeped up to Naruto's hand cautiously. It sniffed his hand before licking it. Naruto petted the little tanuki, which caused Shukaku to rub its head against the palm of Naruto's hand. Wow tilde, that was amazing, Ni-san. Anaho said with a smile. Yeah, not bad. Haruko said with an impressed smile. Naruto looked down at the tanuki as his smile widened as an idea popped into his head. You and I are going to be close. Later at Macaroon Mansion, before the place opened, Naruto went to ask Azuki for some pointers on how to fight with his legs. Pointers. Azuki, dressed in her maid uniform, questioned with a raised eyebrow. Yeah. Since I'm interested in learning Taekwondo and Capoeira, I figured who else to ask on some advice on using your legs than you. Naruto, dressed in his chef uniform, said with a smile. I thought you'd be more interested in something more manly, like boxing. Azuki said using air quotes when she said the word manly. Well, I'm learning that too along with a bunch of other martial arts. I'm going to mix them all together into one fighting style and calling it the new Uzumaki fighting art. Naruto said with a grin. Seriously? Well, it does kind of have nice ring to it. Azuki said with a smirk. Got to thank Furan-chan for that. Naruto said with a smile and his hands behind his head. So anything to share. Azuki smirked as she sent a kick that passed by Naruto's head, causing wind to blow through Naruto's bangs and side hair. Whoa. Naruto said with amazement and wide eyes. You have to develop your muscles and be able to balance on either leg while kicking. Azuki said. I can see that. Naruto said as he grabbed Azuki's thigh and squeezed it a couple of times, making her blush. Baka. Don't touch without permission. Azuki exclaimed as she quickly brought her leg back and kicked Naruto in the face with the other leg at a pace faster than the eye could see. Gomen. Naruto exclaimed after getting kicked in the cheek. But I can already do something like that. Naruto said after he and Azuki regained their composures, making it seem like the attack a moment ago never happened. Do what I did. Azuki ordered. Naruto just shrugged and did what Azuki did and brought his foot back. Did I take my foot back right away after performing my kick? Azuki questioned rhetorically with her eyes closed and her hands on her hips. Naruto blinked before performing the same move again, but tried to keep his leg in the air, but he was finding it difficult to balance on his other leg. After a few moments his leg dropped to the ground. Doesn't seem like it. Azuki said. But I did the kick. Naruto protested. And I said you have to balance on your other leg, but apparently you still have problems with that. Azuki said. I guess lift things with my legs didn't really help. Naruto said with a small pout. It takes more than leg strength to do what I can do. Azuki said. What else is there? Naruto asked. I'll tell you after we're done for the day. Azuki said as she walked away. That is if I don't forget. Oi, don't tease me. Naruto exclaimed with an annoyed anime-style expression as he followed the smirking Azuki. Sakura, Sasuke, Ino and Tenten had finally made it back to the village, and when the pinkett of the group made it past the gates, she sprinted all the way towards the Hokage Tower. Seriously, forehead. We just made it back and you don't even bother to take a rest. Ino questioned as she watched her best friend's retreating form. Kind of reminds me of something Naruto would do. Tenten said. Yeah, I mean I know she's obsessed with him now, but that doesn't mean she has to act like him. Ino said. Tenten then noticed the absence of their only male team member. Looks like Sasuke's gone too. Tenten said. So what else is new? Ino said. Sakura rushed into the tower and all the way upstairs. She burst through the doors without bothering to knock to see Tsunade still working on paperwork. Got it. Sakura exclaimed as she panted. Tsunade looked at her with blinking eyes before standing up and walking over to her student to see the red jewel in her hand. Looks like you did. Tsunade said as she took it from her grasp. Did anyone else come back with their pant piece? Sakura asked as she continued to pant. Afraid not. You're the first. Tsunade said. Oh damn it. Sakura said before she started falling forward only to be caught by Tsunade. Poor girl, she really wants to see Naruto again. Tsunade said with sad eyes, but also with a proud smile. She's not the only one. Tsunade turned to see Jiraiya with a smile as he held up a dirty yellow jewel. So you and Kakashi made it out of Iwa alive. Tsunade said. It wasn't easy. We had to deal with a guardian made of earth and had control over the same element. We were lucky that we only needed to obtain the jewel instead of kill it. Jiraiya said. Jiraiya then took out the ripple and placed his jewel in one of the slots, then Tsunade threw him the jewel Sakura obtained and put it in another slot. 2 down, 3 to go. Jiraiya said. At least we're closer than we thought we'd be. Tsunade said as she then lifted Sakura up bridal style. I'm going to take Sakura to the hospital. Anything to get out of paperwork, huh? Jiraiya said with a smirk earning an annoyed grunt from Tsunade. I think I'll join you. I'm perfectly fine doing this on my own pervert. Tsunade said. I know. Jiraiya simply said making Tsunade turn away from him as a small smile appeared on her face. It was Sunday morning and Naruto was taking a shower. He had his eyes closed as he felt the water land onto his skin. Today was the day. He was going to face Leandre for the 3rd time and this time he was going to win. Naruto turned off the water and walked out the sliding door of the shower. He dried himself off and put on his pair of orange pants. With his towel wrapped over his neck and hanging by the shoulder, he headed for the door, but he stopped as he looked at himself in the mirror. He grabbed his bottom jaw and leaned closer to see that his baby fat was completely gone. Naruto then leaned back and saw his muscles and noticed his change of height. How long have I been like this? Naruto wondered, surprised at how much he had changed in such a short time. Naruto simply went as he left the bathroom to cook breakfast. When he headed for the kitchen he noticed Matabi hissing at Shukaku who was growling at her. Play nice you two. Naruto said making the two cease, but they still continued to glare at each other. Naruto started cooking, but his mind was still on the fight to come. He had trained to the brink to get where he was now. He continued with the iron block by punch, kicking and lifting it along with going around the track with the iron block tied to his back. He trained on his balance, especially with one leg and his hands. He had done an exercise where he was doing the splits over a campfire while balancing saucers of tea on his shoulder and legs while focusing on gathering and building his chakra and Maken energy, continued on his Krav Maga before learning a few moves from Kenway of different martial arts. Honestly he never felt his body in better shape. Naruto had decided that after breakfast that he would train by using his moves while moving so he could get the hang of things a little bit more before the fight. I can feel it. I can win this time. Naruto thought with a confident smile. Man, I can't believe how cool taijutsu could be. No wonder Lee and super bushy brows Guy Sensei love doing it so much. Naruto thought before he placed a small bowl of fish in front of Matabi and a small bowl of steak in front of Shukaku and getting back to cooking breakfast, letting the two mini Biju enjoy their meal. If I ever see them again, maybe I can spar with them. Naruto thought with a smile. Today's the day, right? Naruto turned to see Cha-Cha. You're going to fight that guy and kick his ass, right? Cha-Cha asked as she sat down. Hell yeah, Naruto said. Why can't I help again? I want to mess him up for hurting you and using Azuki-chan like that. Sorry Cha-Cha-chan, but he was here for me. I don't want to get you involved into a fight that had nothing to do with you in the first place. Besides, he's too dangerous. Naruto said. But if it's too dangerous then wouldn't it be smart to give you backup? Cha-Cha questioned. True, but this time it's going to be different. Naruto said confidently. How so? Cha-Cha asked. Because I have a secret weapon. Naruto said turning to her with a smile. Just trust me. I'll be fine alright. Naruto said. Okay. Cha-Cha said admitting defeat. But, she then suddenly appeared next to Naruto and hugged him tight with his face smooshed against her plump breasts. If anything happens, Cha-Cha will be right there to help her Naruto-kun. Cha-Cha said with a smile. Glad to know that she'll be there for me. Naruto thought, but then he realized something. I bent over a bit. Leandre was sitting outside at a curtained table with an umbrella coming out of the table's umbrella stand keeping him shaded from the sun. He was sipping from a glass of Coke through a bendy straw. As he sipped from the soda, he took out a golden pocket watch and checked the time. No fear. Leandre looked across from him to see a red-haired young man sitting across from him with a friendly smile. I don't see how he'll be able to defeat me this time. Leandre said. True, but I do. The young man said. You're going to lose this time. Is that an order? No, just a fact. The young man said. Leandre just went. Before you leave, just wondering. What was that look of slight discomfort when you learned that I'd be dating Miss Shinatsu to get closer to the target? Was she your girlfriend? What? Ew. No. The young man said with disgust. But you do love her. Close friend then. You'll know after the fight. The young man said as he stood up and started to leave. By the way, I ordered a steak and told the waiter to put it on your bill. The young man said before he vanished. HMPH. Some form of revenge. Leandre said with an annoyed look in his eyes. After paying the bill, and the steak his associate put on his bill, Leandre made it to the spot and waited there. He didn't have to wait long as Naruto, dressed with orange pants, black boots, a long-sleeved black shirt and a sleeveless orange and black hooded winter jacket with fur at the collar and lining of the hood. I figured you'd wear something more intimidating, like that leather black jacket you possess. Leandre said. I'm saving to wear that in another fight. Naruto said. Well then, shall we begin? The battle already started. This is just the stare down. Naruto said with a serious tone. I see. Well then, since you're the one who challenged me, I'll allow you to make the first move. Suddenly Leandre's throat was hit by Naruto's strong leg, sending him into the ground as the blonde, who was in the air when he sent his attack, landed on the other side of his opponent. Yo better not underestimate me today, or else you'll need to call for a gurney when it's over. Naruto said with a serious tone and his hands in his pocket. Leandre grabbed onto his neck as he felt the throbbing pain that the first attack had given him. He's gotten stronger. It feels like he could have broken my neck. Leandre thought before gathering enough strength to roll onto his front and hold himself up on one of his hands and knees. I can't take him lightly anymore. This is the fight I was hoping for. Leandre stood up and got into his fighting stance. Naruto did the same, getting into a boxer's stance. Boxing Well then. Leandre sent a jab that Naruto was ready to block, however it was a feint as Leandre went for a sweep kick, but Naruto saw it coming as he leapt, kicked Leandre in the stomach with his left leg and spun in the air to deliver a right kick into his face. KNL Mundo. What in the world, Leandre thought as he flew away from Naruto and landed onto the ground back first. That was a taekwondo move. Leandre thought as he grabbed his nose, but then his eyes widened as he saw Naruto coming down from the air, ready to stomp onto his torso. Leandre rolled back in time to avoid the stomp that cracked the ground below, but then Naruto followed with a leg sweep which Leandre leapt over. However, as Naruto continued to spin in momentum, he came around and slammed his elbow into Leandre's gut when his feet hit the ground, headbutted him as he rose up, slammed his knee into his side, then used his other leg to rise and knock him across the head, sending him to the ground, but then Naruto grabbed him and repeatedly rose him over his shoulder and slammed him into the ground, before spinning and throwing him straight through a tree. Leandre felt so much pain in his body, and battle had just began too. How can he feel like this in such a short time? He used judo in that last assault. Somehow he learned techniques from different fighting styles. How did he do so in such a limited amount of time? Leandre thought as he gritted his teeth from the pain. Suddenly one of Naruto's energy claw grabbed Leandre's leg and threw him into the air. Naruto jumped into the air and sent a series of kicks to Leandre's body, then kicked him to the ground, where he landed and then sent a kick to his gut. Shishi Renden. Lion's combo barrage, Naruto exclaimed before flipping away from Leandre. Sasuke must never know that I used his move. Naruto thought as he got back into his stance. Leandre held his get as he got up onto his knees and coughed out blood. Jesus, such power. Leandre thought as he felt his stomach churn from the intense pain. Leandre then closed his eyes and started taking deep breaths as he felt his stomach calm. Leandre stood and got in his fighting stance once more. Venga! Leandre shouted. Naruto moved his hands in a motion which ended with the Kung Fu snake sign. Leandre narrowed his eyes at the blonde, before Naruto dashed at him and sent a snake strike that Leandre was going to slap away, but it was a fake out as Naruto did a flip kick upside Leandre's jaw. Then when he landed he sent a hard jab into Leandre's gut before using the Gatling gun barrage punch in the same spot, then uppercutting him, then went for a Shun Masatsu. It's a karate move I saw Jin Kazama perform that's kind of like an uppercut with the elbow and then did a razor rush, a kung fu move by Lei Wulong that's basically a combo of punches that move the opponent back so. The fighter moves forward with his knees bent then Naruto leg swiped Leandre and while still having momentum did a spinning uppercut to his jaw, better known as a tornado uppercut, and when he landed onto his feet, Naruto leapt into the air he used a kick think of Kyokusanagi's red. Kick on Leandre, sending him slamming into the ground. I call that my red kick. Straight out of the book of Kyokusanagi. Naruto said. Fighting video games rule. Naruto thought with joy as he successfully pulled off a move from a video game he saw Takaru and Kengo played. Although Naruto wasn't really that good at playing them since he found the whole button control and move system very confusing to do with your fingers. Leave it to Naruto to find performing a move off of a video game or easy than playing one. Am I right? Damn, such pain, his powers, high speed, his strength, and his sudden abilities in martial arts. I do not stand a chance. I have no choice. I'll have to use Pedal Choro sooner than I expected. With his new speed and power I can't compete. But I should first see if I can get in his head. Leandre thought as he stood up from the ground and looked at Naruto. Impressive. You truly are an astounding opponent. He's trying to get in my head. I can't let what he says get to me. Naruto thought as he narrowed his eyes at Leandre. But you aren't that much of a good person. Leandre said. Naruto raised an eyebrow at what he was trying to get at. That stupid baka. Haruko shouted as she ran with her Bakken ready and Izuki running by her side. Haruko, he said he'll be fine. Cha-cha exclaimed as she and Kimi were after her. Please believe in Naruto-kun. Kimi exclaimed. I believe he's a completely reckless. Haruko exclaimed as she continued to head for the southwest side of Mount Amanohara. I know, but Naruto-kun has gotten stronger. He can handle it this time. Kimi exclaimed. Izuki just stayed silent as she sped towards where Naruto most likely was. Running behind the three were Takaru, Furin and Anaho. That baka, what was he thinking? Furin said with annoyance. Maybe Naruto Ni-chan can beat him this time. Anaho said. No way to know until we get there. Furin said. I'm sure he'll be fine. Naruto said he had gotten strong and I believe in him and what he said 100%. Takaru thought. Although I wish I could have known sooner. Takaru thought as he remembered what he learned a little while ago. Minori had called the members of the security committee to do extra paperwork that needed to be done. Izuki groaned as she stretched after finishing another form. She looked around with an annoyed expression as she saw that Naruto still wasn't with them. Okay, I'm done. Izuki said as she slammed her hands on the table and stood up. She then walked up to the only other males in the group. Where is he? Izuki demanded answers. What makes you think we know? Kengo questioned. You're his best friends. Yeah, but he doesn't tell us everything. Takaru said. Izuki let out a small growl as she headed for the door. Izuki, where are you going? Furin questioned as she adjusted her glasses. To find that idiot. Izuki exclaimed as she opened the door. Do we really have to keep quiet? Kimi whispered to Cha-cha. Yes. If we spill the beans then she'll interrupt Naruto-kun's fight. Cha-cha whispered back, but then suddenly Izuki fist slammed right in front of them startling the two. Don't think I didn't hear that. What fight are you two talking about? Izuki demanded answers as she glared at her two roommates making Kimi put up a manga book over her face in defense while Cha-cha gulped. Well, he might have. Suddenly Azuki grew a dark red aura surrounding her body, making Cha-Cha's lip quiver a bit while Kimi shook in fear. Then the petite manga enthusiast broke down and sang. He's fight that guy you dated southwest of Amanohara. Kimi confessed, unable to take the pressure anymore. What? Azuki, Haruko and Furin shouted. Azuki then ran towards the window, opened it and jumped out the window with Haruko and Furin following behind. Wait. You guys, he said he'd be fine. Cha-Cha exclaimed as she ran at the window and jumped out of it. Kimi, Takaru and Anaho then ran out of the door and quickly head for the exit to catch up. Should we follow? Kengo asked. I'm sure everything will be fine. Yuka said with her usual smile and clapping gently. That's all the convincing I need. Kengo said. Whipped. Yuruchi said. That ain't going to work on me. I find it as a compliment. Kengo said with a dignified tone as he held his collar with respect. Oh Yusui-kun, you're so romantic. Yuka said with a smile as she held her blushing cheeks. Weirdos. Yuruchi thought, looking at the two with a dull look and a sweat drop on her head. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him if Leandre doesn't first. Azuki thought as she continued to run. After a while, the group of 7 made it to see Naruto, who appeared unharmed, standing across from Leandre, who looked like he had seen better days. See, he's totally fine. He's been beating the crap out of that guy. Takaru said. I knew he'd be winning. Never underestimate Naruto Ni-chan. Anaho exclaimed with a cat-like smile. You really aren't a good guy. Leandre said, surprising the spectators. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes. I've heard about your little escapades with other females. Such a disgusting act. You act as if you feel such affection for Senorita Azuki and yet you date and make out with other young women. How can you say you love Azuki-chan when you date other women behind her back? That's disgraceful. Leandre spoke. Good subject to make me doubt myself. Naruto thought with sad eyes. Acting on what your primal instincts tell you is. Oh, shut up. Don't act all high and mighty when you only dated Azuki-chan to get to me. Naruto said with a glare. But you are doing something wrong as well. Playing with her heart is also wrong. Leandre said, making Naruto adopt a somber expression with sad eyes. I don't want to. She knows about me dating other girls. Hell, they're all her friends, except for one. If she's feeling pain, then I want to know so I can end it. I don't want to hurt her or the others, but I like them all so much. I feel special when I with each of them. I know people say that I should choose, but how can I when they're all so great? I mean, I feel like I don't want to choose. Naruto said. Unbeknownst to him, 4 of the 5 girls he had dated were listening to him. Leandre took his chance and vanished from sight. Naruto simply ducked under Leandre's flying kick and placed his hand on the ground and spun his midsection with one of his legs, kicking Leandre's face and torso, sending him back. Naruto stood as Leandre skidded back. It's not because I'm interested in sex or anything like that. I just like being with them that way, ya know. Especially with Azuki-chan, Cha-Cha-chan and Kimi-chan. I've only been in this world for about over a month or 2 and yet I'm already so used to seeing them in the morning. I've woken up and cooked for them and every time I've seen them, being reminded that they live with me, I just feel so much in my heart. I always feel happy. No, I feel beyond that whenever I see them. Hell, I'd be happier if Furin would be there too. I guess it's complicated, what I'm saying, but I feel if I choose one, I'd never see the others again whenever I wake up. And I love the life I have with them now. Waking up, spending my morning with Azuki-chan, Cha-Cha-chan and Kimi-chan and then seeing Furin-chan again. I just love the way my life is now. And I would never want to change that for the world or even the universe. Maybe what I'm feeling is wrong to many, but to me, I feel it's right. I just wonder if they feel the same way about me. Naruto said as he developed a big smile. The girls that Naruto had been with actually felt touched by Naruto's words. Sure, what he's doing is considered wrong by many, even Furin and Azuki still felt it was wrong, but the way Naruto explained how he felt about his relationships with them made them feel not just flattered, but touched at how he felt about it all. Naruto-kun really does love us. Kimi said with a blush and anime-styled tears of joy. I knew he did. Cha-Cha said with her own blush and anime tears of joy. Furin just smiled with a blush on her cheeks as well. I knew you weren't like the rest. Furin thought as she closed her eyes and placed her hands over her reddened cheeks. Azuki stared at Naruto with shimmering eyes as her lip then quivered before smiling as she shed a tear. So you love them? All of them? Even Senorita Azuki? Leandre questioned. Naruto just grinned at him before responding. I think that's pretty obvious right now, Tt Ibeo. Now, Naruto got into a taekwondo stance. Venga, Melena Purpura. Naruto said with a grin. Leandre's left eye widened and had its eyebrow raised at Naruto's sudden speak of excellent Spanish. He then grit his teeth, getting a bit furious at being insulted by a Japanese person in his own language. Tease me in my native tongue, will you? Leandre thought as he readied his Maken. He dashed at Naruto with his arm down as the blonde got ready for Leandre's next move. Suddenly his arm glowed red-violet as his golden armor appeared on it. Oh no! Azuki thought with new worry. Naruto-kun, watch out! Kimi shouted, making Naruto turn to notice them. When did they get here? Did they hear what I said? Naruto thought with wide eyes. Petal choro. Leandre cried as he appeared in front of Naruto with rose petals exploding from his golden armor. Naruto jumped back from the explosion of petals as then two giant streams of rose petals start to go around Naruto from both sides before forming a ring around Naruto. Naruto. The blonde's friends cried as they saw the ring of rose petals rise, making a tornado of rose petals. To actually push me this far. Before I only used this Maken because I wanted to see if you could counter it somehow with your cunning mind, but now I have legitimately been pushed to using this. I commend you for this. Leandre said as Naruto stared at him with half-lidded serious eyes, think bleach eyes. Now this battle's ends. Leandre said. No. Azuki shouted as she, Haruko, Anaho, Takaru and Cha-Cha dashed at Leandre while Kimi and Furin got their Maken ready, but the rose petals then formed a shield around Leandre. Furin shot an arrow at him, but the petals surrounding Leandre completely devoured it. Stay away from him. Those petals will devour you if you touch them. Furin shouted, making them cease, but Azuki kept running with her Maken hawk ready. Azuki. Haruko shouted her friend's name. Azuki jumped high into the air and gave a war cry as she readied an axe kick to hit the rose petals shielding Leandre, but Cha-Cha jumped high into the air and grabbed Azuki by wrapping her arms around her stomach and bringing her down away from the rose petals. Cha-Cha, let me go. Azuki shouted as she tried pushing herself away from Cha-Cha. No. I will not let you go crazy and hurt yourself while I'm around. Cha-Cha exclaimed as she tightened her hold on Azuki. Leandre and Naruto glared into each other's eyes in silence for moments before either one of them spoke. Your move, Leandre said. Thought you'd never ask. Naruto said with a smirk. Shukaku. Naruto shouted out as his voice echoed throughout the area. Leandre raised an eyebrow, wondering what would happen next. After a few moments, something barged through his tornado of rose petals, shocking him as something dashed inside Naruto through his back. Naruto hunched over as he felt his body change. Suddenly a spiky sandy brown tail with black marking on it burst through his tailbone and his arms became covered in sand and then formed into claws with the same markings, and he also grew black ears. Leandre blinked as he saw the transformation, but then he gasped as he saw that Naruto's eyes. The clear of Naruto's eyes were black with yellow irises and pupils that each takes the shape of a black four-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. Naruto's eyes actually made Leandre nervous along with the crazed and slightly bloodthirsty grin he was giving him. Like my new form. It sure is a doozy to use. I can feel the earth beneath my feet. You actually should feel honored. You're the first person who I'm going to defeat in this form. Naruto said as his maniac grin widened. He's become a monster. I have to end this now. Leandre thought as he glared at Naruto. The rose petal tornado then shot towards Naruto, as the petals dance. They then surrounded him in a small tornado. Will be one with their embrace. They then crushed Naruto. And blow away with the winds of the final dawn. Leandre said. From afar, the young man who spoke with Leandre earlier was watching from afar with a strange set of futuristic, yet strangely old-timey set of binoculars made of orange energy. Not bad, but, it's not quite over, Augustus. The young man said. Suddenly an explosion of sand burst from the tornado, sending the rose petals flying, shocking Leandre as he and the others watched Naruto laugh maniacally as sand danced around him. It's not going to work this time, lion turd. Naruto exclaimed with his wild grin. Santa Maria, lo que en el mundo está pasando. Saint Maria, what in the world is happening? Leandre exclaimed with shock. I see you don't know much about this tailed beast's power. You see, the Shukaku's sand and his control over it is so powerful that it can be hardened, making it denser than steel, just like your pretty petals. Honestly, I wanted to test out this power to see if it would be stronger than your technique. Naruto said as sand covered the area with Leandre's petals sinking into the sand before disappearing. And apparently it is. Naruto said, grinning with superiority. Leandre sweated a bit at this sudden turn of events. Suddenly Naruto slammed his claw into the ground as it quickly traveled below and grabbed Leandre and lifted him high into the air. Naruto then laughed as he started slamming Leandre into the ground repeatedly. After slamming him down one last time, Naruto released him, but kept him in place with his sand and then jumped high into the air and dived down atop of Leandre, with his fist slamming straight into him. After punching him a few more times with his huge hands, Naruto's head shot up as he laughed maniacally at his triumph. Suddenly his power receded as Shukaku shot out of him and onto the ground. Naruto bent over with his hands on his knees as he panted from not the power he felt, but the effect it had on his mental state. Whoa, we got to work on that mentality thing. Naruto said as he looked at Shukaku, who wagged his tail from the enjoyable experience. Well, enjoyable for him anyway. Good boy. Naruto said with a smile as he petted Shukaku. Naruto-kun. Naruto stood up and turned to see the others running towards him. You won. Cha-Cha shouted with joy as she hugged him, smooshing his face with her breasts. We knew you could do it. Kimi said as she joined in the hug. Thanks. Naruto said before he managed to pull his face away from Cha-Cha's breasts. How long have you guys been here? Naruto asked. Long enough to know how you feel about us. Cha-Cha said with a grin, causing Naruto to blush red. Furin then walked up and kissed him on the cheek. It was sweet to hear you say all that. Furin said. Really? I thought you'd be pissed. Naruto said, surprised how Furin was taking it. Well, I wouldn't say I'm completely okay with it, but I am happy to know that you genuinely care about instead of wanting lewd sexual acts like most guys. Furin said as she then glanced at Takaru. What? I don't always think with my stick. Takaru said, feeling a bit offended that Furin thought that way about him. Naruto then felt a hand placed on his head, making him turn to see Haruko smiling at him. Excellent job, Otuto. Haruko said, smiling, making Naruto smile, but then he got whacked in the head by Haruko's Baken. Quit being reckless. Haruko scolded with her arms crossed. Alright, I'll try to use my head more next time, Haruko-ne-chan. Naruto said with a grin as he rubbed his head. Haruko couldn't help but smile as she saw his grinning face. Hooray for Naruto ni. Anaho cheered as she hugged Naruto. Before Naruto could speak again, he noticed Azuki walking up to him. Anaho still had her cat-like smile, but she back away with wide anime-style eyes, meaning she was intimidated by Azuki's presence and worried about getting in between a possible beat-down brought onto Naruto. You aren't pissed about me beating your ex, are you? Naruto asked as he and Azuki looked down at the beaten Leandre, who was groaning from the pain he was exhibited. Nah. I never really liked him. Azuki said. Nani? Then why'd you ask him out? Naruto asked as he and the others majorly confused. That would be because of me. They all turned to see Minori. What do you mean? Takaru asked. A while ago Gen actually had gotten a read of unique Maken energy from one of his self-proclaimed genius inventions, but we couldn't really detect if it was malevolent or something else. When we tracked down the source and found out it was him, we weren't sure if he was a threat or not, so we figured the best way to find out if he was a threat or not was to have someone get close to him. I figured Azuki would be the best one for the job since she already stuck on you that she wouldn't fall for his charms. His so-called charms were overrated anyway. Azuki said with her arms crossed. Wait, so let me get this straight. The reason you called Azuki days ago was so she could date this guy and try to determine if he was a threat or not? Naruto questioned. That's right. Minori said with a smirk. That is the stupidest way on how to find answers I've ever heard in my entire life. Naruto said with a dull look, but that earned him a whack on the head from Minori's giant fan. This mission didn't have to continue on if you just told us about this person since you had crossed paths with him before Azuki had a chance to ask him out. Minori said as she pulled her fan back. How was I supposed to know that you had your eye on him? Naruto shouted with a pissed anime-styled expression as he held his head. Exactly. As a member of Maken, you must report these things to me. You can't just go all vigilante on the situation. You may have been a shinobi and it helps, but you are not a shinobi here. You are a student who is part of a group that helps prevent these things. Do you really think doing things by yourself will guarantee you victory every time? Minori lectured. Naruto's eyes widened before he developed a self-disappointed look on his face. Minori was right. He isn't a shinobi anymore, he's a part of a team that's trained to stop people like Leandre. How could he say he was proud to be a part of a team if he'd prefer to do everything alone? Suddenly he remembered when he read Itachi's words from one of his manga books on if he did everything alone that he would most likely end up like Madara and or Obito. He didn't want that. No. Naruto said as he stood up straight. I'm sorry Principal Minori-chan. Naruto apologized with a bow. Just don't let it happen next time. Either way you took care of the situation perfectly. Minori said with a smile. So what do we do with him? Takaru asked. Just hand him over to me. They all turned to see a young red-haired man. Tien-san. Naruto said the red-haired young man's name with confusion. Wait, you know him? Naruto asked pointing to Leandre. Of course. He's part of my organization. Tien-san said with a smile. Nani? You mean all this was your fault? Naruto shouted with a glare. All this was simply a test ordered by my superiors. I was just designated to watch over him in case he went too far, left you defeated without a place to heal you up nearby or in this case, when he got beaten. Tien-san explained. Who do you work for? Obviously it's not Mayanaka Moon Shikai or else Naruto wouldn't be here right now. Haruko voiced as she glared at Tien-san. Very perceptive, Haruko Amaya. Tien-san said with a cheerful smile and his finger up. Right before Haruko was about to speak again, Azuki started walking up to him, everyone noticing the look of shock on her face. Azuki. Haruko said her friend's name, wondering what was wrong. Azuki stopped in front of Tien-san and looked up at him. Tien-san looked at her with somber eyes for a second before he closed them and had a grin on his face as he scratched the back of his head. Hey Azu. It's been a while. Tien-san said still grinning. Suddenly Azuki sent a roundhouse kick to the side of his head, but an orange mirror appeared by his head, blocking the kick while Tien-san developed half-lidded eyes and his grin dropped. Azuki quickly brought her foot back and sent an uppercut kick to his jaw, but Tien-san back away. She then went for a kick to his ribs, but he back away, then she raised her leg to send an axe kick, but he moved a bit to the side, and then backhanded a punch she sent, then she spun to kick him in the gut, but he moved to the side. Azuki suddenly summoned her Maken, Hawk, as she then sent a series of swiping kicks with it and then went for a barrage of jabbing kicks. However Tien-san dodged the swipes and batted away every jabbing kick, before moving to the side again to dodge an axe kick from Hawk. You've gotten stronger. Tien-san said with a smile. Azuki then went to knee him in his torso, but it was intercepted by Tien-san's knees. Luckily for him it was the one with Hawk so she wouldn't be able to use it on him for the moment, and then he grabbed Azuki's right fist as he tried to punch him, then grabbed the next punch. Damn you, you bastard. Azuki screamed with tears in her eyes. She tried to headbutt him in the head, but he moved his head and then released the hold on her fists and put down his knee so he could hug her. Everyone was surprised by the action but they became shocked as they heard Azuki start to cry. You jerk. I thought you were dead. Azuki said as she cried onto his dress shirt, staining it. Forgive me. I never meant to make you cry after we'd meet again, Imouto. Tien-san said with his eyes closed and a small smile. Imouto. The student shouted with shock as their eyes were super wide. That's it. That's why he looked so familiar. He looks like a male version of Azuki. Naruto thought with realization. Tien-san continued to hold Azuki as she cried onto his chest. Where were you? Azuki asked as she silently cried. I've been working for the people who saved me. Tien-san said. If you have been alive this whole time, then why didn't you tell us? Mom's been sick. Our family's life has been hell. Didn't you care? Don't you care about your family? Azuki shouted as she looked up at her brother with a teary-eyed glare as she had a tight grip on his blazer. Of course I do. I helped with some of Mom's medical bills. How do you think some of her operations were so cheap? The doctors weren't pitying you guys. Other than helping with Mom's condition, I couldn't really do much without having my status known. I've made some major enemies, Azu, and I don't want to risk having my family be a target. Tien-san explained. Azuki rested her forehead onto his chest before speaking again. I hate you. Azuki said. I know. Tien-san said, patting her back. I don't really hate you. I'm just mad. I know. I really am happy that you're still alive. Azuki said. I know. Azuki then suddenly smacked him in the chest. Would you stop saying that? Azuki said with annoyance. What? I know. I really do. Tien-san said with a shrug. I get that, but you don't have to keep on repeating it. Azuki exclaimed as she separated from Tien-san. So, he's your brother? Takaru questioned, pointing at Tien-san. Older brother. Tien-san Shinatsu, at your service. Tien-san introduced himself with his hand on his chest as he gave a courteous bow. What's this all about? You thought to be dead? Furin asked. Oh, well, you see, when I had finally hit 18 I was drafted. After a mission overseas my plane was shot down. Lucky I parachuted to the ground safely, but I was intercepted by the enemies. It fought a grueling battle. Hell, I even made it far in my mission thanks to my Maken, but I still got my ass whooped. Luckily an organization was so impressed with my skills in combat and Maken use that they saved me and allowed me an opportunity to assist in taking down the greatest threat to the world. I jumped at the chance. Sadly that would mean that my status would be KIA. After all, my plane was shot down and I was the only survivor, or at least I was the only one who made it to the ground safely without getting shot. The government wrote me off as KIA. I considered it the best option seeing as I didn't want my family to be in danger in case they'd want to use their safety against me. Tien-san explained. And who might these people who saved you and your enemy be? Minori asked. We are Tengoku no Mon. Our mission is to eradicate Mayanaka Moon Shikai. Tien-san said with a serious tone and expression shocking everyone. Sold. I trust you. Naruto said with half-lidded eyes. Oh, excellent. I was hoping you would. Tien-san said with a cheerful smile. Are you telling me that the reason you never came back was because of those bastard? Azuki shouted with new anger. You mean when I mentioned it a few moments ago? Yes, I did. Tien-san said. I'm going to murder those bastards. Azuki shouted as her energy burst, causing it to become visible around her with wind picking up, causing her hair and skirt to float. You haven't changed at all, have you? Tien-san said with a small smile. She's so awesome. Naruto thought with wide anime eyes as drool was on the side of his lip. Anyway, as I said before, Augustus was here to test you, Naruto. Augustus. I thought his name was Leandre. Naruto questioned. It is, but that's his family name. He'd rather go by it. I see, proceed. After observing your past fights and how passionate you were on seeing them fall, we figured on recruiting you. Tien-san explained. So, how'd I do? Naruto asked. Well, by my opinion I'd say you earned AC+. Tien-san said with a smile. AC+. I kicked his ass. Naruto shouted with a pissed anime expression. Yes, on your third fight. The first two proved that you still had much to learn and that you basically fought pushovers and got lucky on your fights with Bishamon and Wabisuke. If it wasn't for the fraction of the Nibi's spirit coming to your aid and Shiki stopping your fight, you wouldn't be here right now. It's good to see that you're taking your martial arts to a new level and that you have another tailed beast spirit to assist you, but there's still much for you to do. Defeating Augustus here is a good victory, but there are people way more powerful than him with a good chunk who aren't on your side. Tien-san said. Crap. Naruto said as he sulked a bit. Don't worry though, just keep training. We'll be watching and if things get out of hand with Mayanaka Moon Shikai, we'll jump in and assist you. After all, you're our best bet to take them down once and for all. Really? Naruto questioned. Of course. You may have not noticed it, but there is more to your power than you think. You haven't even scratched the surface of it. Tien-san said. Wo tilde, Naruto, Takaru, Anaho, Kimi and Cha-Cha said as they all then looked at Naruto's hands as they glowed bluish-green. If there's more to this, then how do I get stronger? Naruto asked. Regular training. Tien-san said as he shrugged, but then he got punched in the arm by his sister. Ow. Alright. Overcome your hatred and make peace with your Biju. His chakra and yours will become one, making your power reach new heights that could only be dreamed of. Tien-san said. Alright then. Naruto exclaimed with a grin and a fist pump. Don't do it yet though, just wait a while until things escalate to such a point when you need it. Tien-san said. Alright then, I'll take your word on it. I'd rather not take a chance if the people I love would be in danger if I do it so soon and fail. Naruto said. Good. So anyway, we'll meet again, we'll be watching, and also Mayonaka Moon Shikai have been watching you ever since you escaped their lab. What? Naruto screamed with new anger. And call me if you need anything. Tien-san said as he tossed a badge to Naruto that was a circle with a white outline of a cloud with white outlines of light coming out from the bottom of it. Just add a bit of energy to it and I'll hurry over. Suddenly a bright light hit Leandre, sending him into the sky like the black light that took Mayonaka Moon Shikai's operatives. Tien-san then placed his hand onto Azuki's head, making her look up at his smiling face. I have to go now, Azuki-chan. What? No. I just got you back. Azuki protested as she hugged her brother. I know, but I have a job to do. Tien-san then hugged her and said. I promise that we'll see each other again. I'm telling Mom you're alive. Azuki said. I understand. I love you, Imouto. Tien-san said as an orange human-sized mirror appeared behind him. Tien-san kissed his sister's forehead and separated from her, entering the mirror as it then vanished from sight, taking Tien-san with it. Azuki started to shed more tears as she already missed her brother, but then she felt a hand on her right shoulder, making her turn to see Naruto giving her a sympathetic look. She was then suddenly hugged by Cha-Cha and Kimi. She may have missed her brother, but she was happy to have her three closest friends with her. Well, looks like I've learned more than I thought I would today. Minori said as she grabbed her chin with her thumb and index finger. Are you going to be fine, Azuki-senpai? Kimi asked. Yeah, I'll be fine, Azuki said, wiping her tears away. We're here for you whenever you need a shoulder to cry on. Cha-Cha said with a reassuring smile. Thanks, Azuki said with a smile as she separated from Cha-Cha and Kimi. Wanna go home? Naruto asked with a smile. Yeah, home sounds good, Azuki said, still smiling. Then let's go. Cha-Cha cheered with a grin. I don't want to rain on your parade, especially with the touchy event that just happened, but there's still paperwork to be done. Minori said. I'll send my clones. Naruto said, but then was smacked across the head from Minori's giant fan. Don't be lazy, Baka. Minori said as she slung her fan over her shoulder. Now come on. Minori-chan commands it. Minori exclaimed as she turned and walked away with her fan held high. The students sighed as they followed their principal back to school. Oh wait, Shukaku. Naruto then saw the miniature-tailed beast shushing away through a cloud of sand. Never mind, Naruto said as he continued on. He then turned to Azuki before he spoke again. So about what I said before, Naruto started. I'm on the same boat as Furin. I'm not fully okay with all this, but, with how you feel about it, I figure I can try and live with it, but if I can't take it anymore then you're on your own. Azuki said with a small blush. Huh, thanks Azuki-chan. Naruto said with a small smile as he placed his hand on her shoulder, making her smile at him. Hooray! Azuki's on board. Cha-Cha cheered as she wrapped her arms around Naruto and Azuki's necks. So does this mean the four of us will always be together? Kimi asked. Well, hopefully. Naruto said with a blush and timid smile as he scratched the back of his head. PFF'd, forget hopefully. We will be together. All four of us until the end of time and after. Cha-Cha exclaimed with a grin. That last part doesn't really make sense, Cha-Cha. Azuki said. Who cares? Cha-Cha said, still grinning. Naruto smiled, happy that things were still good. Not me. I actually like that thought. Naruto said with a huge grin. Baka. Azuki said with a smirk as Kimi giggled while Cha-Cha and Naruto grinned. Furin glanced at the four as a blush grew on her cheeks and a thought came to her mind. I would like to be a part of what they have. Furin thought as she looked on ahead. Once they all made it back to the classroom they noticed that Yuruchi and Haimgami were the only ones there. Where's Yuka? Furin asked. Her and Yusui excused themselves about 15 minutes ago, I think. Yuruchi said. I'm not surprised. Naruto said as he then created a few clones, but then they were all smacked in the head causing the clones to disappear as the real Naruto grabbed his head to ease the pain. I said don't be lazy. Minori exclaimed as Naruto groaned. After signing all the paperwork Minori assigned to the club they all left for their homes. After saying their goodbyes to their neighbors, Naruto, Azuki, Cha-Cha and Kimi entered their dorm, tired from the day's work. I'm going to take a shower. Naruto said. Cha-Cha, don't try anything. Azuki said. You're always on my butt. Cha-Cha said. I'm going to rest for a bit. Call me for dinner. Kimi said as she headed for her bedroom. After Naruto took a shower, they all had gotten in their pajamas, Naruto's being just a pair of orange pants and being shirtless, Azuki's being a pale yellow long-sleeve button-up shirt and white panties, basically like the one she wore in the first episode of the anime. Kimi wore Naruto's orange shirt and pink panties, and Cha-Cha wearing her usual see-through black nightgown with gray bra and panties with black with gray leopard spots design. At least I think that's the design. Cha-Cha's bra and panties are basically the same ones from the first episode of season 2. The blonde then cooked dinner and by the time they were done, they all decided to hit the hay. As they headed for their beds, Cha-Cha then got an idea. She ran to Naruto, grabbed him and ran off into her bedroom. Cha-Cha. Azuki shouted as she and Kimi ran into her bedroom to see her and Naruto on the bed with Cha-Cha spooning him with the side of his face smooshed onto her breasts. For the love of, Azuki then made her way to them to pry Naruto away from their perverted roommate, but then Cha-Cha grabbed Azuki and spooned her as well making the redhead blush. Join in Kimi. Tonight we're all sleeping together again. Cha-Cha said with a wide smile. Kimi blushed, but then smiled as she then decided to join in. Cha-Cha then clapped her hands causing the lights in her room to shut off. Your bedroom has those clapping lights? Naruto questioned. Who cares? Let's all just enjoy tonight. Cha-Cha said with a smile as she hugged all her roommates. Kimi tried hugging them all, but her arms weren't long enough, so she settled on hugging Naruto. Azuki sighed with defeat and accepted the group sleep with a smile as she hugged Naruto. Naruto blushed at being hugged by the girls, but he smiled at the nice warm feeling he felt from them all. This feels really nice. Naruto thought as he closed his eyes and started to dream. The next day in the gym, Naruto, Takeru and Kengo saw the new equipment that Kenway had given the school and saw that the students enjoyed using it. Wow. Now this is what I call equipment. Naruto said with a smirk and his hands in his pocket. Isn't it great? They turned to see Jen walk up next to him. Not only do we have equipment that helps their body physically, but we also have equipment that helps with growing and controlling their elemental energy. Look, that barbell can only be lifted by using your elemental energy into it to make it lighter. General said as he pointed to a student using a device that uses a special barbell that can only be lifted with Maken energy as seen as the student used their elemental energy to surround the barbell in it to lift it up. And that ball those two are using can only be used properly by using a right amount of elemental energy into it. Otherwise if it be too heavy to use with too little energy and it be a cannonball if too much it given into it. Jen explained as he pointed to a pair of students that were using a ball that required elemental energy to use it. Kind of reminds me of my chakra training back in my world. Naruto said with a nostalgic smirk. Damn. I've heard that Kenway was good with this kind of stuff, but I didn't expect him to make stuff this amazing. Takeru said with amazement. By the way Naruto, Kenway and I are already designing some equipment that will help you grow and control your abilities. Since your elemental energy is through the roof compared to everyone else's, then we had to make some that can actually give you the workout someone of your stature requires. Jen explained. I can see that. Naruto said. Anyway, I'll let you three continue on with your day. I got more stuff to do. A genius can never truly rest. Yane. General said his farewell with a smirk as he walked away with a short wave to the three. Got to say, all this looks perfect. Naruto said, smiling at the sight of everyone using the equipment. Even Kurogasa was enjoying the weight lifts. Yeah. This stuff will definitely help me get stronger. Takaru said with excitement. The two then heard a groan, making them turn to see Kengo have his eyes closed as he had an unsatisfied look on his face. What's with you? This isn't enough. Huh? Naruto and Takaru went with confused expressions. There has been something on my mind for a while now. I know now that it is unfair that such a thing is continuing on. Kengo said. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. I am talking about the injustice that still goes on in one of the school's activities. We are supposed to be co-ed, so that means everything must be co-ed. Seeing this brings me new conviction about my beliefs. Therefore I know what I must do. Kengo exclaimed with pure determination, shocking his best friends. Mark my words. The school swimming classes shall have both genders participating at the same time. Kengo exclaimed with pure determination and fire in his eyes. Naruto and Takaru blinked a few times in shock, then looked at each other before looking back at Kengo, with Naruto being the only one to respond to Kengo's new mission in life. You're nuts.